AI fan traveled through and accidentally learned the technique of shadow clone. Also transmigrated to become Ace's brother. A chance encounter made him a navy, with peerless talent, with the strongest heart. AI fan looks into the future with his red sword in hand. Maybe the world will change because of me. Now that you're here, let's give it a try. Chapter 1 Porga's Deluge. The sun was just right on this day, and AI fan stayed at home watching the animation of One Piece. In the middle of summer, AI fan's computer made a humming sound, and AI fan was excited to see it. "Hey, Ace is free!" Ivan shouted. In the picture, Ace was rescued. AI fan watched with relish. He was an orphan before, and he didn't have much contact with animation. He watched One Piece after being contacted by a friend. He was deeply fascinated by this. During the whole summer vacation, I watched One Piece in my small home whenever I had time, and on this day, I just saw the period of the war on the top. In the picture, Ace and Akainu are fighting, and they are getting to crack. "This year's festival I don't accept gifts The advertisement suddenly popped up, and AI fan grumbled and glanced at the advertisement time. A full 120 seconds! Damn, scolded angrily. AI fan cut the screen and looked at another comic Naruto that was as famous as One Piece. In the picture is the scene where Naruto stealthily learns the technique of multiple shadows. AI fan read a few pages, calculated the end of the advertising time, and then switched back to the picture of One Piece. Continuing face to face, Luffy was targeted by Akainu, and Ace blocked a deadly attack. With blood all over the floor, looking at Ace who died smiling, AI fan was stunned. You give me back Ace. Bang! In anger, AI fan punched the monitor. The cheap LCD monitor was pierced by him angrily, but it seemed that the electricity was leaking, and AI fan fell directly to the ground. Humphrey, with a grunt, AI fan tried his best to open his eyes. It was pitch black and gloomy colors everywhere. He tried hard to find the light, but it was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't find anything. AI fan didn't know where this was, but he didn't give up. He tried hard to find a way out. Suddenly, a white light lit up in the distance of AI fan, and he was overjoyed. The dark and depressed people here were uncomfortable. According to the light, AI fan flew over. Bang! AI fan bumped into something, rubbed his aching head and stood up. AI fan looked towards the bright light. A scroll was presented in front of his eyes. The scroll was opened, and the content on it was presented in front of his eyes. The technique of multiple shadows? AI fan was startled. Isn't this the ninjutsu from the comic Naruto he read? Who is it? A loud shout came, and AI fan fell into deep darkness again. When AI fan woke up again, he was awakened. There were women crying and men yelling outside. AI fan is a master of learning. He taught himself Japanese because of One Piece. He thinks that the most advanced exams are very easy. The voices outside were sometimes unclear, and he could only hear a sentence or two occasionally. A pregnant woman can't be spared. Don't let Roger's blood flow. Occasionally when the surroundings were quiet, he could still hear a gentle voice. Wait a minute, I would occasionally think of bad voices outside, but AI fan felt extremely uncomfortable. He opened his eyes and saw nothing but darkness, and occasionally something touched him. Occasionally, there will be a glimmer of light here, and AI fan also knows what is going on at this time, and he is reborn, and it is in his mother's belly. After AI fan understood what was going on, he stopped moving. The occasional voice outside was more diligent. The voice is very gentle, and it is very reassuring to hear. AI fan didn't know how long it took, but only knew that when he woke up, he went to sleep, and when he woke up, he stayed quietly, listening to his mother's whispers. And outside, there is no more noisy sound. AI fan already knew who the voice outside was. That was his mother in this life, Porga's Deluge, and himself, transmigrated into Ace, or Ace's brother. All this is inconclusive. We can only wait until after birth. However, after he was born, Ivan watched the animation. He knew that after Porga's Deluge gave birth to a child, he would die of exhaustion. AI fan wanted to cry, but he couldn't cry now. Reborn. Are you still an orphan? Time passed slowly. This night Ivan and Ace were born. Luju smiled and hugged her two children, and a man walked in through the door. Ifan reluctantly opened his eyes to see that it was Garp, whose hair was not completely white. He had a beard and couldn't express his expression on his face. Luju looked at the person who came and said with a smile, "The man said that the boy's name is Ace, and the girl's name is In. Are they siblings?" Garp asked, standing still. Luju rubbed against the two children in her arms. One was crying and the other was looking at her quietly. Luju lightly kissed the two children's cheeks and said, "My elder brother's name is Ifan, and my younger brother's name is Ace." She hugged Evan Ace, smiled, and gently rubbed the two children's faces a few times. Luju. Garp raised his arms in shock and sadness, as if he wanted to keep her. And Luju lost the breath of life, feeling the warmth gradually turning cold. Ifan finally couldn't hold back anymore and began to cry. Wow. He didn't know why his own mother had to leave him. He just wants to cry now. Can the warmth he finally obtained only last for a moment? In the evening of the next day, Ace Ivan was carried away from his mother's arms, and Garp left with the child silently. Ifan's eyes have never left his mother. He will always remember the appearance of the greatest woman, imprinted in his mind, and will never forget. Garp's embrace is very gentle, and Garp, known as the Iron Fist, has only gentle love for the two babies in his arms. Every move he made was careful, for fear that the two babies would be in any way bad. Garp put the two children in the cradle and watched them silently. One child fell into a deep sleep, the other stared at Garp with wide eyes. Garp rubbed each of the two children's faces gently, and the little boy grabbed Garp's fingers. Bang! Garp's heart beat suddenly, and his blood seemed to speed up along the way. The warmth of the family is really long gone. The boy grabbed Garp's finger, and Garp said solemnly, "In the future, I will definitely train you to become the strongest naval soldier." Ifan released Garp's fingers and said in his heart, "Navy." Why? At dawn, Garp walked through the jungle with his two children. Ifan didn't open his eyes to see. The sunlight that occasionally hit him outside was too dazzling, and he was wrapped in a soft blanket, so he couldn't see the outside clearly. But he knew that, according to the original book, he and Ace would definitely be placed in the bandit Darden to be taken care of by him! Chapter 2 Ivan's Plan. Darden, you will take care of these two children in the future, Garp said to Darden, who was drying the sheets. Hey Tilda! Darden cried out in surprise, almost falling off his chair. Body, Darden said. Whose children are these two? Garp said solemnly. Are you sure you want to know? Darden jumped out of the chair, half squatted and roared, Hey, you brought people to me to take care of you without saying hello. It would be strange if I wasn't curious. Garp said dumbly, That's right. These two children are Roger's sons. Darden wiped his sweat and said calmly, Roger, I thought it was. Without talking, Darden's eyes suddenly widened and he said, Roger? One Piece, Goldie Roger? Yeah, Garp said with a relaxed expression. Darden is a little crazy. Also, you have to keep it a secret. Otherwise. Garp didn't go on, and Darden nodded frantically. Finally, under the threat of Garp, Darden finally gave in. Who made him a bandit and Garp a naval hero and spared his own life. Garp turned away shortly after leaving the child behind. Darden was a little dazed when he took over the child. What should I do if I am not very good at taking care of the child? Back at the house, he put the two children on the wooden bed. When Darden was thinking about who to help with, he suddenly found one of the children looking at him. The bright black eyes are pure and look like black gems. Hey, is this brother Ifan? Darden said to himself. Yes, it's me. A voice came out. Darden was startled and looked around, looking for the person to speak. Don't look for it, it's me who is talking. Ifan looked at Darden and said. There was a decision in his heart. He couldn't stay here, otherwise history would definitely change. His own rebirth has already changed history. If he forcibly changed history now, there will be too few things he can grasp. Moreover, I only saw the point where Ace died on the top of the war, and I knew almost nothing about the plot behind it. If everything changed because of his arrival, then Ace himself could not guarantee to save it. And if you stay with Ace all the time, will this Ace still be the Ace you know? Therefore, he must leave Ace to ensure that everything develops in the direction he knows. What's more, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible without changing history. As for how to improve, AI Fan already has a plan. Darden swallowed and looked at the baby with some panic. Didn't Garp say they were just born? Why are you talking to yourself? At this moment, even as a battle-hardened bandit, Darden feels a little terrifying. Who are you? Darden said with a little trembling. What is this scenario? Did I meet the devil reincarnated? AI Fan smiled. Fortunately he was in the womb for 20 months before he came out, otherwise he might not be able to open his mouth to speak. You know who I am. I'm Colby, Roger's son, the devil's son. I just want to scare you beyond control. Darden trembled. The scene in front of him was too much for him to bear. AI Fan continued, I have one thing for you to help me with. Darden's eyes widened. He looked fierce, but at this moment, he was full of shock. On the third day, Darden phone bug contacted Garp urgently. Cap, that kid is dying of starvation, come quickly. Garp and Sengoku were together, and he went out to answer the phone bug. On deck, Garp yelled, what did you say? The sound was so loud that the battleship that was walking seemed to tremble a little. The Navy staggered, looking at Lieutenant General Garp, who seemed to be furious. Sengoku walked out of the cabin. Cap, what happened? Garp said solemnly, I have something important to go to, I'll leave it to you here. After he finished speaking, he jumped away from the battleship without waiting for Sengoku to reply. Moonstep stepping on the air. Garp's figure quickly disappeared into the distance. Sengoku was a little puzzled when he saw Garp leaving. He was very curious about what Garp was doing. However, the two were good partners. If Garp came back, he should tell himself, right? Warring States thought so. He's a man who doesn't allow things beyond his control, and if Garp doesn't tell him, he'll figure it out through intelligence. That afternoon, Garp, who came from nowhere, arrived at Darden. Before the person arrived, Garp's roar had already passed over. Darden took a deep breath in the room and walked out with Ivan in his arms, looking at Garp who fell from the sky. Garp fell directly beside Darden, carefully took the child in his hand and said, Darden, what's going on? Captured by Garp's aura, Darden stepped back 2 steps and said, He hasn't eaten for 3 days. No matter how much he feeds, he won't be able to feed him. What's going on? Garp asked in confusion. He lifted the blanket, and AI Fan with black hair and black eyes was looking at himself with wide eyes. Darden said, that Ace has always been fine, he sleeps when he is full, it has always been normal, but AI Fan has not eaten anything since the beginning, and has been crying. Is that so? Garp looked at Ivan and said, go get some food. Darden went immediately and quickly found some warm animal milk. Garp held the bottle, and Ivan immediately opened his mouth to drink. Garp laughed and looked at Darden coldly. After drinking all the milk in his hand, AI Fan grabbed Garp's fingers and played. Garp has always been AI Fan's favorite character, and now he is very excited to be in close contact with each other. Come here. Garp called Darden over. Garp handed the child in his hand to Darden, while AI Fan was ready to let go and cry. Cooper was helpless, while Darden spread his hands to express his helplessness. Hey, what should I do? Garp's head couldn't turn around. If it were in modern times, a request for help would be issued like this: what if a child cannot live without himself? Online and so on. Garp is a stubborn and carefree man, and the child in his hand does not leave him. But he really doesn't know what to do. Hey, by the way, I can say that he is my grandson, Garp said as he patted his head. No, if that guy in the Warring States period, he will definitely investigate everything about this child. Garp immediately denied his idea. Third chapter. Crane. Garp's straight brain thought about it and didn't know what to do. AI Fan is worried about Garp. How can Garp be more straight-minded than he looks in the comics? Why? It's so nerve-wracking, but unfortunately I can't speak. AI fan was alone in grief. He grew up in an orphanage. If he was smart, how could he go to university in the environment of an orphanage if he wasn't smart? There are a lot of tricks in his mind, but unfortunately he can't tell Garp. Garp was sitting on the grass with Ivan in his arms, and then a bubble came out of his nose, and he fell asleep. AI fan was angry and shouted in his heart, "How can I sleep now, stinky old man? Wake up and find a way." In a hurry, AI fan rushed down as soon as he urinated. The bubble in Garp's nose burst, and he woke up suddenly. Feeling the warmth on his pants, Garp put Ivan in front of him and laughed, "You naughty bastard." Ding ding ding. A light bulb flashed on Garp's forehead. Raised his index finger and said, "I thought of it." Garp thought of a good way. He thought, a good way. I don't know why, but AI fan always felt a bit of chill running across his back. "Ah!" AI fan shouted. The old man quickly changed my diaper. Alas, what a shame, an 18-year-old teenager has to be changed by an old man. Forget it, I look like a baby, I'm a baby now. AI fan thought to himself. Perhaps it was the effect of meditation. When Garp changed the diaper by himself, AI fan only felt very warm. Those big hands were a little rough, but they were very warm. That kind of feeling was like the taste of love. AI fan sighed in his heart. Is this how the family feels? Garp left with Ivan, while Ace stayed in Darden to grow up. AI fan took a deep look at the room where Ace was, and said to himself, "Wait for me, brother, you will be fine in this life." Garp directly didn't use the moon step to walk in the air this time, thinking that he was afraid that AI fan couldn't stand that kind of high-speed movement. He found a small boat and a wooden tub, and left here alone. Garp put Ivan on the opposite side, and took the oars to sail over the vast ocean. The middle of the voyage, Garp seemed to remember something, took out the phone and dialed, and then roared, "Warring States, where have you been? I forgot to bring your life card." The expression of the Warring States was fully imitated by the phone bug. The beard was raised, and he shouted angrily, "Are you an idiot? Really, it's okay to leave the dignified Vice Admiral's mission in the middle of the body, and forget to take such an important thing as a life card. Wait, I have your life card, and I will go to you now." Garp hung up the phone bug, showing an expression of successful strategy. "Wow, ha ha ha, that guy in the Warring States period has been fooled." He put AI fan in the wooden basin, but he didn't know where to find a donut and put it on AI fan. "Your dinner?" Then, let Ivan out of the boat. Let him drift on the sea. "Boy, just wait, I'll pick you up in a while." Wow, ha ha ha. Ivan instantly understood what Garp meant. Put yourself above Wang Yang, then pretend to meet yourself by chance, and then adopt yourself logically. Ha ha, I didn't expect this rectum to be incurable. With a sweet smile, AI fan fell asleep directly. The baby's brain has not yet fully developed, and AI fan can't think all the time. He spends a long time in sleep during the day. Garp looked at AI fan by the boat, feeling proud, took out another donut and took a bite of most of it. Ha ha. Laughing twice, Garp fell asleep. Just like that, the two fell asleep together. None of them thought what would happen if the donut on AI fan's chest was seen by the Warring States. AI fan did not expect that Garp would be so unreliable. The tub and the boat were not tied together, and both fell asleep without any accident, and the two drifted away directly. Boom. Garp woke up, and firstly, my stretched, and Garp suddenly found that Ivan was gone. After shouting a few times, Garp suddenly remembered that Ivan was placed in a basin by himself and placed on the sea. Woo. Taking a deep breath, Garp looked aside. Gone. Garp yelled, scratching his head. He kept looking around, but saw nothing. The rising sun told Garp that he had slept all night. Garp scratched his head alone and said, "How can this be good?" In the distance, the shadow of a huge warship is looming. Boom. The bubbles on AI fan's nose burst, and he opened his eyes dimly. AI fan saw the sky full of stars and the huge moon. With a smile, AI fan said in his heart, "What a beautiful night sky." In the previous life, Such a beautiful night sky could not be seen for a long time. AI Fan yawned, his eyes glanced around. There was nothing. He couldn't hear Garp's snoring, only the sound of the waves and the shaking of his wooden tub accompanied him. After a lot of hard work, AI Fan stuck his head out of the tub, and after watching for 2 seconds, AI Fan lay back in the tub. I don't know when the donuts on my body have disappeared. It is estimated that it was caught by some bird. Help! Who will save me, this helpless baby? This is a vast ocean. AI Fan cursed Garp in his heart. Why is he so unreliable? All my good plans were ruined. By the way, in the world of One Piece, isn't there a huge monster that may appear in any sea area? You won't be eaten by any monster. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped AI Fan. AI Fan blinked, and then shouted loudly, "Wow wow 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 wow!" In this situation, he couldn't even say a word. At the moment when the huge shadow collided, there was only one thought left in AI Fan's heart. I don't want to die in such a meaningless place! Shaved moon step. AI Fan only felt that he was flying, and felt that his blood was about to be thrown out. In the next instant, a gentle finger had already touched his body, helping him to calm his blood. AI Fan only felt that he had been baptized. His whole body was warm, and he couldn't help laughing. "You recruits are too reckless," came a mature female voice. "Lord Lieutenant General, I'm sorry," said a calm male voice. AI Fan opened his eyes, and a somewhat familiar face came into his eyes. "This is Vice Admiral Crane." Chapter 4 Take care of Vice Admiral Crane. AI Fan knows very little information. I know is that she is a woman known as the Great Staff, an existence who joined at the same time as Garp. Ability seems to be washing the fruit, and the strength can't be seen. Served as Lieutenant General and Naval Staff Officer in the Navy. And now, AI Fan is being washed in the arms of the other party. I don't know why, but AI Fan always felt very comfortable. Probably because of the ability of the other party. I didn't know just now that that bastard was holding him while moving at such a high speed, and almost killed himself. The other party looked at her with gentle eyes, and her embrace was warm. AI Fan stared at her, and with that look, the Crane was instantly melted away. Crane began to tease AI Fan, flicking his face with a finger. A steady voice came. "Xio, what's wrong?" AI Fan followed the voice and looked over. It was the Warring States period who was talking. Crane turned around and said, "There is a child floating on the sea, and Dharmesia rescued the child from the sea just now." "Oh?" Sengoku was surprised. Warring States glanced at AI Fan in his eyes and said, "Xiao this child?" Crane glanced at Warring States Road. "He is just a child." "Is that so? Let me take a look," Warring States said solemnly. The Crane handed AI Fan to the Warring States period, and a golden light flashed in the Warring States' eyes. Buddha Si. After a few seconds, the golden light in the eyes of the Warring States faded. Crane looked at the Warring States and sneered. "How?" As if he didn't see Crane's sneer, the Warring States said, "It's not a capable person. It's just an ordinary baby." He lightly rubbed AI Fan's face a few times and said, "How about I adopt him in the future?" Hey tilde. Everyone present gave a huge exclamation. "Xio, are you serious?" Warring States put his chin back down. "Of course, this child is very close to me. Of course I have to take good care of him," he said slowly. When she looked at AI Fan, she was very kind, like her own grandson. AI Fan was silent. The development of things completely exceeded his expectations, and the most suitable person to adopt him in his heart should be Garp. Although this old man is unreliable, but I know him well enough. But the Crane is different. The woman known as the Chief Staff Officer of the headquarters, Shikibukai Doflamingo, is very respectful or afraid of people, if she shows an abnormality. AI Fan made up his mind, and immediately burst into tears. Moreover, he made up his mind that no one can hold him. Since Sengoku and Crane are here, it won't take much time for a Garp to get to this ship. Although things have had some twists and turns, all of his doubts about Garp have disappeared. In this case, No one will doubt him. You know, you almost paid the price with your life. AI fan cried a lot. The baby had no tears in the first few days, so no matter how much AI fan cried, he couldn't shed a single tear. What's more, he was still pretending to cry. No way, I was exhausted after less than 10 minutes of crying, so I gave up immediately and fell into a deep sleep. And Sengoku and Crane, who had been helpless all the time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. For an hour, AI fan continued to cry loudly and loudly. In the silent night, many navies could not sleep at night. Although they hadn't slept. Warring States is cursing Garp. This guy is too self-willed. He suddenly ran away when he was on a mission, and he had to work himself to find that bastard in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, AI fan cried and cried in the middle of the night, neither eating nor drinking. No one could come. Dawn passed, the sun rose, and white clouds floated in the sky. The cries of babies aboard the huge warship kept coming. Bang! Garp jumped abruptly onto the warship. Before he could speak, Sengoku had already grabbed Garp's collar and said, "Cap, where have you been, you bastard?" Garp scratched his head and said with a sunny smile, "Sorry, I have very important things to deal with." "Oh right, is the task completed?" "You bastard." Sengoku released Garp. He knows his partner too well. He doesn't care about military exploits or money. What can make him give up his mission to do must be related to friendship. At this time, Sengoku hadn't thought of investigating the whereabouts of his old partner, not to mention, Garp's whereabouts could not be investigated. The mission has been successfully completed. The Warring States period returned to calm in a short time. Haha, that's fine. Cap pulled out the donut and took a bite. Wow wow. Suddenly the baby's cry came. Garp was stunned for a moment. This voice sounded familiar. Sengoku. Garp looked at his partner. Warring States said solemnly, "I found a baby last night, and now Xio is taking care of it. But he is a little disobedient," Hakapra said in a long voice. Crane walked out of the cabin, looked at Garp who had just boarded the boat and said, "Cap, where have you been, you bastard?" Garp didn't answer her words, but suddenly stepped beside Do and said, "Ah, Xio, you." He looked at the crying baby in his arms and sighed. "The poor child I picked up on the sea last night, he has been crying all the time. No matter what you do." Garp looked at the familiar baby and didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to talk now. He was a liar. "If you lie in front of Warring States and Xio, 100% will be seen through. What should you do with yourself?" Garp fell silent. Click. Cap asked for a donut. And AI fan turned his head to look at Garp very interested, and stopped crying instantly. Garp was stunned, half a donut in his hand, wondering what to do next. Seeing that Garp didn't move, AI fan began to cry. Xio frowned and said quickly, "Cap, eat your donut, make a noise." Garp's stupefied actions. Click. AI fan tacitly stopped crying. Click. AI fan began to smile and be curious. Click. Evan started laughing. "Wow, ha ha ha." Garp laughed. "Let me take care of this child. It seems that he and I are very compatible." Crane protected AI fan, hugged him with both hands and said, "Hey, do you know how to take care of the child?" "Hey, I know, of course. I'm about to have a grandson." Xio. Garp said that he was completely competent. Crane didn't give up, and continued, "That's not possible. I found him first, and I should take care of him." Wow wow wow. Very tacit understanding. AI fan immediately began to cry. Crane was silent. Sengoku pondered, and Garp laughed. Chapter 5 Monkey D. Ivan. Crane is very helpless. It seems that this child and Garp are indeed very fateful. On the other hand, Sengoku was thinking about what Garp just said. Although unintentionally, Garp said he was about to have a grandson. That is to say, the most ferocious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, will have a descendant! Is this the reason Garp was in such a hurry to get out? AI fan also did not expect that the Warring States period has not been completely relieved. But now, the conclusion he deduced from what he discovered in the Warring States period. He thought so subjectively. That's how, The connection between Ivan and Garp has reached a seamless and secret level. The warship set off and began to return to the naval headquarters, which is located in the place closest to the center of the world, Maranvando. On the boat, Garp has been entangled with the crane, and the crane is helpless, and finally loses to Garp. And Garp personally announced in front of everyone that Ivan would be his family in the future, and gave him a name. Monkey D. Ivan. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was holding Ivan, and said silently in his heart, "This fella Garp, has he found an heir for himself?" Looking at the smiling two and sighing silently, Sengoku thought of one person. Is that guy Karazan okay now? It must be very difficult to be an undercover agent under Brother Doflamingo. The warship is sailing on the sea, and AI Fan's heart has been released to the infinite distance. The world of One Piece is now fully unfolding for myself. To be a navy, it seems very good. 3 years later, the naval headquarters. AI Fan, wearing blue broken plaid pajamas, was sleeping in a room in Maranvando town. "Wow, haha, bastard, haven't you got up yet?" Garp's signature roar came from outside the door. AI Fan sat up sleepily, wearing slippers, and walked to the door to open the door. Suddenly, he thought of one thing. He carefully calculated that he was just 3 years and a few months old today, so he should have already told Ace what he explained to Darden. Ace is not alone. He also has a biological brother. Bang! AI Fan was directly hit the wall by the door panel. A figure came in, and as expected, Garp, who couldn't wait, slammed the door open. "It hurts, stinky old man, won't you open the door properly?" Ivan came out from behind the door, covering his nose, and roared at Garp. "You bastard, the sun is shining on your ass. Can't you get up?" A qualified naval soldier can't sleep late. Garp taught him a lesson. "Hey tilde." AI Fan let out a long series of sighs, and then pouted and said, "Hey, stinky old man, obviously you're going to fall asleep when you're fine, right?" Bang! Garp punched AI Fan on the head. Iron fist of love. Holding up a finger, Garp said, "Don't say that about Grandpa in the future." "Ah, stinky old man. You beat me again. You obviously disappeared for 2 months and didn't come back. Why don't you teach me now?" AI Fan said, covering the big bag on his forehead. Garp said with a smug smile on his face, "Haha, I have a mission." AI Fan sneered coldly, "Grandpa Warring States told me that you are going on vacation." "Smelly old man." Garp said angrily, "That guy in the Warring States period, doesn't he know how to keep a secret for me?" "Old man, what are you doing?" AI Fan asked. In fact, through speculation, Ivan already knows about it. Ace is taught by Garp for a period of time every year. If you count the time, Luffy is about to be born. Haha, AI Fan, you have a younger brother. He will become the most powerful naval soldier with you in the future. Garp laughed. "Oh, old man, have you adopted another child?" AI Fan pretended to be suspicious. Garp said with a proud expression, "No, my grandson was born, and his name is Monkey D. Luffy." AI Fan smiled and thought to himself, "Oh, Luffy finally appeared." Bang! There was another big bag on AI Fan's head. Covering the big bag above his head, AI Fan roared at Garp, "Stinky old man, why are you beating me again?" "What did you say?" "Do you want my grandpa to know?" Garp mentioned Ivan and punched Ivan again with 2 punches. Ugh! The screams of children came from the house, and finally, AI Fan gave in and called Grandpa Garp with a full head bag. Garp laughed and kept holding Ivan out of the door. AI Fan secretly said in his heart, "Smelly old man, a good man will not suffer from immediate losses. Wait until I grow up and see how you beat me." Yawning, with deep tiredness and a big head full of bags, Fan was put into a deep sleep by Caput. "Yesterday, I was pondering the technique of shadow avatars. I accidentally pondered until dawn, and Garp woke him up when he fell asleep. Now AI Fan is very sleepy." In the dimness, AI Fan felt that he was in a wide and warm place, opened his eyes slightly, and Garp's profile appeared in front of AI Fan. Garp's back is also very warm. "I don't know how long I slept, but AI Fan woke up naturally." "Huh?" "When you open your eyes, the first thing you see is a tall building." "Hey, how did you get to where the Navy is stationed?" Garp noticed that Ivan woke up, put him on the ground and said, "Follow me." Saying so, he stepped inside. AI Fan followed closely. There were navies everywhere along the way. Everyone would salute when they saw Garp, no exception. Garp's footsteps are not slow, and Afan is also trotting to keep up. Lieutenant General Garp came, a voice that seemed a little excited. Garp stopped, looked at the person who came and said, "Yo, Kuzin." AI Fan blinked, and a figure at least 2 meters tall appeared in front of him. He wore a blindfold on his forehead, exploded his head, and had stern cheeks. AI Fan recognized him instantly. Admiral of the Admiralty, Aokiji, Kuzin. I heard that he is a fan of Garp. I don't know if he is a general now. Kuzin stopped beside Garp and said, "Lieutenant General Garp is back from vacation." "Well, that guy in the Warring States period will find him if he wants me to come back." "That bastard. He dares to yell at me because of his high position." Kingsley pushed his hands and said, "Lieutenant General Garp, go quickly," but he knows that Lieutenant General has been standing outside the headquarters for several hours after returning, and he is now furious. "Wow, haha," Garp laughed. "That guy in the Warring States period always knows everything. Well, go and do your business." Garp waved at Aokiji and continued to walk inside. AI Fan didn't speak, mainly because he couldn't get in, so he could only watch from the side. When I heard Garp standing outside the Admiralty for a long time, Ivan's heartstrings were touched. This old man, what is so good to me? Aokiji looked excited and watched Garp go away. Aokiji knew about AI Fan, the grandson that Garp adopted. He looked at AI Fan's back and thought to himself, what did Lieutenant General Garp bring AI Fan here for? Chapter 6 Teacher. The two walked away, and Garp sighed. That guy Kizan is already a general, but he still looks like this. AI Fan's heart was stern. Is Kingsley already a general at this time? But think about it. The King Pheasant was already a lieutenant general at the time of the demon slaughtering incident. After so many years of glory, it seems that it is not difficult for the Green Pheasant of the Nature Department. The place where Garp was going seemed to be far away, and Ivan didn't know how long he had been running. All I know is that his energy, which is more abundant than the average 7 or 8-year-old child, has reached its limit. Jogging all the way, Garp didn't mean to stop at all. AI Fan was sweating profusely, looking at Garp's back. He thought to himself, a trial for me? Speaking of which, is it really good to start cultivating at the age of 3? Puff. AI Fan lay on the ground. He had no strength. Garp stopped, turned to Evan and said, "Stand up. To become the strongest navy, this little endurance is far from enough. Stand up." AI Fan's head was a little dizzy, but he didn't want to give up. With tenacious willpower, AI Fan stood up again. But this time, he felt a new power emerging from his body. With a smile at the corner of Garp's mouth, he secretly said in his heart, as expected of Roger's blood, he can break through the limit at a young age. Roger, if it is you, it will be very gratifying. Raise your child to be the strongest. Marines. It's just that Garp didn't know that Ivan didn't think about becoming the strongest navy, but that Ace and the person who gave birth to him came to his mind. These two gave him endless motivation to move forward. I must stand up and become the strongest. Only in this way can I protect Ace in the future and breathe freely under countless powerful enemies. AI Fans will has become extremely tenacious without realizing it, and he ignited the endless potential contained in his body with his tenacious will. It was this that gave him the tenacity necessary to become the strongest. Garp's footsteps kept going, and Afan was stubbornly following behind Garp, not taking a single step. I do not know how long it has been. AI Fan fell to the ground again. Garp hasn't spoken yet. AI Fan supported his upper body with tenacious will. With a roar, AI Fan once again broke through his limits. Garp's eyes widened. Ivan's performance this time really shocked him. This kid. He really has the toughest will. With relief, Garp started walking again. AI Fan followed closely behind him. However, the further he walked, the hungrier AI Fan became. There seemed to be a scent in the air, tempting his stomach to growl. The scent became more and more tempting, but AI Fan was so hungry that he almost stopped moving. Finally, they came to a door. Garp opened the door, turned around and said to AI Fan with a smile, "Come on, kid, eat as much as you want, as much as you can." AI Fan approached the door tremblingly, and when he caught his eye, a large piece of cooked meat appeared in front of him, and all around were all kinds of cooked food and fruit. Cuckoo. But AI Fan couldn't care about it anymore, and the meat in front of him had already attracted all his attention. He dashed to the piece of meat that was bigger than himself, and bit into it fiercely. The deliciousness and satisfaction flew together, and AI Fan almost cried. His stomach was so hungry just now. He would go crazy if he was hungry. The arrival of Garp caused some small disturbances here, but fortunately, the people here are the elites of the Navy, and even Garp people are often seen. It's just that Garp hasn't come back for 2 months, and now everyone is a little excited when he comes back. At this time, more people turned their attention to AI Fan brought by Garp. The Navy who was dining stared blankly at AI Fan. AI Fan was lying on top of a piece of meat that was bigger than him and ate the delicious food in big mouthfuls. In their astonished eyes, AI Fan ate the whole piece of meat by himself. Wootilda. Satisfied, AI Fan patted his bloated stomach and said, "I am full." Ha ha. Garp laughed and said, "AI Fan, you have to remember that if you want to be the strongest Navy soldier, you must be able to eat, and you must seize any opportunity to fill your stomach, because on the battlefield, there is no one will give you time to eat." "I know, you're annoying, old man." AI Fan waved his hand. Garp dodged to AI Fan's side, punched him hard on the head and said, "Call me Grandpa." "Ah, it hurts." Covering his head, AI Fan felt a little helpless. Why did Garp's fist hurt so much? Some of the Navy members whispered, "Lieutenant General Garp's grandson can eat very well." "Yes, yes, and Lieutenant General Garp is ruthless in teaching his grandson." "Well, the Navy nodded in unison. "Ha!" A snort sounded. Everyone heard the sound and saw that Garp and Evan were already asleep in the same place. "Why do you sleep so fast?" all the Navy complained together. "Don't know how long it took." Kaput! An angry roar came from outside the door. Sengoku pushed open the door of the dining room and grabbed Garp, who was sleeping on the ground. "Cap, you bastard, I asked you to come to the meeting. Why didn't you come after 3 days at the headquarters?" The bubbles on Garp's nose rose and fell rhythmically, showing that he still wasn't awakened. Boom! AI Fan suddenly woke up, standing up and stretching. AI Fan only felt that his whole body was full of strength, and the contents of his stomach were almost digested. AI Fan patted his stomach and felt the power emerging from his body. He was pleasantly surprised. "My current power is estimated to be comparable to that of an average adult." Huh? AI Fan looked at the angry figure in front of him and said, "Grandpa Warring States, when did you arrive?" Warring States left Garp, who was still sleeping, and asked, "AI Fan, how did you get here?" "Is it possible?" Suddenly, Sengoku suddenly grabbed Garp and shouted loudly beside his ear, "Bastard! Did you ignore the order of the Navy headquarters not to bring civilians in?" Garp woke up now, looked at the angry Sengoku and explained with a big laugh, No, I brought AI Fan here today because I was going to let him join the Navy." Looking at AI Fan, who was almost as high as his knees, the Warring States period felt that he could no longer suppress the power of the great desolation in his body. Tetsuyalu, are you kidding me? Chapter 7 Shadow Clone Technique, Success. In the dining room of the Navy, Sengoku was roaring frantically. Garp pointed at AI Fan and said, "Warring States, AI Fan is already qualified enough to be a Navy soldier." Looking at his old partner's serious appearance, Sengoku said solemnly, "Cap, you are serious?" "Yes, Ivan has a tenacious will. I believe he can become the strongest naval soldier," Garp said firmly. Warring States turned his head and saw that AI Fan was eating in front of the rows of food, and he saw AI Fan holding up a piece of meat that weighed dozens of pounds and gulps down. "Cap, I don't have any opinion, just, did you tell Xio?" Garp scratched his head and said, "No, according to her character, Xio shouldn't have an opinion even if she knows about it." "I hope so. The G2 branch training camp will open tomorrow. Let AI Fan go there and try it. Warring States glanced at AI Fan and said, G2? Warring States, you are really cold-blooded and ruthless. Garp laughed. Although he said Sengoku, Garp had no intention of preventing the distribution of Sengoku. To explain to everyone, the beginning of GXX is a branch under the direct jurisdiction of the Naval Headquarters, which is equivalent to the branch of the headquarters. It is the Navy that is active in the Great Shipping Route, while the 20 branch of the Navy is under the jurisdiction of the Naval Branch and belongs to the Four Seas. Power. The strength of the elite officers of the same level in the Naval Headquarters is 3 times that of the officers of the same level in the branch. If there is something wrong, please correct me. Thank you very much. AI Fan ignored the conversation between Sengoku and Garp, and it was useless to say it anyway. He cares more about the delicious food in front of him. You must know that he lives by himself in a town outside. Although Crane and Warring States occasionally come to see him, they are just like Garp and don't have that much time. After the age of 3, most of the time, AI Fan went to buy food by himself. Compared to him, he looked very sad. However, AI Fan didn't have any complaints in his heart. The current life is much better than the previous life. There are still many people who care about him, although he doesn't see him a few times a month. He is already very good. Dragging a full stomach, AI Fan wandered around here. Garp was dragged away by Sengoku, saying that he had something very important to say. AI Fan was left in the dining room. No one cared about him, and AI Fan was speechless, so he had to hang out by himself. Wearing pajamas and slippers, AI Fan visited the naval headquarters. Walking out of the long corridor, there is a large training ground outside. There were a lot of people on the field, all wearing short-sleeved navy and training. There are many things to train, such as shooting, swordsmanship, physical strength, etc. Many, many. Under the sun, the Navy who were sweating recklessly roared wildly, and AI Fan watched with excitement. How is it, Lieutenant General Garp's grandson? The Navy in the headquarters is the most elite. A voice came from behind. AI Fan looked back. It was the general. Kingsley. Is the general very idle every day? I see that you always look lazy. AI Fan's first sentence asked the biggest question in his heart. Kingsley stayed for a while, and AI Fan's words were deeply inserted into his heart. Indeed, after taking over as a general, I have fewer opportunities to go out, and I still have to stay in the naval headquarters more often. Like when I was a lieutenant general, I had freedom of movement, unrestricted, and I could go wherever I wanted. Throwing the noisy thoughts out of his head, Kingsley squatted down and covered AI Fan's head with one hand. Grandson of Lieutenant General Garp, I heard that you are going to train in the G2 branch tomorrow. The training there is very hard. You are only 3 years old this year. If you can persevere, you will create the smallest navy in history. Record. AI Fan tried to shake Okaji's hand, but unfortunately he failed. Finally, with unremitting efforts, AI Fan left the palm of the green pheasant. It is estimated that the green pheasant let go. AI Fan jumped on the railing next to him, looked at the green pheasant in a condescending manner and said, "More than that, I will set the record of being the youngest admiral in the future." Between the words, there is endless self-confidence and a momentum of beginning to take shape. Ha ha ha. Okaji laughed loudly. I'm optimistic about you, AI Fan. When he spoke, he no longer called AI Fan Cap's grandson, but truly recognized AI Fan's will and regarded him as an independent man. Not a kid under Garp's halo. Looking at AI Fan's serious face, for some reason, Kingsley pinched AI Fan's face and said with a soft smile, I'm waiting for you to become a general. AI Fan. AI Fan grabbed Kingsley's palm, and in Kingsley's dazed eyes, he bit his hand. Click. AI Fan bit off Okaji's finger in one bite. Ugh! Before the green pheasant could speak, AI Fan just screamed and slipped and fell off the railing. Okaji's fingers flashed cold, and the broken fingers reappeared. Looking at AI Fan, who was constantly spitting, he said, Don't worry, you see, I'm a devil fruit power user. AI Fan turned his head to look, only to see that the part of his finger that he had bitten off had returned to its original shape, and the part that he had spat out had disappeared. My ability is to turn into ice cubes. In the future, you will meet many devil fruit ability users. If it is the same as today, you cannot become an admiral." With a smile, Okiji turned and left. What AI fan was surprised was not that the green pheasant turned into ice, but how the ice of the green pheasant was so weak that he could bite off a piece of it with one bite. To be honest, a piece of super cold ice suddenly popped into your mouth, and it was someone else's finger? This kind of thing, AI fan felt that he would never experience it again. Immediately after Okiji left, a navy ran over. "Hello, grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. I am entrusted by the Warring States Marshal to bring you back." AI fan covered his face and explained, "My name is AI fan, don't call me that in the future." The navy shouted, "Hey!" The two left very quickly. After AI fan went out, he went straight back to his room, locked the door, and pulled the curtains. AI fan made a seal with both hands and said, "The technique of multiple shadows." Bang bang bang. A series of 9 identical AI fans appeared at the same time, and AI fan smiled. "After I improved my physical strength, I suddenly succeeded. Ha ha." A total of 10 AI fan laughed at the same time. And now AI fan's limit can only be divided into 9 clones. No matter how hard he tried, the clones did not continue to rise. However, AI fan is already very satisfied with this. His energy is limited. Now that he has 9 clones together, he can practice anything by himself much faster. Chapter 8 Fighting Instinct. The current AI fan has nothing to cultivate, so he just tried to do some things such as left and right uppercuts and then recalled the clone. The feeling after the avatar is recalled is wonderful, and everything brought by the avatar is instantly obtained by him. AI fan smiled, as expected of a bug-like skill. There is nothing to hang out in the town, and the most thing AI fan does every day is to practice the technique of shadow clone in the house. AI fan was quickly exhausted after trying the clone technique many times, and he quickly fell asleep at a young age. He had a dream. In the dream, his mother's face and Ace appeared. They were playing and frolic with him, and Evan felt very happy. Squeak. The wooden door was pushed open, and Crane walked in with a thin body. Her arrival did not wake AI fan. He was too tired. Crane gently stroked AI fan's face, and after a long while, she put the fruit in her hand on the table, sighed softly, and left. The next day, AI fan put on his favorite blue drowsiness, sat cross-legged in the room and closed his eyes, waiting for the coming Garp. Soon, at 6:30 in the morning, Garp came to Evan's door. AI fan heard the sound and pulled the door directly out. At the door was Garp, who was about to kick the door. "Hey, my door is broken, aren't you going to fix it for me?" AI fan said with a cold look at Garp. Bang! The answer to him was a fist. AI fan didn't speak this time, because he knew that he was the one who would suffer when he refuted. "Let's go, boy. I'll personally take you to the G2 training camp." AI fan followed behind Garp, who strode away, and after walking for a while, AI fan asked, "Didn't I train in the headquarters training camp?" "We're going to the port." Garp laughed and said, "G2's training camp is on an island outside. It's a closed training." "Huh?" "A warship has long been waiting in the port, and there are many 11 or 12-year-olds waiting on the warship." Garp took Ivan aboard and caused a commotion on the deck. Garp is so famous that even 11 or 12-year-olds know him. When he reached the command room, Garp waved his hand and said, "Let the ship go." "Hi!" the sailors responded excitedly. The ship set off, sailing very fast. AI fan stood alone on the deck, silently dazed. The teenagers around were talking and laughing together in groups of 3 or 5. But it was a pity that none of them, AI fan, knew each other. However, AI fan knew that they were all descendants of the elite Navy in the headquarters, and the new force of the new generation of Navy in the future. The school in the town can only be attended at the age of 5. In addition to knowing a few brats around his house, AI fan knows only a few of them. "Hey, are you Garp's grandson?" Several teenagers gathered round. AI fan blinked and replied, "My name is AI fan, not Garp's grandson." "Crap, who doesn't know that Garp's grandson is called AI fan?" "Did you say that the warship came to visit the training camp?" a tall teenager asked. "No, like you, I went to training, AI fan replied. As soon as the words came out, there was silence on the deck, and all the teenagers laughed and said, "Hey, are you kidding me? For a boy like you, your milk has not broken, right?" "Yes, yes, even if you are Garp's grandson, you can't go to training now." Ha ha ha. The people around laughed. There were a few navies watching silently in the distance, which did not stop the teenagers from playing. In their opinion, this is the last happy time for these teenagers. AI fan clenched his fists and said, "You guys, shut up." Drink. The voice fell, and with a loud shout, AI fan suddenly rushed out, and with the strongest blow, hit the crotch of the tall boy who was laughing most fiercely. "Ow!" the boy screamed, clutching his crotch and falling down. "Bunu," his companion shouted. "You kid, dare to attack Bunu!" A teenager next to him shouted. He threw out a punch, pointing directly at AI fan's face. AI fan froze, subconsciously tilted his head, and directly dodged the punch. AI fan was peaceful in his heart, as if he was a natural warrior. Facing such a siege, he did not have any fear, but was a little excited. Drink. With another punch, AI fan hit the boy's crotch hard. "Ow!" With a miserable howl, the boy fell to the ground like his companion. Xuanzi, the boy next to him, shouted again. "You despicable boy!" A dozen people gathered around together, and the navy in the distance and the remaining dozens of teenagers looked like they were watching a play. AI fan laughed, rolled on the spot, and pulled out of their encirclement. With strength under his feet, he bent towards the nearest boy's leg and kicked him fiercely. The boy was kicked to his knees, but AI fan suddenly accelerated, stepped on his back, jumped high, and kicked the strongest boy in the crowd. Bang! AI fan put his foot on the boy's arm and staggered him, and AI fan fell directly on the deck. But he didn't panic. He rolled on the spot again, and he didn't know who it was, and punched the crotch of the person in front of him. Ow! There was another miserable howl, and AI fan jumped over his head holding the bent shoulders of the person in front of him. The teenagers went mad and rushed towards AI fan together. Drink. Fists and feet attacked from all directions. AI fan barely avoided some strong-looking fists, and threw out both fists, and the two teenagers clutched their crotch and screamed miserably. The movement on the deck had already caught Garp's attention. He didn't know when he had already stood tall and watched this scene. AI fan's punches and kicks were fierce, and every blow was aimed at the key points, while most of the other teenagers only knew how to throw punches and kicks silly. In less than a few minutes, only AI fan was standing alone among the dozen or so people who participated in the battle. His pajamas were tattered and his face was bruised, but he won. Standing in the middle of the crowd as a winner. "You bastards!" AI fan shouted loudly. Garp sighed in his heart. As expected of Roger's descendants, there is fighting instinct in his blood. The navies on the ship took action at the end of the battle, without anyone's command. They all packed up all the injured teenagers in an orderly manner. This also includes AI fan. After the bandaging, AI fan's entire upper body has only one pair of eyes that are leaking out. As for the other teenagers, most of them were wrapped in triangular bandages around their crotch, and there would be miserable howls from time to time. Chapter 9G2. AI fan changed into a pair of pajamas and wore a gray nightgown. The nightgown was very large and hung down to his heels. His pants were still the blue pajamas that he wore in the morning. There was no rope to tie the nightgown, so they were left open. From AI fan's point of view, his appearance is very cool. "Haha, bastard boy, you did a great job today." Garp came in from the door with a big laugh. AI fan smiled proudly. "Lieutenant General Garp." The military doctor next to him saluted immediately. Garp waved, indicating that he could go out. Then, Garp looked at Ivan and said, "How is it? How do you feel?" AI fan waved his fist and said, "It feels great." "Haha, if you want to become the strongest Navy soldier, such a little ability is not enough. The enemies you will face in the future are all powerful and terrifying beings. You can only keep getting stronger." "Got it, long-winded stinky old man," AI fan said speechlessly. Bang! Regardless of AI fan's injury, Garp punched AI fan on the head again, The Iron Fist of Love. Stinky boy, do you want my grandpa to know? Garp roared angrily. Woo! AI fan covered the big bag on his head and burst into tears. Why does Garp's fist on the head always hurt so much? The warship finally arrived at its destination after 3 days of sailing. I wonder if the healing medicine in this world is amazing, or if the human body in this world is generally strong. In the past few days, AI fan's injuries were almost healed. A rallying horn blew on the warship, and AI fan rushed out of the cabin and stood on the deck to wait. In the distance, the shadow of an island is already looming. Behind AI fan were the assembled teenagers, but they did not dare to approach within 2 meters of AI fan. AI fan's fighting style left a deep impression on them. This is not AI fan's vicious attack. God testifies that his height is only so small. The most suitable place to exert force is so tall. AI fan was standing at the front in a grey robe pajamas, and before he had time to sigh, Garp's fist landed on his head. Bastard boy, hurry up and enroll me. AI fan was standing in the first row wearing pajamas. The rest were all short-sleeved navy clothes. Only AI fan looked very conspicuous. No one spoke, and everyone quietly looked at the island in the distance. Garp stood beside AI fan. AI fan whispered, "Can you do me a favor?" Garp said, "What? You want to give up?" AI fan said, "No, I want you to help me find a devil fruit." "Devil fruit? What? Do you want to eat one?" Garp said solemnly. AI fan said quietly, "No, I want to use it for experiments." Bang! "You bastard. Are you kidding me? Do you think you're that madman from Vegapunk?" Garp punched Evan hard. AI fan covered his head and said, "Stinky old man, if you don't give it, you won't give it. Why did you hit me again? Ha ha, bastard. If you want, I can indeed find one for you, but there is one condition." Garp raised a finger. "Oh? Under what conditions?" AI fan said with bright eyes. Garp pointed to the island in the distance and said, "You will spend 3 years of training on it, and after you come out, you will be a qualified naval soldier, and my condition is that you will become this group of soldiers, the most powerful one." "The strongest one?" "Ha ha, a trivial matter," AI fan said to himself. His goal was to be number 1, and if he wanted to be the strongest existence, the goal that Garp gave him was the same as nothing. The confident AI fan made Garp smile, and he thought to himself, "Is it a natural king?" "It's really good," Garp said with schadenfreude in his smile. G2's training is famous for being ruthless. If you are not careful, you will be expelled. Once you pass the training, you will become a corporal, and I ask you to become a corporal after passing the training. "Sergeant," AI fan said to himself, "I see, stinky old man. Prepare your devil fruit and wait for me." With the technique of Shadow Avatar, plus his innate talent, AI fan is confident that he will definitely be the first. The ship docked, and everyone disembarked in an orderly manner. Garp waved goodbye to AI fan, and didn't even disembark. The island is a classic-style naval base. A team of navy stands in a row and leads AI fan and his party towards it. Ivan glanced at Garp one last time, and Garp was also looking at Ivan. Turning back with a smile, AI fan said with a smile, "Smelly old man." Garp seemed to have heard Ivan's words, and his stomach murmured, "Bastard boy." They know that this separation. The next meeting will be 3 years later. Everyone gathered in a large open space. AI fan has been standing at the forefront, and, not only them, but also some other teenagers have been waiting in the open space. Number of people, as many as 1,000 people. AI fan smiled, "This way it won't be boring." Suddenly, a fat man appeared on the stage in front of AI fan. His hair was a little gray. He was still holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand, and 2 knives were pinned to his waist. He glanced at everyone present, and said solemnly, "I am the commander of the G2 branch of the Navy, Guma. Starting today, you will be training on this island on the Great Route. Are you ready?" "Yes, sir." Everyone in the room shouted in unison. His eyes stayed on AI fan for a long time, thinking about it. Even he would be curious about a child who came to train at the age of 3 or 4. Gima strode to AI fan, looked down at AI fan and said, "Why are you wearing pajamas, Garp's grandson?" AI fan was stunned for a moment, and thought to himself, is this about to take myself as a model? I didn't expect that I would have such a day. AI Fan looked at Gima and said seriously, my name is AI Fan, not Garp's grandson. Gima was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, very good. Suddenly turning around, Gima said to everyone present, remember, there are only soldiers and officers here. Maybe your family members are generals of the Navy, but here, you are just ordinary people, not even Navy soldiers, you know. His voice was loud. The thousands of people present could hear it clearly. Yes, sir. Gima smiled, took a sip of coffee, a disliked look on his face, and then waved his hand, in the name of absolute justice of the Navy. Training, start now. Oh, everyone present shouted in unison. In the room in the distance, a man in a yellow striped suit looked at the crowd, and said slowly with a languid face, oh, a group of good newcomers have arrived at the G2 fortress. And Garp's grandson is here too? It's really exciting. Chapter 10 Man of Training, G2 Venue. Thousands of people have been standing under the sun for up to 3 hours. Now that noon has passed, the stomachs of many people on the field are rumbling. However, not a single one of more than 1,000 people cried out that they were hungry, and not a single one cried out that they were tired. The field was quiet, and no one made a loud noise. Hundreds of Navy soldiers surrounded the teenagers. Like the teenagers, they stood still for 3 hours without moving. However, all of them were smiling and looked very relaxed. Gima was standing behind the window watching this scene. A lazy voice came from behind him. Lieutenant General Gima, the quality of this batch of newcomers is very good. Gima smiled and replied, yeah, even I want to teach the qualities of these newcomers myself. General Yellow Monkey. Kizuna laughed. Stoleberg, let you teach them instead of the T-Bone guy. A figure who seemed to be nearly 3 meters tall appeared behind Kizaru, and he said solemnly, if they can pass my test, then I can stay and teach them. Kizaru tilted his head slowly, looked at Stoleberg and said, you guy, you are really scary. Borusalino, Mr. Zephyr said that you rely too much on your abilities, and the glittering fruit has changed your character too seriously. Stoleberg stepped out of the shadows, and the tall skull made people look at him. Teacher Zephyr Kizaru seemed to sigh, I really miss the time I used to train with you. Gima smiled and watched this scene. He was also a character from the same period as Kizaru, and they both trained under the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Downstairs, the Navy rallied, and they began to eat. The teenagers were silent, but most of them drooled when they watched the Navy enjoying the food. As for AI Fan, he is the most drooling one. He has already thought of it now. Leaving them here is to test their quality. If someone is shaken by foreign objects at this level, he is estimated to be kicked out immediately. AI Fan knew that this place was definitely not ordinary, but he sighed in his heart that training here might be a good place. It's just a meeting ceremony to this extent, then the next 3 years may be able to meet his training requirements. The sun is drifting, and from time to time there will be teenagers falling into a coma. And at this time, there will also be a Navy striding over to pull the unconscious teenager away. From their eyes, it seems that they can tell at a glance whether they are really in a coma. However, a person with a tenacious personality who can persist to this level will naturally not do that kind of humiliating thing. The sun sets at sea level and the moon slowly rises. There were only less than 500 people still standing on the field, and the others passed out because of standing for a long time. By the next morning, there were less than 100 people standing on the field, and AI Fan was among them. At noon, many people who had been in a coma the previous day woke up, and they didn't need to speak. Anyone who could move ran over and stood in the field. Finally, the people on the field gathered again, and everyone stood in 10 rows, forming a square team. Those who persisted for the longest time stood at the forefront of the square team, while AI Fan stood in the first row and did not move from beginning to end. His physical strength is almost at the limit, and he can eat a boatload of food when he is hungry, but this is not the limit of his will. As long as he wants, he can stand for 2 days and 2 nights. Suddenly, without a trace of wind, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was Gummel and Stoleberg. Gima took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, congratulations, You passed the most severe test. There was no answer on the field, but most people smiled, and Gima said solemnly, however, this is not something to be happy about, because you will face more severe training in the future. The chief officer who was supposed to teach you is now replaced, and will be taught by Lieutenant Admiral Stolberg at the Admiralty. After speaking, he took 2 steps back and motioned to the person behind him to speak. AI Fan looked at the man in front of him. He was very familiar. The beard was longer than himself, and the skull was taller than his height. 2 long knives were pinned to his waist. The hands and the edge of the blade seemed to be made of gold, with an expressionless face and a fierce look. Of course, it's mainly because the shock of his long head is too serious. AI Fan didn't expect that the people in the comics would be so shocking when they really appeared in front of him. Would he have to face this big head for 3 years? Stolberg's voice was calm, and he stepped forward 2 steps. In the next year, I will train you all. Now, disband, and gather before the sun rises tomorrow morning. Yes. The voices of the boys were loud and in full of excitement. Gima's eyes were a little weird and he said, Stolberg, aren't you going to train them to death tomorrow? You have to be careful, these boys are more qualified. I won't allow you to mess around. Commander Gima, don't worry, the first year is just physical training. Nothing will go wrong. Stolberg said expressionlessly. AI Fan and others went to the place to eat under the commander's guidance. Thousands of people rushed in at once, but there was no sense of crowding, and there were tens of thousands of people in this naval fortress. There are many long dining tables here. I don't know who made it first, but I only know that the last 100 people among the thousands who insisted on the road were elected to the front. 100 of them sat on a long table large enough for 200, and they were also divided into 2 opposite rows. Everyone consciously took them as the leader, and AI Fan was the one standing first. And the second one is a very calm-looking boy, sitting directly opposite AI Fan, but AI Fan doesn't know him. The most conspicuous among the crowd is AI Fan. There is no way. Everyone else is sitting on a stool. Only AI Fan is sitting on a table. Moreover, he is also wearing a nightgown. Little AI Fan. A female voice sounded from the side, and AI Fan turned to look. It was a girl with blonde hair, and Liu Hai was almost covering her eyes. She licked her lower lip and said, "You're very good. I didn't say Shenyin after standing for so long. Oh, I really want to hear your Shenyin sound. AI Fan blinked. Why does this girl feel familiar? Suddenly, AI Fan remembered. Are you Sati? The blonde girl was stunned for a moment, smiled, stretched out her hand and licked her red-stained fingers and said, "It's called Little Sati." Little A Fan, I really want to hear your Shenyin. Chapter 11. The most edible. Little Sati is the guard on the 4th floor of the Advanced City and the commander of the 4 jailer beasts. His hobby is listening to other people's Shenyin. Now it seems that this hobby has been there since childhood. However, the reason why AI Fan can remember her is because of her queen dress and hot figure, and her long blonde hair with big waves is also her feature. Hey, AI Fan reached out and grabbed her chin. Come to me at night, and I will let you Shenyin Oak whack. Sati blushed. No matter how cruel she was in the future, she was only an 11 or 12-year-old girl. She was molested by AI Fan in this way. She blushed and sat in the distance, not daring to look at AI Fan anymore. After this scene, AI Fan almost became the center of the entire restaurant, and everyone looked at him. Special people came to serve the food very quickly, and today was their first meal here. However, AI Fan is a little strange. The people who serve the dishes look at him strangely, seem to have some sympathy. Hello. AI Fan grabbed the arm of a handyman who was serving dishes, and the other party shook his arm, trying to break free from AI Fan's hand, but after 2 attempts, nothing moved. Under AI Fan's cold gaze, the handyman gave in decisively. He with a smile, the handyman said reluctantly, hello AI Fan, what's the matter? Although AI Fan's fingers were small, his arm hurt. What's the matter with the way you look at us? AI Fan asked while eating an unknown thigh meat in the other hand. The 100 people next to AI Fan looked at the handyman together. They were also very curious about AI Fan's question. It's just that they don't have the willingness to do something like AI Fan. Being stared at by hundreds of people with some kind of stern gaze, the cold sweat of the handyman suddenly fell, and I saw him explain tremblingly. Yes, because Lieutenant General Stolberg told you that tomorrow's training will treat you specially. We are a little gloating about you. Is it special treatment? Hey, it's exactly what I want. AI Fan released the palm of the handyman's hand and focused on the food in front of him. After the handyman was released, he sat on the ground and ran away in a hurry after being stunned for a few seconds. As for the other people, they have different expressions. Although there are many people who are worried, they are here to become stronger, and none of them show fear. You are amazing, Evan. AI Fan raised his head, and it was the calm young man sitting opposite him who spoke. Seeing Ivan raising his head, he said solemnly, "My name is X Drake." AI Fan recalled for a moment, and suddenly remembered who this person was. The fallen admiral of the Navy, one of the supernovas of the Chambord Islands, Chicky X Drake, the future captain of the Drake Pirates. AI Fan stretched out his hand and said, "My name is AI Fan. Monkey D." AI Fan. Drake and Ivan reached out and shook hands and stopped talking. Like everyone else, they started to eat. AI Fan stood on the table and glanced at it, and the people sitting at the table with him can eat so much, no matter how male or female. At the moment, AI Fan stopped looking at it and started eating. To prepare for tomorrow's training, try to fill your stomach, no matter what. 10 minutes later, the handyman served another round of dishes. Everyone was hungry and didn't eat for a day and a night. All preparations have been made here, and AI Fan's table is a particularly edible table. There seems to be a rule in One Piece: the more powerful people are, the more they can eat. However, even if it is eating, everyone seems to be more energetic. From the very beginning, everyone ate wildly together, and by the third round, only AI Fan's row continued. In the fourth round, only half of the people in AI Fan's row were left. Everyone in the restaurant was looking at the teenagers who were frantically eating, and it seemed that even if they were eating, they would be as good as they were. In the fifth round, only a dozen people were left to eat, and the rest fell to the ground with Shenyin, their stomachs bulging high, and they seemed to have lost their ability to move. The dozens of people who fell to the ground made Sati blushed. The sound of Shenyin all over the floor made her face flush. Her legs began to twist, and one hand seemed to want to go down. But I don't know if it was because there are too many people here or because she is young now. She finally ran away alone. In the sixth round, there are 10 people eating. Ivan and Drake are among them, and there are 3 women among the 10 people. The 3 women all look very slender, and I don't know how they can compare dozens of men. At this point, none of the 10 people refused to give in. Each glared at each other, moving their hands together, and putting delicious food in their mouths. Artilda. Another person fell down while clutching his stomach. After patting his stomach, he actually fell asleep on the spot. In the 7th round, Drake couldn't take it anymore. Halfway through, only AI Fan and a woman were left eating like crazy. The two of them got on the table and looked at each other, as if preparing to compete for the title of the most edible. AI Fan looked at the person opposite her, with long pale blonde hair. If it wasn't for her desperate appearance of eating, she would have been a very quiet woman. But she couldn't eat it anymore, and only AI Fan was still eating. AI Fan didn't know how long he had eaten. He only knew that it was dark outside the window. In the entire restaurant, only the lights in his place were still on. 2 handymen and a chef in the distance were looking at him in horror. AI Fan jumped off the table, patted his bulging belly and said, "I am finally full." After saying that, he stepped out of the restaurant. The cook and the handyman let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and the cook hurriedly said to the handyman, "You two, hurry up and clean up the dishes, I'll go clean up the kitchen." After half an hour, when the 3 of them finished packing, the chef closed the restaurant and said to the 2 handymen, "Thank you for your hard work, go back and rest, and you have to get up early tomorrow." The 3 looked at the time. It was 2:30 in the morning. The 3 of them walked out weary, when suddenly, a voice came from a distance. "Wait a minute, I want to have supper. A figure also flew along with the sound. It was AI Fan who had just left. Hey, do you have a dinosaur in your belly? The three were terrified, and were eventually brought back to the restaurant by AI Fan. Helpless, the chef started cooking again, and the handyman just brought it over to find that AI Fan had fallen asleep sitting on the table. He was about to complain when he saw that AI Fan, who was sleeping, was already eating frantically. The handyman's chin fell on the table, and he spit out in tears. What kind of skill is this? Finally, AI Fan said in his sleep that he was full, and the three went out in tears. My God. The long overtime is finally over. But just when I walked to the door, I found the chef appeared. Hey, how many of you arrived so early? The head chef glanced at the time. At 4 o'clock in the morning, it was time to prepare breakfast. The three of them burst into tears. We didn't come early, but we didn't leave at all. Chapter 12. Long distance running, seeking collection. Time offset. Boom. The bubbles on AI Fan's nose shattered. AI Fan opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The sun had not yet risen outside the window. Smelling the seductive fragrance in his nose, AI Fan followed the place where the fragrance floated, and the first thing he saw were 3 people who fell asleep on the ground. What happened to the 3 of them? Why is that posture? The posture of the chef and the soldier sleeping together is indescribable. Through the transparent glass, a tall man was cooking inside. Putting away his saliva, AI Fan took the time to run inside. Uncle, that soup is ready to drink. AI Fan pointed at the soup that the tall man was cooking. The uncle turned back, with a sturdy face, lipstick, and heavy makeup on his face. He smiled and said, "Okay, little AI Fan." AI Fan shouted in shock, "Hey Ivankov, hey, the hair doesn't look alike. Is this guy a Shemal?" The uncle covered his mouth and smiled. His nails were painted bright red nail polish, looked at Ivan and said, "Ivankov, that person is my idol. The legendary kingdom of Shemals. I have long wanted to go to. It's a pity I'm now the head chef here, alas. Shemal Kingdom, the country that all the Shemals dream of." The uncle handed AI Fan a bowl of hot soup and said, "My name is Elaine, the chef here. This is the soup made with a secret recipe from the legendary Shemal Kingdom. Drink it up, little AI Fan." AI Fan finished the soup as fast as he could, and ran away without looking back. "My name is AI Fan. Goodbye, Elaine." Elaine looked at AI Fan's little back and smiled. It is rare to see children who come here to train at such a young age. When AI Fan arrived at the venue yesterday, there were already quite a few people standing here. AI Fan stood where he was yesterday, and many people immediately stood behind him. 10 minutes before the sun rose, 1,092 people had arrived, and no one was late. The moment the sun rose out of the sea, Lieutenant General Stolberg appeared in front of everyone at the same time. He said blankly, "Now, the training starts. Everyone gets down, 100 push-ups." Boom. Everyone fell down at the same time, causing a muffled sound. 1 2. There was a Navy shouting next to him, and everyone also rose and fell rhythmically with the shouting. 100. Finally, after 100 push-ups were done, everyone stood up. Next, run 10 kilometers. The crowd lined up and started to march along the road outside. In front of them was a scrawny man with a long sword on his back, running at the forefront of the line. "Even if I can't train you myself, I'll train with you. Come on, boys, let's strike in a straight line for justice." AI Fan knows this person, a Navy who is straightforward, full of justice, and caring about his subordinates. He is very kind, and he is the kind that is too kind. He likes to say touching words with terrifying expressions, but the reason should be that it is very terrifying. AI Fan didn't expect that the person who was going to train them was actually this person, the T-Bone chief named Ship Cutter. But if I were to be a lieutenant general, I would be better than this person anyway. Although his spirit is commendable, in terms of strength, that's fine. Back then, he was directly beaten by Zora on the Train of the Sea. After the 10 kilometers run, the sun has already hung up. It is summer, and it is still very hot here. Stolberg didn't know when he reached the end of the 10 kilometers. He said to the teenagers who had just arrived, drink water in 2 minutes, and breakfast is ready in the assembly area. If the wait is about half of you, people eat. As soon as the words came out, the crowd scattered. There was a large row of drinking water places beside the road. 2 minutes was enough for more than 1,000 of them to be full. AI Fan was small, but he was the first to act. After taking a sip of water, AI Fan turned around and ran back at a leisurely pace. Drake was also acting at the same time as him, and Sati also chased after him. The blonde girl who competed with Ivan to the end yesterday also chased after him, and the 2 men and 2 women ran together. Sati said while running, "What's your name?" It was the blonde girl from yesterday who asked. Both of them were blonde. Sadie was golden and the other was pale golden. "My name is Domino." What a nice name and a nice voice. Shenyan must be very moving! Who? Little Sati can't take it anymore. Sati's heart is dancing wildly! The two of you actually chatted with each other, and it seemed that they were very destined. AI Fan vaguely remembered that the name Domino was a bit familiar, but suddenly he remembered that Domino was also the one who pushed the city. It's just that she was given a second by the Empress, and her impressions were all on the Empress at that time. But her impression of this person was not very deep. From time to time, someone will surpass the 4 of AI Fan, and the 4 of them are not in a hurry, and slowly chase after the person who is too physically exhausted. 10 kilometers is a long way to them, not to mention they are still running. If there is no good distribution of physical strength, even a person with good physical strength will feel very tired after charging for 20 miles in one breath. Of course, with the exception of some general level of combat power. For the last 5 kilometers, the 4 of them did not know who started first, and their speed became faster. AI Fan's legs were too short, and he suffered too much, but there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, his endurance was good, and even after jogging for more than 10 kilometers, he did not reach the limit of his physical strength. In the final acceleration, the 2 girls fell behind. Their physical strength was exhausted, but Ivan and Drake were more energetic. Neither of them showed obvious tiredness, and they didn't stop for even a moment until the end. Stolberg was already standing at the end waiting for them again. Looking at AI Fan and the 2 who arrived first, his expression finally changed. But it's just a fleeting moment. His expression is always Gyujing Wubo. The 2 ran to the place to eat and ate together. Drake said to Ivan, "You're really amazing. I'm much older than you, and I've only experienced training. Today, you're not even 4 years old, but you're already so amazing." AI Fan chewed the meat and said, "Are you much older than me?" Drake replied, "Yeah, I'm 19 years old." 19 years old? AI Fan was so shocked that his flesh almost fell off. No wonder he looked so calm. It turned out that he was already 19 years old. What happened to this world? A 19-year-old looks like an 11 or 12-year-old boy, and when he and Luffy were in the Chambord archipelago after that, he looked much bigger than he is now. This world. Can you still develop after the age of 19? It is indeed the second dimension. AI Fan was soon full. He didn't know what kind of meat was prepared here. He was full after eating a small amount. Chef Elaine did not know when he appeared, and he whispered beside AI Fan, "Little AI Fan, eat more. This is the meat of the Sea King." Chapter 13. Swinging a knife, for collection. AI Fan, who ate meat, blinked, looked at the meat in his hand and said, "Sea Kings. Are the Sea Kings eaten at the naval base?" "Want to be so extravagant?" Elaine smiled and approached AI Fan with a mysterious face and whispered, "This is from Lieutenant General Garp, saying that you are afraid that the food here will be eaten up by you." AI Fan is speechless. Can he eat so much? "Are you afraid that the food here will be eaten up by yourself?" "Hey, the stinky old man must be worried that I can't keep up with the nutrition here, so he specially gave me a Sea King to make up for it." I had a full meal, and Ivan and Drake, who arrived first, could get a little rest. Ivan was sleeping on the tree next to him in his pajamas, and Drake was lying on the grass to rest. By noon, All the more than 1,000 people had already arrived except those who were tired and unconscious on the way. Ivan and Drake stood at the front and chatted with each other. The young Drake is full of justice, completely aiming to destroy pirates, and his wish is to become a navy like his father. Ivan looked at Derek a little puzzled. Why did such a person fall later? However, although he became a pirate, according to his later performance, he belongs to the kind of pirate with a strong sense of justice. However, since people call him a depraved rear admiral, there must be a reason. The word depraved, not everyone can call him. Will this guy be a murderer in the future? AI Fan was bored to think. At noon, when the sun is hot, everyone is sweating. AI Fan is better. The others are tall, and he is in the shadow. See, being short is good for you. Stolberry was talking at the front, and Afan didn't bother to listen to what he said. He wondered if he should change into a cooler set of pajamas tomorrow, which is a bit hot. Evan. Suddenly, Stolberry called to him. Hi. AI Fan responded subconsciously. It starts with you. Choose 100 people. What's the situation? What's the matter? You have to choose your own people. What the hell am I missing? However, since it's a selection, it's still 100. From here to there, only 100 is good. AI Fan pointed to the first 100 people who belonged to him. In any case, the person at the top of the line can eat the most and have the most stamina, so it shouldn't be wrong to choose it. Stolberg's eyes changed slightly. AI Fan, didn't you hear what I said just now? AI Fan thought for a while. He must have said something wrong. In this case, it is generally necessary to find a way to remedy it! Lieutenant General Stolberg, I have been looking at your two swords just now, and I am a little fascinated. AI Fan said very sincerely. Haha, someone who is good at Erdowlu will definitely forget what happened just now when he hears me complimenting his sword. AI Fan was impressed by his own wit. Stolberg seemed to have been successfully diverted by Ivan. He stroked the handle of his knife with one hand, as gentle as he was stroking his beloved. These two swords have accompanied me in battle for many years. This is one of the 21 workman's fast knives. Each one has a net weight of 1,200 kilograms. Just like my closest lover, this is my closest comrade in arms. The knives and swords in one piece are called mixed, probably representing the knives and the people who use the knives, but sometimes the names are different. I am not mistaken. The teenagers were stunned. Could the Lieutenant General still be so fooled? Cough cough. With a dry cough, it seemed that he realized that he had strayed from the tropic, and Stolob said expressionlessly, AI Fan, in view of your distraction just now, I decided to tilde. Before he finished speaking, AI Fan suddenly shouted, the Lieutenant General's skull is so long, it must be very powerful. Huh? Ha ha, what I'm good at is the Iron Head skill. I heard that King Jiao, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, has the same iron head as me. I've always wanted to ask him to experience it. All the teenagers complained at the same time. Hey, why have you been diverted again? Taking advantage of this time, Ivan has already figured out what happened through Drake next to him. Stolberg wants to divide everyone into 10 teams, and generate rankings for each training, so as to motivate everyone to train hard and improve. And the captain of each team is the top 100 people in the ranking. AI Fan wiped away his cold sweat. No wonder everyone looked at monsters when he was talking. Did he do such a super weird thing? Youngsters, otherwise, what do you think? But then again, his 2 knives are really heavy, and they carry them so fast every day. Sure enough, people at the level of lieutenant generals are all perverts. Evan suddenly, Stolberry called out again. AI Fan, who was already prepared, replied immediately, I choose the 100 people behind me. Dude is such a random person. The 10 captains have different expressions. According to reason, since the first choice is made, it is the kingly way to choose the top 100 talents other than the captain. Everyone was very puzzled about AI Fan's thoughts. AI Fan didn't think so much. Everyone is a person with perseverance. Isn't it the same who chooses? Stolberg's eyes moved slightly. Interesting. He looked at Drake, and Drake immediately replied, I also choose the 100 people behind me. All the teams were formed at once, 10 teams, each with 101 people, and the extra, T-Bone Chief, in order to appear to be a straight line, selected some of the worst training performers and the least aware of the effort to form another team. I just like to go straight and straight, T-Bone Chief. With their two beginnings, the remaining captains naturally follow suit, and they also have their own pride. Every team has a very obvious gap between the strongest and the weakest, but now, everyone doesn't care. Not long after, everyone stood in front of a characteristic wall. In front of the black wall stood a group of 1,010 people, each holding a rough saber in his hand. Stolberg's voice came, "This afternoon, practice knife swinging." A knife is a very important weapon. A good knife is a reliable partner that can be with you for a lifetime. What you hold in your hands is just an ordinary iron knife, and the object of his sword swing is the wall made of seafloor stone in front of him. AI Fan looked at the rough navy-style knife in his hand and said, "Why didn't you give us a blade?" "What's the difference between holding this and holding an iron rod?" "A person without the talent of a swordsman is not worthy of a sharpened knife. That is an insult to the knife itself," Stolberg said without hesitation. "You are still small soldiers, and the well-built naval sword is not for you." Chapter 14 Seafloor Stone. As soon as Stolberg said these words, the youths stopped talking. AI Fan gave a thumbs up in his heart. "This is my costume." If you think about it, the Navy is really rich. Things like the wooden sword that Zora used to practice when he recalled. At this point, oh my god, Xiao Yu's big head appeared in AI Fan's heart. The Navy uses iron rods? In other words, a knife that has not been sharpened and refined? What you were supposed to practice was swinging 1,000 times, Stolberg said lightly. "However, I want to change this. If you want to learn more advanced skills, you must have more perseverance. Prepare Ta." The boys took a step together, holding the knife in both hands, placing it vertically in front of their chest. "Very well, your goal is the wall in front of you, and all you have to do is cut off the knives in your hands before dinner." Hi! Everyone was shocked, but no one refuted. AI Fan didn't know how long it would take to cut off an uncut knife, but Stolberg's voice could be heard. If everyone wanted to eat, they could only cut off the knife in their hands. "Drink!" AI Fan shouted loudly, and the knife in his hand slammed into the wall. Clang! AI Fan was shocked. Others were tall, and they only chopped a little. He could only chop on the wall. The difficulty suddenly increased. But this is also just right, isn't it? Just for training. Although the knife in his hand is shoddy, it is very comfortable to hold without the handle of the knife. I think it is because they are afraid that the number of times the knife is swung by the people will cause irreversible damage to the hands. Clang clang. The sound of the symphony of gold and iron continued, and the teenagers were sweating recklessly. The wall in front of AI Fan kept making a bang bang sound, showing that AI Fan had been attacking with all his strength. The anti-shock force of the knife was very strong, and AI Fan's hands were under a lot of pressure, and the fingers were worn away in just a moment. As soon as he saw the blood on his hand, AI Fan raised his hand. Immediately next to him, a medical soldier stepped forward to bandage, and his hands were wrapped with gauze and then wrapped with a special bandage, and he continued to wave the knife. The pain in his hand stimulated AI Fan's nerves, but he didn't care, and his heart became more and more calm under the stimulation of the pain. Every time he swings the knife, the force is increasing, but the anti-shock force on his hand has always been the same. He controlled the distribution of the anti-shock force with his strong learning ability. Release the force so as not to inflict excessive damage on yourself. Under such circumstances, the efficiency of swinging the knife has improved a lot, and the strength, speed and stability are constantly changing in thousands of swings. Evan is like a born warrior, and he progresses very quickly in everything related to combat. Click! The knife in AI Fan's hand made a sound, and AI Fan waved the knife again, and the knife in his hand suddenly broke into 2 pieces and flew away. Woo! AI Fan wiped his sweat, took 2 steps back and glanced at the others. Under the sun, the teenagers were sweating recklessly one by one. Brother is the first. AI Fan's eyes were calm, and these slashing times greatly improved his knowledge of the knife. This is a great practice. However, this is not enough. AI fan is determined to give himself more training time, and the technique of shadow avatar cannot be learned in vain. It's just that if you show this rashly, will it cause a commotion or something? I heard that there is a great scientist in the Navy. They wouldn't arrest themselves for an autopsy experiment, would they? However, can you say that you have eaten devil fruits? There are all kinds of strange abilities in this world, and it should not be a great thing to know how to clone yourself. These thoughts flashed through AI fan's mind like a comet in just one breath. He strode out, and the pajamas he was walking on were windy. Lieutenant General, my knife is broken. Stolberry had already discovered the situation of Ivan, and the sound of his first cut was very clear. Very good, you don't have to continue to swing the knife in the future, you use something else. He never thought that someone would cut the knife off on the first day. But AI fan was very shocked. Others? AI fan's eyes remained the same. Is this adding material to himself? Right with me. Stolberg asked people to get things, while Evan waited in place. However, after thinking about it, he still decided to test Stolberry. Although he can use the technique of shadow avatar, if he can't use it upright and practice secretly, wouldn't he waste a lot of money? Time? Lieutenant General, have you heard of ninjas? Ivan took 2 steps, trying to inquire about Stolberry's tone. Stolberry's eyes moved slightly. Ninja? I've heard of it, but it is said that it only exists in the New World, and it is very rare, and I really want to meet it. Oh, AI fan waved his hand. Done. What you do next will be logical. Lieutenant General, I actually learned a kind of ninjutsu, AI fan said, bragging. Stolberry glanced at Ivan. His eyes moved and said, interesting. Do you know how to clone? Can you shoot fireballs? Will you shout forbearance and then put the scroll in your mouth? You will. AI fan's expression gradually evolved into a frightened look. What is this scenario? Am I touching something that can't be triggered? The Lieutenant General has become so terrifying. In Stolberry's expectant eyes, AI fan coughed and said, I can do the clone technique. Oh, interesting. Stolberg looked at Ivan motionless. If you can, try it. AI fan made a seal on his hands and shouted, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang. A burst of smoke rose, and 10 identical AI fans stood there. How about it, my clone technique? AI fan said with a smile. Aha, my cultivation plan is about to be implemented. Stolberg smiled, and the teenagers who were training also stared blankly at this scene. Ninja, one of the romances of men, Stolberg said calmly. Very good. At this time, the soldiers who went to get the things also returned. AI fan looked at the box that the 2 of them brought together, and blinked. Could the contents in the box be used to feed him? I have a bad feeling. The 2 Navy soldiers are carrying something that seems very laborious. It looks like the future practice will be very interesting. He waved his hand to open the box, and there was a black long stick inside, and under the long stick was a pile of black pieces and the like. Stolberry's voice came, I don't think you can become a qualified swordsman. This 10-hand made of sea tower stone is more suitable for you. The brute force is so strong, it's a pity not to use 10 hands. AI fan's eyes didn't change. This thing looks really good, but I want to experiment with eating devil fruits in the future. Is it really good to take this? AI fan suddenly remembered Smoker. The group of hands seemed to be 10 hands made of Hyalu stone. It seemed to be very hard. Chapter 15 Strengthening Exercises. AI fan took 10 hands, which were very heavy, estimated to be dozens of pounds, which was a bit heavy for AI fan. But thinking of Stolberry's words, Evan's mouth twitched. What does it mean to be unfit to be a swordsman? Your own progress is still very fast! Exclamation mark. Even if it's the level of cutting steel, you can achieve it, although it feels good to use 10 hands. 10 Evans acted together, and Stolberry found 9 Navy members to guide Ivan's avatar cultivation. And AI fan's body is to carry out physical training. In view of your potential, I decided to give you super special training. You have to persevere. Stolberg said. AI fan's mouth curled into a smile. Just to my liking. Lieutenant General, we want to be together too. The 10 captains ran to Stolberg one after another. The tiger's mouth on their hands had been split, but their eyes were shining. "We have to become stronger." "Very good. Then from now on, 10 of you will form a special team, and I will personally supervise the training," Stolob said expressionlessly. "Select the elite of the elite, and then give them special training. Such a team will become the strength of the new generation of the Navy in the future. Maybe some of them have the ability to practice under Teacher Zafer's hands." A 10-man team was established, and the remaining 1,000 were returned to Chief T-Bone. The two teams were separated, and Stolberg led the crowd to another venue. "It's very empty. There is a normal football field laughing, and there are a lot of training equipment. Everyone is unbelievable." Stolberg pointed to a pile of black things on the grass and said, "These things, you wear them." Everyone obeyed. AI Fan picked up a piece, and a large patch-like thing was picked up together. "What the hell is this? So heavy." AI Fan found a suitable suit to wear. It was very heavy, and it was estimated to be dozens of kilograms. With the 10 hands in his hand, AI Fan felt that it was difficult for him to even move. "From today onwards, you can't take off the things on your body, not even sleeping, taking a bath, or going to the toilet." Stolberg's voice was emotionless. "It seems that these things are prepared by him long ago, and everyone wears them very well." 100,000 meter physical training. Start now. Everyone stood in a line, with AI Fan at the front leading the way. The patch on his body rattled, and it hurt when rubbing against his body when running. AI Fan tried his best, but he couldn't run even after only running for 1,000 meters. His stomach was rumbling, and the physical consumption was too severe. With his short stature, the energy stored in his body is limited, and once consumed, it does not last at all. AI Fan's heart was desolate. What is the difference between being a man and being a salted fish if he can't last? "I want to eat," AI Fan shouted. "Satisfy what you have, little Afan." Chef Elaine appeared out of nowhere. Behind him was a large dining table full of food. "Lieutenant General said that your training is not divided into day and night, so you can eat as long as you are hungry. But you can't stop training." With a load of 100,000 meters, AI Fan also felt that he couldn't finish the run before eating. "Now that he has something to eat, let's go crazy." AI Fan first filled his stomach with a big mouth, and then suddenly rushed out, running a lap in one breath, which is a full 1,500 meters. Back to the table to continue eating, and then continue to run wild. All-out sprinting takes a lot of energy, and AI Fan doesn't know how many times he has broken through his own limit. The other 9 captains were stimulated, but unfortunately many of them did not have the will and physique of AI Fan's abnormal level, and they couldn't do the crazy training like AI Fan. After the 100,000 meter run, it was already dark, and there was still training at night. 1,000 push-ups can only be done with your fingers. This kind of training is insane. It is difficult to do push-ups with weights, not to mention that you can only use your fingers. The captains complained, and they regretted coming with AI Fan. However, they saw AI Fan's small body lying on the ground, doing standard push-ups one after another. His sweat wet the ground, and his arms were shaking. But even so, AI Fan still insisted on gritting his teeth. There is an unlimited supply of food, and the training goes on endlessly. At dawn, everyone who finished a new round of training was given a 2-hour break. Boom boom. The teenagers lay down on the grass here at the same time and started to sleep. AI Fan was not lying on the ground. He was sleeping on the dining table. Even when he fell asleep, AI Fan was still filling his stomach. The captains looked at AI Fan enviously. "It is really convenient to have such magical skills." 2 hours passed, and AI Fan's clone retracted. His doppelganger has been training in technical stuff, 10-handed skills and marksmanship, and one is studying literature. The clones returned one by one, and everything they experienced poured into AI Fan's memory. AI Fan's head tingled for a while, but within a minute he had already digested these things. The efficiency of the clone is as great as the main body, and AI Fan's strength has risen a lot in this minute. Skills take time to hone, and AI Fan has many times more time than many people. Before the new round of training began, Ivan summoned the clone again, and the main body followed Stolberg to start. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and Garp are eating donuts together. Sengoku is staring at Garp while eating donuts. "What's the matter with you? You asked me to eat donuts before you told me," Garp said with a big smile. "It's not a big deal. I want a devil fruit." "Sengoku, help me find one." Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and he asked in doubt, "Cap, devil fruit? What do you want this for?" "Ah, that's it." AI fan said he wanted one for an experiment. "Ha ha," Garp said with a big laugh. "What did you say? Do an experiment? Is he Vegapunk? You bastard, want something as rare as a devil fruit?" Sengoku was speechless. He has always been very kind to AI fan, because not long after AI fan came to the naval headquarters, he received the news of the sacrifice of Karazhan, who he regarded as his adopted son, and because of this, many of his feelings were pinned on AI fan. If he wants it, then give it to him. "I happen to have a fruit that I plan to store forever, Garp. If he wants to eat this fruit, give him this fruit." Sengoku's eyes were filled with memories. He took out a purple devil fruit from a hidden compartment, which looked like an upright man, with various lines on it, which looked strange and mysterious. Chapter 16 Zephyr Recommendation. Garp took the fruit and looked at it carefully. "This fruit looks familiar." Warring states, "The fruit you ate at the time seemed very similar to this one." Warring states slapped the table. "It doesn't look good at all. I don't know what classification this fruit is, and it hasn't even appeared in the Devil Fruit Pokédex. I'm afraid it's a dangerous ability, so I'm going to seal it up." Garp put away the devil fruit, patted Sengoku on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, Sengoku." After saying that, he got up and walked outside. The voice of the Warring States came from behind. "Garp, you must train Ivan to be the strongest naval warrior. Our era will not last forever." Garp laughed, didn't look back, just waved his hand and said, "Relax, Warring States. AI fan will be the strongest naval soldier in the future. 3 years later, I will teach him personally. Then, send him to go over there with that old fellow Zephyr." Sengoku didn't respond to Garp. He returned to his desk, lifted the top page of information, and AI fan's photo appeared below. His detailed information is also above. Even his training in the G2 base is clear. "Is it suspected that the abandoned baby of Wano country, AI fan is very good." AI fan smiled at the G2 base. A week has passed. No one came to ask him, which meant that his shadow avatar technique would no longer be doubted. He heard what Stolberg muttered to himself. "Since the word of ninjas is circulating in this world, and there are countries suspected of possessing ninjas, it is also possible to expose oneself." In fact, he prepared a lot of speeches, but he didn't expect that no one would ask him. In fact, AI fan was too thoughtful. He was picked up when he was a baby, and Sengoku personally inspected him, and everything about him was closely checked. As for ninjas, Sengoku knew something. There are many strange things, and it is not impossible to imprint some things in the blood. As long as AI fan does not betray the Navy, things like avatars are just trivial things in the Warring States period. After all, he is a man who even Tan Long people dare to adopt. The most important thing is that AI fan also has the feelings he poured into him. Of the 10 captains, only Ivan and Drake are still holding on. Sooty went to the 1,000-person team where there were too many Shenyin sounds here. Forced out of high-intensity training. Their physique can't hold up to this kind of training, and Drake's ability to persevere is beyond AI fans' expectations. The other party's body is also very powerful. AI fan asked only to know that Derek is actually a devil fruit power user, but their training only lasted a month, and Stolberg pushed them out. Their training locations have changed, their characters have changed, their teammates have also changed, the people who train with them are stronger, and the teachers are stronger. After several days at sea, the two came to a secret base somewhere. There are more powerful soldiers here, and their instructors have also changed, replaced by the former Admiral of the Navy Blackwrist Zephyr. It is said that he has retired to teach his disciples. Stolberg and Zephyr have a good relationship, so he sent Ivan and Drake over together. Drake said he trained under Zephyr for a few days, only to leave for some reason. The timeline of the supporting roles is already vague. I also thought about it a lot and checked a lot of information before I felt the same. There are a few minor changes. Don't criticize me, the main things will not change. And after a few days, AI Fan only found out after communicating. Drake was also rescued by the crane. AI Fan had to sigh. This is all fate. Zephyr A Fan doesn't know who he is, but the name of the former admiral is enough. Moreover, AI Fan was shocked when the most powerful lieutenant generals of the Navy generation and Akainu Kizaru Aokiji were both disciples taught by Zephyr. Zephyr, who is in his 50s, has purple hair and a natural sense of deterrence. He is very strong, very strong. He is now the chief instructor of the Navy, and Garp is also planning to let Avon be taught by Zephyr when he is 10 years old. I didn't expect that Afan was sent directly by Stolberry. Garp's donuts fell off when they got the news. He had played against Zephyr, and it was not a winner or loser, and the other party also guided him. Warring states still played against him in part, and he was also guided. Zephyr is a true righteous person. He has no winners or losers in his discussions with all his disciples, and he has never killed any enemy. It's just that he is too strict and too gentle, and Garp has never thought of sending Ivan to Zephyr's hands so early. Hey, since that's the case, then give this fruit to AI Fan earlier. Garp smiled. And Ivan and Drake were separated after seeing Zephyr. The age gap between the two was too large, so the training places and methods were different. Zephyr is fierce, but he feels good to his disciples, and he treats his family as if he is not training. His training was hard, and the way Stolberry trained Evan was the way Zephyr trained him. Zephyr's whole person is very emotional, and AI Fan's impression of this old man has improved a lot with just a little contact. You are Garp's grandson? Zephyr's first sentence left AI Fan speechless. Garp's reputation is too great, and he has a long way to go if he wants to overtake him. I am AI Fan, the strongest navy in the future. AI Fan said earnestly. Haha, a great idea. It's just that your current physical fitness is not enough. You need to become stronger, and I will lead you on the road to becoming stronger, Zephyr said with a big smile. AI Fan smiled and his eyes were calm. He still has a long way to go. It seems that he was found a good teacher now. Evan Zephyr, who arrived on the first day, did not let him participate in training, but let him familiarize himself with the environment and people in this space, because he will spend a long time here. Garp arrived here in the afternoon. He first had a fight with Zephyr. The battle did not show much prestige, and there were only fist-to-fist collisions. The two fought for a long time without a fight, and AI Fan was taken back to the room by Garp, who looked refreshed. Taking out the purple devil fruit and placing it in front of Ivan, Garp said, "Bastard boy, our agreement is scrapped, and the fruit is here for you. This guy Zephyr is a good teacher. You should try to stay under him for as long as possible." AI Fan took the fruit, and his heart was very moved now. He didn't expect Garp to care about him so much. He just mentioned it, and he brought the fruit to himself so quickly. Then, you can try your own ideas. Let the shadow clone eat one and try it. Chapter 17 The Avatar Fruit, the Ultimate Avatar. Under Garp's puzzled eyes, Ivan cut the fruit in his hand into 9 pieces. You only need to take a bite of the devil fruit. Why do you cut it? Garp was puzzled. Hey, AI Fan smiled, his hands forming a seal. The art of multiple shadow clones. 10 Evans stood together, and Garp was stunned. What's going on? Ivan, why did your kid become 10? Could it be that you've already eaten devil fruit? Garp was a little confused. Haha. The 10 AI Fan laughed together. No, this is ninjutsu, Avatar. Do you understand? Smelly old man, the Iron Fist of Love. Bang. One of AI Fan's clones was directly beaten into smoke and dissipated. It turned out to be fake. Garp suddenly realized said, the Iron Fist of Love. Bang. This punch directly hit AI Fan's body, and AI Fan grinned in pain. How did you find me? Garp's punch was obviously aimed after finding the target, but AI Fan moved his position, so Garp could find him all at once. Haha. Garp laughed loudly. Your clone is very different from your main body. As long as you can see the domineering look, You can easily find it. Seeing the domineering look, AI fan was puzzled. Before and after the war on the top, there are words about domineering, but unfortunately AI fan's understanding of it is only limited to hurting the natural system. However, when the green pheasant and the white beard were fighting, there was a pirate next to him who said that the green pheasant was pierced with domineering by the white beard. But the green pheasant seemed to be fine. What is the situation? Old man, what is domineering? AI fan asked directly. You know for sure. Garp said solemnly, domineering is not something you can understand, and it is useless if you know it. I know, but I won't tell you. AI fan retracted his mind, and it's fine if he doesn't tell himself. He will definitely know in the future. Paying attention to the devil fruit in front of him, AI fan asked, what power does this fruit have? It must be a natural system, it must be a natural system, it must be a natural system. Garp laughed. I don't know. I don't know. Smelly old man, are you tricking me? AI fan was angry. The iron fist of love. Boom. AI fan covered the bag on his head with tears in his eyes. If you don't know, you don't know. Why are you hitting me? That's what it's like to show you what love is like. Garp's fists are always hard, so what he says is always right. Ivan always couldn't beat Garp, so now he can only put his own opinions in his heart after being beaten. However, something is better than nothing. Since it is a fruit treasured by the warring states period, it shouldn't be weak at all. I started it to avatar of AI fan directly ate part of the devil fruit in 3 or 2 bites. A room of clones looked at each other, and AI fan muttered, I feel like I have an extra brain. Isn't this fruit a brain fruit? The clone touched Hailoshi's 10 hands, and immediately fell to the ground. Garp wondered, don't you know your abilities? AI fan pondered. His clone ate the rest of the fruit, and then, AI fan felt that he had 9 more brains. And without any discomfort, I can control a total of 10 bodies to do anything. AI fan wants to cry. Is this the end? His body touched the seafloor stone, but there was no response. Ha ha, my plan succeeded. AI fan laughed excitedly. The body is not affected by the power of the devil fruit. I can still swim in the sea. The only fly in the ointment is that this devil fruit feels so useless. Garp had a shocked expression on his face. AI fan was puzzled. Did he find something he didn't find? Hey, old man, what's the matter with you? Garp swallowed and suddenly punched. Boom, bang, bang. All 10 AI fans were punched, and 10 big bags were bulging high, and AI fan felt the taste of being hit 10 times by fists. Smelly old man, do you want to kill me? AI fan shouted. Suddenly, AI fan was stunned. His clone was hit but did not disappear. What was the situation? AI fan ecstatically said, could it be that this is the true power of the fruit? If all the clones become entities, then it seems that I will rise against the sky. The AI fans checked each other, and the avatars have indeed become entities, and they will bleed and have feelings. AI fan can control and feel all 9 avatars plus his main body at the same time. Very good. Try to merge. AI fan made a seal, but did not disappear. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in AI fan's mind. One of his clones is sealed with the main body. The clone suddenly turned into the ray of light and merged into AI fan's body. And AI fan's body trembled for a while, and his physical fitness doubled in an instant. After recalling the clone, AI fan tried to touch the Halo stone again. The result is harmonious and the body softens in an instant. AI fan tried to recall all the clones. Boom. It was as if a rocket launcher had been placed in the body, and the body was full of power that had nowhere to vent. This feeling was as unpleasant as a volcano about to erupt. AI fan was very excited. Is this the power of the devil fruit, which improved my physical fitness tenfold in an instant? Garp has been watching silently by the side. He also saw AI fan's excitement. His eyes were filled with contemplation, as if he was thinking about something. AI fan did not directly test his ability, but reused the clone technique to try to see if the clone could be summoned. After the avatar was fused, the feeling of having 10 brains disappeared, and there was no sign of his own body becoming smarter. Moreover, after the avatar was recalled, AI fan suddenly knew the ability of the fruit. The avatar fruit can be transformed into an avatar after eating, and the avatar has all the power of the main body, and more uses have not been developed by AI fan. However, AI fan's situation is different from that of a normal devil fruit person. It is his clone who eats the devil fruit. AI fan reprinted and summoned the clone, and 9 rays of light flew out at the same time, and AI fan felt that he had 9 more brains at the same time. AI fan smiled and said, "Thank you, old man, the ability of this fruit is very suitable for me." Seeing that Ivan did not indulge in and changed his character after gaining power, Garp finally laughed. "Roger, you will be very pleased when you see this scene." But, the Iron Fist of Love. Bang, bang. "Want to tell my grandpa?" Garp's voice was very loud. AI fan covered his head and said, "Got it." "No, a ghost. Wait for me to become stronger in the future and see what you do." "A hero does not suffer immediate losses. I will let you go once." AI fan is very generous. "For the sake of giving me the devil fruit this time, I will satisfy your wish." It seems that being the strongest navy is also a good choice. Chapter 18: The Birth of the Strongest Genius in History, for collection. Garp left on the same day. It is said that he went to suppress the pirate unrest in the New World recently. 10 AI fan bid farewell to Garp together, and AI fan fell into endless training after that. Zephyr had just sent away a group of students, while AI fan started training with the new group. 10 AI fans stood in a row. There were 72 students in this group, and 10 AI fans were one of them. Before Zephyr came, everyone stood on the grass and waited. AI fan attracted everyone's attention, so there was no way. He wore the coolest pajamas today, a pair of summer beach pants, and an open-mouthed beach jacket with Ocean Beach coconut trees printed on it, colorful, very striking. While the others were wearing blue and white sailor suits, it seemed to AI fan that it was simply too low grade. "Hey, are you teens?" asked a person behind AI fan. AI fan looked back. A girl with blue hair, big eyes, small face, slender body, very beautiful. However, AI fan had no impression of her, just like Zephyr. "No, it's my ability. Although I don't know who the other party is, AI fan has always been equal to everyone." "Oh, you are also a devil fruit person. No wonder you are like this. I haven't introduced it yet. My name is Ain." Ain smiled. AI fan blinked and said, "My name is AI fan, Monkey D." AI fan, "Are you also a devil fruit person?" "Hey, our names are very similar." AI Yin blinked her bright eyes and said, "Hey, it really is." "But!" "Why are you ignoring my question?" All of them. There was a loud shout, and everyone stopped talking and stood up immediately. Zephyr's tall body came over, looked at the prepared people and said, "Now, get on the boat." Everyone obeyed. Zephyr said as he walked, "Navy, fighting at sea, our training is often carried out on board." On the deck, everyone lined up and stood up, and Zephyr was standing at the front. "Who is the devil fruit ability?" AI fan, Ain, and a sausage-mouthed boy stood up. "Others, go to the sea. Target the waterfall island 15 kilometers away." Everyone goes into the sea like dumplings. There are many oceans in this world. Except for those with devil fruit ability, there are basically no people who can't swim. On the way of the 15 kilometers, many naval soldiers were watching carefully, and if anyone had an accident, they would take action as soon as possible. You 3, weight training. Zephyr was very strict and serious during training. The 3 of AI fan put on their heavy-duty equipment and started frantic training on the deck. 10 AI fans train together, and the 10 brains feel almost the same. AI fan is thinking, if 10 of them train together, will the strength of their training increase tenfold? The 15-kilometer journey is not too far at sea, but for a teenager who wants to swim over, this distance is simply exhausting. It is not easy for the 3 of AI fan to be on the boat. Zephyr is challenging the limit of their physical strength. Every time AI fan's physical strength improves, the weight on his body will increase accordingly. At noon, the warship docked at the port of Waterfall Island. Everyone gathered, Zephyr said loudly. You will have physical training here for the next 6 months. Only those who exceed the limits of the human body can go to the next stage. Do you understand? Yes, everyone answered in a loud voice. Zephyr pulled out AI fan alone and said, recall your avatar and try to see if the power has increased. AI fan's eyes lit up. Is this something ready to teach his abilities? The other party is a former general of the Navy, and he is well informed, so he will definitely be able to help him. The light flashed, and all the AI fan's clones disappeared. On the other hand, he was standing on the spot with the almost uncontrollable power that suppressed him. Zephyr's eyes narrowed, obviously having an idea. Now for the actual combat class. You, in addition to Ain and Bins, go to battle with AI fan together. Hi. Everyone obeyed, clenched their fists and attacked AI fan. And the power that AI fan had nowhere to vent also found a vent, and the force under his feet drove the whole body, and AI fan burst out with all his strength. Bang! Ah! The dull sound of fists was always accompanied by screams, and everyone's first combat lesson was abused by AI fan alone. AI fan stood there, surrounded by teenagers who fell to the ground. Ain and Bins looked at each other. This young man is so powerful. AI fan gasped for breath. The result of training 10 clones together is obvious. The strength of his training has increased tenfold. With the fusion of his clones, his power has skyrocketed even more. Zephyr said calmly, fight with me. Hearing this, AI fan broke out directly. Bang! AI fan punched Zephyr's palm, but he didn't even shake the other's bent arm. Bang! AI fan's attacks continued, but were completely blocked by Zephyr. AI fan collapsed after 10 minutes of full blast. Even if Zephyr didn't attack, AI fan still used up all his strength. Zephyr's eyes moved. AI fan's strength and stamina surprised him, and the other party was only a rookie who had not trained for a long time. Such willpower, coupled with the ability of fruit, this boy has such a hard-working personality. I am afraid he will become the strongest genius in history under his own teaching. The previous Ake Ainu and Okiji have no such ability. Thinking that he is about to teach one of the strongest geniuses in history, even Yi Zephyr's temperament is a little excited. With this young man here, the pirates in the world probably won't have much time to be cool. Pirates. The era of great sailing. Your end is coming. Zephyr's expectations for AI fan went straight into the sky. Stand up, Zephyr said loudly. AI fan gritted his teeth. His whole body was sore, as if every muscle of his was torn. Every time he moved, AI fan trembled in pain. However, his will was tenacious. He gritted his teeth desperately and stood up straight. Zephyr watched with admiration as AI fan stood up with a willpower that surpassed the limit. He could see that the boy's physical strength was completely overdrawn. He was able to stand up entirely with that willpower. AI fan raised his head and looked at Zephyr tenaciously. Zephyr laughed and said, have you discovered your own shortcomings? AI fan was calm in his heart, barely speaking, and hoarsely said, if there is a shortcoming, what you want to say is my control. Yes, your fruit ability is powerful enough to increase your overall physical quality tenfold. But you can't master such power. Zephyr expressed his opinion. If your strength was originally 1, it is now 10. The ability the fruit brings to you is fixed, but it also depends on how you use it. Chapter 19 Return of Life. Recommendation. What should I do? Ivan asked. Zephyr laughed and said, it's very simple. Training. Enhance your control over your body. You have to learn to control every muscle, bone, and even blood vessels of yours. As long as you learn these, naturally you don't have to worry about losing control after your strength is strong. What should I train? AI fan asked in confusion. Secret skill. Life is returned. Zephyr's voice came. Return of life. AI fan pondered. He knows this skill. I have seen it in the Judiciary Island chapter. This is a skill that can freely control the body, hair, and internal organs. As long as the consciousness is poured into it, it can freely control any place. Lucci applied the method of increasing the speed when he was in the human beast form, changing the whole body to be the same as the human form. The attack power will be reduced, but the speed can be increased. The other who used Life Return was attacking while controlling his hair. In AI Fan's opinion, this skill is probably the #1 magic skill in One Piece. It's just that AI Fan didn't expect that he could learn this skill right away. Beginners need a quiet environment to succeed. Now, you should rest for a while. Zephyr's voice was very kind. Suddenly, the sound of snoring sounded, and Zephyr realized that AI Fan had fallen asleep standing up at some point. Hee. With a laugh, Zephyr shouted, "Everyone has it. Stand at attention." Hi. The teenagers who were brought down by AI Fan stood up one by one. Although they were still in pain, at least AI Fan knew how to restrain a little strength and didn't beat them to the bone. It is precisely because of this that Zephyr felt that AI Fan would become a navy like himself in the future. Therefore, Zephyr decided to teach all of his skills. Your first training session: persist under the waterfall over there for 2 hours. Elimination that can't be done within a month. Zephyr shouted loudly. The teenagers were stunned when they looked at the giant waterfalls, dozens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide. Seeing the decadent expressions of the teenagers, Zephyr said with a smile, "If you can persist under the waterfall for 2 hours, it means that you have the ability to practice one of the 6 naval styles. The 6th naval style is only the ability of officers at the level of generals." The eyes of the youngsters lit up, and one by one they flew towards the waterfall in the distance. "You two, with weights on your legs, run around the island and don't stop without my permission." Zephyr threw the selected weights to the 2 of them, and then walked towards the teenagers under the waterfall. "These idiots will get hurt if they keep pushing hard." The breeze blew, leaving AI Fan alone to sleep in place. AI Fan didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up, it was just in the morning. Not far away, there were Navy soldiers making soup. AI Fan woke up smelling the fragrance. When he came to the pot, Zephyr was sitting by the side holding a bowl of hot soup and drinking, and occasionally he would say a few words to the teenagers beside him. However, AI Fan always felt that something was wrong. Everyone would look at AI Fan deliberately, but this is not the point. The point is why everyone's eyes are the same. AI Fan tasted a sip of the hot soup, which was delicious and seemed to be very nutritious, so he drank it warm. But during this process, everyone was looking at AI Fan strangely. AI Fan blinked and asked, "I have flowers on my face or what? Why are you all looking at me like this?" The teenagers were speechless, and AI Yin came to AI Fan and explained the reason in a low voice. "Last night, after everyone's training was over, there was a large table full of food. AI Fan ate wildly in his sleep, and finally summoned a clone to eat up half of everyone's food. AI Fan was miserable. No wonder he woke up and felt that his body was full of strength again, and the muscle soreness from yesterday disappeared." "Was it because he was full last night?" Zephyr said to AI Fan. "According to your physique, Life Return is a skill that suits you very well. In an instant, the food in the body is digested into life force, the skills of life are strengthened, and life is returned." It's almost like it's tailor-made for this kind of person. In the cabin, 10 AI fans sat cross-legged to return their lives. This skill is difficult to get started, but it is not difficult to control it after learning it. Zephyr's guidance was still ringing in AI Fan's mind. Feel the existence of your own consciousness, find your own will, perceive every movement in your body, hear the sound of your blood flowing, and instill willpower into every inch of your skin and hair. 10 AI fans are sitting together quietly. 10 brains are quietly thinking, searching, feeling every part of their body. 10 days later, AI Fan walked out of the cabin. He was already skinny and hungry, but he succeeded. With tenacious willpower and the advantage of 10 of his own cultivation, AI Fan successfully realized this magical skill. He can easily change every part of himself now, although he will consume a lot of energy in the process. He has learned to return his life, and the energy that can be accumulated in his body can be said to go straight into the sky. The chefs moved quickly, and AI Fan started eating like crazy. AI Fan ate all the food on the entire warship alone. AI Fan got up. His height had grown to about 1 meter 2, his body was full of muscles, his hair had become long, and there was a large amount of storage. energy. Zephyr laughed and said, "Very good, now you have the qualifications to practice the complete 6 forms." Evan's eyes were calm. 6 style, very good. The first step of the journey of thousands of miles has begun. Zephyr arranged a training program for the teenagers and took AI Fan to an open meadow alone. Zephyr's behavior is very straightforward, and he doesn't say much at the moment, and directly said, 6 forms is a skill that goes beyond the limits of the human body. You have the foundation of returning your life. It shouldn't be difficult to learn some of these. AI Fan said with bright eyes. How long will it take me to learn? Zephyr said calmly, 6 moves are moves that can only be learned at the corporal level. You don't have any position now. AI Fan was speechless. What's the matter? He called himself over but said he couldn't teach. I really didn't know you were such a Zephyr. Seeing AI Fan's helpless expression, Zephyr continued, since you have an innocent background and are the grandson of my friend, I will teach you an exception. But I have one condition. What conditions? You're going to catch a pirate after you learn the 6 forms, Zephyr said seriously. AI Fan waved his hand and laughed loudly. No problem, just a pirate. I'm talking about pirates with a bounty of at least 1 million or more. If you learn 1 trick and 6 styles, the bounty of pirates will increase by 1 million. If you learn all 6 styles, the bounty for pirates caught cannot be low. At 10 million. Chapter 26 Styles, for collection recommendations. AI Fan said sternly, relax, there are many pirates in this world who do all kinds of evil, and my goal is to put them all in prison and suffer. Another word AI Fan did not say. As long as he doesn't like to kill innocent pirates, he will still kill them. After all, this is the age of the great pirates! Exclamation mark. What's the big secret that everyone wants? What is the 100-year truth missing from history? All of these, AI Fan wants to see it. And most importantly, Ace! Exclamation mark. Zephyr was very satisfied with AI Fan's answer, and he could naturally see that AI Fan did not lie. The 6 styles of finger spear, iron block, shaving, moon step, languid foot, and paper painting. Shave. Step on the ground more than 10 times in a third of a second, using the explosive speed created by the reaction force to move. The iron block, in the body of the lean exercise, drums up the strength and makes it have the hardness of iron. Even ordinary bullets and swords cannot break through. The fly in the ointment is that you cannot move freely when using iron blocks. Paper painting, one of the defensive skills, unloading the power of the whole body, through the changes in the airflow generated by the opponent's actions. The attack towards itself can be avoided by a close shot. With the finger gun, the whole body's strength is gathered on the index finger, and the hardened finger is fired between the electric light and flint. The fingertips have the attack power of bullets and can easily penetrate the human body. Moonstep is also an advanced application of shaving. When jumping, you kick in the air and change the movement trajectory before falling. When you have this kind of air movement, you can launch attacks from the air without leaving any dead ends. Arashi's feet slash with the vacuum created by the ultra-high-speed kick. After mastering these 6 styles, there is one more trick, but you can't learn it yet. Zephyr taught very meticulously, and AI Fan studied it wholeheartedly. His learning speed was already very fast, not to mention 10 of him studying together. The first thing AI Fan learned was the iron block, which was centered on encouraging blood flow and hardening the skin. AI Fan, who had the return of life, learned very quickly. After being proficient in Iron Nugget, he can cooperate with almost all the other 5 styles. AI Fan, who has seen the use of CP9 by everyone, naturally understands the reason and the practice of iron blocks. AI Fan's cultivation method is also very simple, only to be beaten. 10 AI Fans were beaten together, and he controlled his whole body's blood to turn his entire body into a single piece of steel-like existence. And the Navy who helped AI Fan practice is holding sticks and knocking up and down all the time. AI Fan decided that since he started to practice, he would practice this style to the extreme. Maintaining the iron state is not a small load on the body, but AI Fans learned to return his life, This load is nothing at all. AI Fan's body became stronger in the continuous beating. His body was injured many times a day, and each time he returned his life to speed up the recovery of his injuries. During this process, AI Fan also discovered that as long as his clone was more than 500 meters away from him, the connection between himself and the clone would be disconnected, and within 500 meters, their connection would reappear. Cultivation is boring, but iron practice is full of blood and passion. AI Fan has to eat a lot of food every day to replenish the energy he consumes, and the progress of the iron is also extremely fast. In the first month, AI Fan was knocked all over by wooden sticks every day, and in the second month, he was replaced with iron sticks. His physical fitness is also skyrocketing in all directions, and his strength and speed have become stronger because of the iron practice. It's time for the third month. AI Fan, are you sure you want to practice like this? A colonel said with a long sword in his hand. Zephyr was standing in the distance. He didn't say anything about AI Fan's cultivation method. The General 6-type iron block was impacted under the waterfall, while AI Fan directly accepted the single-point impact of the weapon. The difference between them, not a level at all. AI Fan, maybe he will be able to master the 6 forms when he is 10 years old. Zephyr was relieved, and he saw AI Fan's efforts. Obviously, the talent is powerful, and he practiced so diligently. It really deserves his own declaration. Garp, he found a good grandson. AI Fan took a deep breath and said, "Come on. The impact of a blunt weapon has no effect on me. I need the impact of a sharp weapon like a sword to speed up my practice." The colonel took a deep breath and said, "You're a spiritual lunatic, AI Fan." AI Fan smiled and said, "Mad, maybe. I have my own perseverance. That kind of slow practice is not suitable for me. Get ready. I'm coming." AI Fan took a deep breath as the long knife approached. Iron block. King. The sound of the symphony of gold and iron came, and there was only a white mark left on AI Fan's body, and this white mark was still rapidly disappearing. 10 AI Fan appeared, and 10 Navy soldiers picked up their swords and slashed at AI Fan's body. Shoo! An AI Fan was suddenly cut over, and AI Fan groaned. The feeling of the clone would be conveyed to his mind at close range. Return of life. The clone shouted loudly, and the blood stopped flowing. I was ready for the Navy to step forward immediately, apply medicine, bandage, and serve food. One AI Fan reaches the limit, which means that the rest of the AI Fans are almost the same. Therefore, once one of the AI Fans is injured, the other navies will immediately stop attacking. This is practice, not execution. AI Fan is not someone who has a habit of being injured, who knows the pain of being slashed by someone. As the practice continues, AI Fan's body is still steadily getting stronger. Suddenly one day, the Navy looked at AI Fan with a knife, and AI Fan moved like a blessing, and a shock force came out, which directly broke the knife, and even the Navy soldiers who wielded the knife were shocked and flew out. He fell to the ground far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zephyr flashed to AI Fan's side, his eyes shocked, and said, "This is the power of counterattack." AI Fan smiled, and at this moment, 10 AI Fans has mastered this power. Well, at the moment of being attacked, the blood flow is accelerated and the muscles are inflated to double the attack and counterattack back. This trick he used stronger than Lucci. "Your iron practice has reached the pinnacle," Zephyr exclaimed. AI Fan shook his head and said, "Normally speaking, it's the ultimate. However, I have an idea. Now, my body needs to continue to get stronger." Zephyr was shocked. He was also proficient in the 6 styles, but he has been focusing on teaching students all these years, and his own practice has fallen behind. AI Fan, I look forward to the results of your practice. AI Fan smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it too. Starting tomorrow, let's do the final iron nugget practice. As for today, it's still early. Why don't you give yourself a vacation, such as buying a nice set of pajamas?" Chapter 21 Revo, please collect and recommend. There is an island not far from where Zephyr trained, and there is a town on it. There are tens of thousands of people living in it, and AI Fan occasionally goes back to buy some necessities, such as pajamas. He has a lot of Baileys on him, which are occasionally given to him by Crane and Warring States. This grandfather Garp eats donuts in addition to his own, and even used to buy clothes from AI Fan. The town has always been very calm. Although this is a great shipping route, there is also a branch of the Navy stationed here. Therefore, there are very few pirates attacking here. There is a large clothes shop in the prosperous area in the middle of the town, and AI Fan's clothes are all bought from here. Yo, AI Fan, what kind of pajamas are you going to buy today? As soon as they arrived at the door, the girl waiter inside ran out immediately. AI Fan has been here. Today is the 4th time. The first 3 times will sweep a large number of pajamas, and they have been long become a big celebrity here. Therefore, as soon as AI Fan arrived, the waiter immediately greeted him. AI Fan waved his hand and said, "Well, I want all the new pajamas. I'll pack them up and send them to Lovell's restaurant. I'll eat the owner of Lovell's restaurant is a 2-meter tall man with bulging muscles. He is strong enough to kill a bison with one punch. Their family is an ancestral slaughter of cattle, and Revo is unwilling to be ordinary. He opened a restaurant and sold beef. It is famous for its large and delicious taste. His father is a well-known cattle killer, and Revo opened a beef restaurant. According to Revo, it is the pride of his father." Yo, AI Fan. Seeing AI Fan, Revo immediately greeted with a big smile. The last time AI Fan ate here, he ate 2 whole cows, and he was very surprised that time. AI Fan jumped on the stool, patted the table and said, "A big glass of juice, a small bottle of rum, and 3 fat cows that you stewed. Hurry up. Don't worry, I'll be here soon." Revo laughed loudly, and he flicked his scarf and shouted at the back, "Old man, it's time to work." He went to the back and shouted 3 times in a row, and suddenly there was a sound of knives flying in the backyard. In 15 minutes, Lovell came out with an oversized plate on which were neatly stacked 3 cows that had just been slaughtered. Revo's father, it is said that he was a pirate when he was young, and later retired and went home to slaughter cattle. But Ivan heard Revo boast about his father, saying that when he was young, his father could kill a head in 1 minute. Beef sliced into thin slices of meat. It's just that it's sold now. AI Fan has never seen his father's appearance, and he has never come out in the back. The beef was boiled in a large pot, and Revo came to AI Fan with a mysterious face and said, "AI Fan, what do I think about going to sea after 2 years with my strength?" AI Fan's eyes narrowed and he said, "Going to sea? Do you want to be a pirate?" Revo nodded and said, "Yes, my father's dream is to find the legendary treasure, a Nepes. I think that since he failed, I, as his son, have an obligation to help him fulfill his dream." "Bullshit, who said I failed?" "I've been to the end of the Great Route, bastard!" Revo's father yelled from behind. AI Fan smiled and said, "Why do you want to be a pirate?" "If you become a pirate in the current era of great voyages, you will most likely die on the Great Route." Revo's father didn't continue to speak, and he didn't know if he acquiesced to AI Fan's words. Lovell said to himself, "Impossible. With my strength, I can easily gallop on the Great Route. I just need to find a few crew members." AI Fan was speechless. How did he meet a stunned young man? Revo said more and more, his eyes were shining, and he asked with something called a dream, "AI Fan, what kind of person do you think I am looking for as my crew? Also, you said what is the right age for me to go to sea?" AI Fan blinked, looking at Revo's stubborn face, his 2-meter tall body, and the bulging muscles. "Are you 30 years old this year?" "It's better for an uncle of this age to marry a wife and have children at home." "Don't have such meaningless dreams. Even if you have the strength, the big secret treasure will not belong to you. It belongs to a person named Monkey D. Luffy. This is the era of those people!" Revo was stunned. He slapped the table with both hands, and AI Fan felt that his stool seemed to be shaken. "I'm only 15 years old this year. AI Fan." "Hey Tilda, 15 years old?" AI Fan's jaw was about to drop. My god, is he really 15 years old with stubble all over his face, 2 meters tall, and muscles like a stone? AI Fan packed up his mood, comforted himself in his heart. "Don't be too surprised. Is there anything in the comics? I wouldn't be shocked if a white beard fell from the sky in front of my eyes now. Okay, but I advise you not to be a pirate. A pirate with the same temperament as that person won't live long. After all, you don't have the aura that you won't die no matter what you do. AI fan persuaded with good words. A person without a dream has no right to ridicule other people's dreams. Laveau's father spoke again. AI fan smiled and said, I have a small dream, such as defeating a general, and I also have a big dream, a dream so big that you can't imagine it. At this moment, AI fan's eyes shone with radiance that radiated people's hearts, and there was a strong confidence in his voice, and this came from his strength. AI fan believes that as long as he works hard to cultivate, he can become the strongest in the world with just a piece of iron. With the same aptitude, 1 year of self-cultivation is equivalent to 10 years of others' cultivation. Besides, his aptitude is inherited from Goldie Roger and his own heir, Leju, who is also the will of D. If you don't become the strongest heart in the world, how can you realize your dream? Revo was stunned by AI fan, speechless. AI fan's momentum was so strong at this moment that he didn't dare to breathe loudly. The breath of a king. Boy, who are you? After a while, Laveau's father's voice said slowly. AI fan smiled and said, AI fan, Monkey D. AI fan. Is it D? Hee. It's the same as my captain back then. Laveau's father asked with a sigh, are you a Navy? AI fan smiled and said, forget it. The people who picked me up and raised me were the Navy, and now I'm helping them fulfill a small wish, defeat a general and see. Ha. With a laugh, Laveau's father didn't speak again. Revo couldn't believe it. AI fan, your kid is actually a Navy? Yeah, I'm a reserve Navy now, and I'm still training. Ivan replied sincerely. Laveau said excitedly, AI fan, what do you think will be a good name for my pirate group after I become a pirate? Aren't you in the same world as me? AI fan almost felt powerless to complain. AI fan waved his hand, picked up the bone-breaking knife that Lovell was holding, and asked in front of his arm, Lovell, do you think my arm is tough, or is your knife tough? Laveau said with a smile, of course it's a knife. This knife was specially made for me. The previous knives were too weak. The implication is that I have cut off many knives. The bone crusher was broken into 2 pieces, and there was only a white mark on AI fan's arm. AI fan smiled, I don't speak, let the facts speak. Chapter 22 Attack, Recommendation and Collection. Laveau stared blankly at the broken bone knife. He knows the sharpness of this knife best, and it is only easy for him to use it to cut off the bones of cattle. But now, the incomparably sharp bone-breaking knife is actually broken? Or was it broken by a slash on a child's arm? What the hell is going on here? Laveau was puzzled. AI fan threw the bone crusher to the side, threw his arm and said, the skill I learned, one of the 6 naval styles, how about it? Do you want to learn it? Laveau said excitedly. Will I be the same as you after I learn? Laveau pointed to the bone-crushing knife that was broken in 2. AI fan smiled and said, as long as you are willing to work hard, nothing is impossible. With serious eyes, Laveau suddenly knelt on the ground and said, please teach me. AI fan didn't move, but said quietly, I can teach you. But you have to promise me a condition. What conditions? Laveau wondered. Become a Navy. Your talent is very strong. Becoming a pirate is a waste. AI fan said firmly. Laveau jumped up and directly refused. Impossible. It is my dream to be a pirate. I will form my big fleet in the future. It is absolutely impossible to become a Navy. People's desire for freedom will never be broken. Young Navy, you are too immature. Laveau's father said in a deep voice. Freedom is not something that only pirates can achieve. As long as you are strong, you can be free no matter where you are. AI fan responded calmly. Is strength the real freedom? Strong strength can help me achieve the freedom I want. AI fan replied in a deep voice. Ha. I don't know how high this guy is. When you face those world-famous pirates in the future, I hope you can still say such words. AI fan did not continue to pay attention to Laveau's father. The other party was a strange old man. A sunshine boy like me disdained to argue with the other party. Who can say clearly about the future? Revo, is my beef almost ready? AI fan asked, staring at the fragrant cauldron. Oh, I'll help you get it out. AI Fan's words woke up Lovell, who had just fallen into deep thought, and the latter hurriedly poured out a large piece of beef and placed it in front of AI Fan. AI Fan ate the delicious beef, as if nothing happened just now. Since you don't want to obey me, forget it. This is your freedom. After eating a large pot of beef, AI Fan drank the last bottle of drink, put Bailey on the table, turned around and left. When he walked to the door, Lavo suddenly said solemnly, AI Fan, will we meet again in the future? AI Fan didn't turn around, he just waved his hand and said, perhaps, but I hope that in the future it's not you who I personally arrest. Lovell walked to the back kitchen with contemplation, and opened the curtain to vaguely see the figures inside. With half black and half white hair, sitting in a wheelchair, with one leg and one arm, holding a bull-killing knife in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the direction AI Fan left, and the corners of his mouth were raised. Interesting boy. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly saw that his son was still in a daze. He suddenly jumped up and smashed his son's head. Bastard boy, double the training today. Oh, I see, Lavo responded in a hurry. But there was still contemplation in his eyes. AI Fan walks alone on the street. The atmosphere in the town is always harmonious and happy, which is many times better than the environment of the training base. Tired of the monotonous colors of the naval base, AI Fan, who occasionally came out to see the beautiful scenery here, found it very enjoyable. Little A Fan, there are 20 types of pajamas today. The store manager also gave Xiao A Fan a basket of delicious fruits. Hearing this news, AI Fan felt even more joyful. The climate on this island is tropical, so a lot of fruit. A basket of fruits for AI Fan is heavier than AI Fan himself. AI Fan carried the wrapped pajamas on his back and a fruit basket on his head, humming a little tune as he walked towards the warship. This boss is a good man. Next time I come here to buy some more comfortable pajamas, AI Fan said happily. A few minutes ago, a few shadows appeared on the sea in the distance, and the shadow of the skull flag flashed by. Boss, there is a naval warship on that island in front of you, a pirate said, putting down the telescope in his hand. Never mind, it's just a warship, we are the Colby fleet. We'll sink it. Little ones, sail at full speed, said the tall pirate leader. Oh, everyone should drink. And on the island, the Navy has sounded the alarm, and all the navies on the island have moved. The warship that AI Fan was on came here to buy supplies, and all came here were some handymen, except for AI Fan, who was on the boat. The top commander on the warship was only a second lieutenant. At this moment, the lieutenant, who belongs to the 125th branch of the Navy, has already stood with the second lieutenant. Although the position of the lieutenant is higher, he is a member of the branch. In terms of strength, it is estimated that he is almost the second lieutenant of the headquarters. All attack, let the residents evacuate across the road first. Let's go to the beach to stop the pirates. The middle commander commanded up and down, although it is rarely attacked here, but for those who can become a naval lieutenant, even a branch lieutenant has some abilities. Contact the training base. The other party's arrival has been confirmed, the Colby pirates. The captain is the big pirate who has been to the New World with a bounty of 120 million. Busan Colby. Second lieutenant, do you want to get on the ship to attack? The lieutenant on the island said solemnly. The second lieutenant of the warship said, no, your judgment just now is very accurate. The other party has 5 ships, and the captain's strength is very strong. If we want to protect the residents here, we can only block them on the island. If the warship is sunk at sea, we're absolutely done. Everyone, attack head-on and stop the pirates from the beach. Zhang Zhuo shouted loudly. At the distant naval base, Zephyr just received news that an island not far away was attacked, and his response was very fast. 5 warships set off together, and one of them was full of students from his group, sailing at full speed. The information shows that the behavior of the other pirate group has been very bad. We can't have any delay, Zephyr said solemnly. Oh, attack with all your strength, the Navy shouted. Zephyr glanced somewhere on the warship, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What would he do if it were him? ... Boom! The sound of the shell exploding sounded, and AI fan was stunned, put down the fruit and pajamas in his hand on the street, and moved quickly towards the sound of the shell. There were islanders running against him everywhere. Suddenly, "Hey, kid, don't run around, hurry up and hide with me." A young man suddenly hugged AI fan head on, and was about to carry AI fan away. The people around also consciously gave way to him immediately, but the young man tried his best, but he did not shake AI fan in the slightest. AI fan gently pushed the young man away and said with a smile, "I'm a Navy, and I'm very strong." What a joke! If you are a child, run away. Pirates are attacking, but the other party is a big pirate known as a trafficker. The young man's face was a little grim. AI fan just wondered why these people looked so cute. Chapter 23 Impact Fruit, Seeking Collection Recommendation. AI fan's figure jumped high and jumped on the roof at once. To the young man who wanted to save him just now, he said, "You all run away, I'll go back to stop the pirates." After he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave, but AI fan suddenly remembered something, turned around and said with a smile, "I am the character who will defeat the Admiral in the future." People were surprised, but after seeing AI fan's strength, they stopped paying attention to it. They couldn't ignore it if they wanted to. People who can easily jump to the roof are not ordinary. The young man was shocked by AI fan, but seeing AI fan's figure, he gritted his teeth, and he stayed away from the battlefield with the crowd. A person's kindness and a person's courage are not the same existence. AI fan jumped up from the roof and landed firmly on another house. This is the fastest, and will not affect the fleeing people. There was thick smoke on the beach in the distance, and the Navy set up cannons on the beach to bombard the pirate ship, and even sank a large ship of the other party. However, the Navy was also heavily damaged, and the team of 200 people could now fight less than 150 people. And the pirates are already close at hand. "Come on, Tilda!" The pirates roared and rushed up, and the Navy raised their guns and fired. Bang bang! Many pirates fell in response, but some Navy fell to the ground because of the pirates shooting. "Little ones, step back, the deputy captain is about to take action." The pirates retreated in unison. A tall pirate jumped on the beach to confront the Navy. His hands were huge, more than double the size of the average person. His upper body was bare, and his bulging muscles looked extremely penetrating. He suddenly swung back and threw a punch. Air cannon. Boom! The violent airflow blew past, and the Navy in front was knocked off at once. In an instant, the 100-man Navy lost its combat effectiveness. The remaining dozens of navies saved their lives under the blocking of the lieutenant and the lieutenant. "Oh, your strength is very good. You can actually block one of my attacks," the man sneered. Lieutenant said in a low voice, "Cliff, the person who has the ability to impact the fruit, the deputy captain of the Colby pirates. The bounty is 44 million Baileys." "Oh, you know quite a lot." "The Navy," Cliff said with a grin. "Don't get carried away, pirates." The lieutenant attacked suddenly, and the long knife in his hand suddenly swung out. "High-pressure shock," Cliff growled in a deep voice. Boom! The long sword of the middle colonel was broken, and the whole person was hit by the shockwave and flew far away, and his body was red, as if he had been scalded. High-pressure shock, imitating the shockwave of a pressure cooker, Cliff's specialty. "Children, go to the island and take away all the young men, women and children. These people are very good slaves." Cliff laughed wildly. "Don't even think about passing here." The lieutenant stood with his sword in hand. "Navy, how many times can you withstand my attacks?" "I'm the deputy captain," Cliff shouted. High-pressure shock. Boom! An invisible shockwave penetrated the air, and the lieutenant drank. Shaved. He escaped the fatal blow in an instant, and his figure instantly appeared beside Cliff and slashed out with a sword. "You're very good, Navy." Cliff was not flustered. Air shock. Boom! The surrounding air vibrated, forcing the lieutenant away at once. Cliff laughed wildly and said, "Although I could have killed you just now, but I'm not going to do that. I want you to watch the residents of the island being taken away by us, and you, the Navy, Can only watch. I can't do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. The pirates rushed into the island recklessly, while the navy was beaten by one person and was powerless to fight back. The only remaining second lieutenant was Blade-like Cliff's cat scratching a mouse. The second lieutenant gritted his teeth and attacked the figure in front of him with all his strength. On the island, AI Fan suddenly saw that the pirates had rushed into the island. He didn't care to hurry. He jumped off the roof and blocked the pirates who were running on the road. The pirates looked at the child standing in the middle of the road in a daze. Is this child stupid? Hey, stinky boy, are you here to ask us to sell you? A pirate laughed. Ha ha. His words made the hundreds of pirates who rushed into the island laugh together. AI Fan raised his head, smiled and said, "What are you guys trying to do when you rushed into the island?" Ha ha. Are you a fool? Of course we rushed in to capture and sell everyone on the island. We are the Colby pirates. The pirates shouted. AI Fan smiled and said, "So it is. In this case, you can die in peace." Ha ha, boy, there is a limit to jokes, right? Just because you are a stinky boy, you still want to stop our Colby pirates? The leading pirates laughed loudly. It's not just him. Lavogo's body jumped out of the side alley. AI Fan, such pirates are not the pirates in my mind. I don't like them, although Revo's body as high as 2 meters is a bit terrifying. The pirates are not worried at all. Their number is more than 100. The corners of AI Fan's mouth twitched. Revo, protect yourself. And he walked towards the pirates step by step. Revo held the huge bone-shattering knife in his hand from behind, followed behind AI Fan and said, "My strength is very strong." Little AI Fan. At this moment, although there were only 2 people, their aura even directly suppressed the more than 100 pirates on the opposite side. The headed pirate had cold sweat on his face, and he faced the greatest impact on the momentum. At this moment, he looked at AI Fan's small body and was even a little scared. However, thinking of the more than 100 brothers behind him and the steady stream of reinforcements coming, he felt that he did not need to be afraid of any forces. Stop joking. With an angry roar, the pirate slashed out with a fierce knife. The expected scene of blood splattering did not appear, and the pirate's long knife was directly pinched by AI Fan. "I really don't like pirates like you at all." Click. The long knife that AI Fan held in his hand was directly broken by him. AI Fan clenched his fist, and there was a faint light on his hand. Iron block, train shock. Boom. Like being hit by a speeding train, the pirate was punched dozens of meters away by AI Fan, and even the dozen or so people behind him were hit by him. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Is this really just a child? What a joke! A pirate roared fiercely. Bang! A pirate shot directly. Go to hell! The gun-wielding pirate shouted. At such a close distance, he couldn't miss it. AI Fan! Lavo yelled anxiously, reaching out to pull AI Fan, but unfortunately he didn't have time to do so. Chapter 24. The Front is Hard. Recommended collection. Clang! The bullet hit AI Fan, but it didn't show what it should have been. Iron block. Even if there is no special mystery, ordinary bullets, AI Fan can basically ignore it. A small hole appeared in the clothes that had been penetrated by the bullet. The bullet slowly fell, and there was not even any trace of the place where AI Fan was hit. Just kidding. What kind of monster is this kid? The pirates who saw this scene were shocked. AI Fan didn't give them too much time to be surprised, and the navy on the beach didn't know what was going on. It's better to solve these trash fish as soon as possible. Fists. AI Fan raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Just let you see the results of my iron practice." Iron block, train shock. With a violent punch, more than a dozen pirates in front of AI Fan were slammed into the air. Ivan's iron block has been practiced to the point that any part of the body appears alone or moves in the state of iron block, and the power of doing so is enormous. The strong iron block, coupled with the powerful body power in the continuous training, AI Fan's strength has already been turned upside down. Drink. Following Ivan, Lavo rushed out with a loud shout. His bone-crushing knife swung violently, and ordinary pirates are not his enemies at all. As he said, Lovell's combat power is not low. Brothers, don't be afraid, there are only 2 of them, and we will exhaust them to death if we are tired. Go ahead. Kill Artilda, with a fierce momentum. The pirates swarmed up. AI Fan sneered, but secretly said in his heart, the pirates in the New World are really fierce. They know the difference in combat power, but they still don't back down. They are really tough guys. Iron nuggets, drumsticks. AI Fan held one hand sideways, swinging it out like a wooden hammer beating a drum. Boom! A drum-like sound sounded, and the hit pirate instantly vomited blood and fell to the ground. The surrounding pirates gathered round. AI Fan suddenly jumped high, the iron body wrapped around his body, and AI Fan drank slowly. Iron profound truth, heavy hammer. AI Fan's body reversed, like a sledgehammer falling from a high height, violently slamming into the pirates below. Boom! The ground was shattered by this blow, and dozens of pirates were sent flying together and then vomited blood and fell to the ground. AI Fan fell to the ground, and the pirates seemed to fight more and more. Revo's bone-crushing knife was still waving wildly, and no pirates could get close to him during the mad dance. Shoot! A pirate commanded everyone to shoot, and the target was Revo not far away. AI Fan was angry, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Revo. Iron, fly back! Clank clang! The bullet hit AI Fan, and without exception, all of them were bounced off, and then a dozen pirates around him fell together in pain. Flying back, AI Fan's advanced move of cultivating iron blocks can double the attack of others and counterattack back. Train, shock. AI Fan threw a punch with all his strength. He is now in a state of iron, and he has learned to return his life, and even mastered it to an exceptionally powerful level. Even if his whole body is full of iron, he can move freely and easily. This trick was just mastered by him. He already has a high talent for physical skills. Together with 10 clones, AI Fan's practice in these few months is even better than others' practice in a few years. Thank you, AI Fan. Revo shouted at AI Fan after cutting off a pirate. AI Fan smiled and said, you better take care of yourself. Don't be stunned. The pirates came like a tide, and AI Fan exhaled. Iron Nugget, ultimate train impact. AI Fan kicked out with both feet, grabbed the 2 pirates in front with both hands, and rushed out like a running train. The pirates in front wanted to run, but unfortunately AI Fan's impact swept the entire street. The pirates in the back couldn't see the situation and wanted to rush up, and crowded with the pirates in front. Artilda. In the roar of AI Fan, all the pirates in front of them flew high as if they were hit by a train. AI Fan rushed out of the crowd, and more than 200 people placed dumplings and fell from the air. And the few pirates left were frightened and almost fell to the ground. Revo roared forward, and slashed all of them. AI Fan, we succeeded. Revo came to AI Fan excitedly. Under their feet, the pirates who fell on the ground, some of them lost consciousness directly, while others were howling in pain. This scene is heartwarming. AI Fan took a breath. There was a restaurant next to him. AI Fan couldn't care less, rushed inside and ate everything in the kitchen within a minute. Revo stared blankly at this scene. AI Fan's stomach seemed to be endless, and the food that was bigger than himself entered his stomach and disappeared immediately. And this is the effect of the return of life plus his own strong physique. What he ate was instantly digested, and then absorbed by his tired body. After eating, AI Fan realized that his body had actually become stronger. The corners of AI Fan's mouth twitched. Sure enough, fighting is the fastest way to progress. The 2 moved quickly towards the beach, where there were still shouts of killing. Navy, why don't you give up? Cliff shouted. The second lieutenant opposite him has been knocked down by him more than a dozen times, but each time the other party stands up again with willpower. What qualifications do you have for a pirate like you to let me give up? The second lieutenant shouted, his expression grim and blood on his nose and mouth. Even if you die, I won't let you go any further. Cliff said solemnly, Navy, I admire you very much, but time is limited. You go to hell. High pressure impact. The second lieutenant closed his eyes subconsciously. It is a reluctance to even stand up now, Facing such an attack, he could only close his eyes and wait to die. Cliff's fist was getting closer and closer, and the second lieutenant's eyes quickly surfaced his experience. With a touch of regret, the second lieutenant faced his own death calmly. Iron, fly back. The second lieutenant suddenly opened his eyes, and a small body appeared in front of him, and this body blocked Cliff's attack without retreating. Evan, bang! The violent impact rebounded, and Cliff was bounced more than 10 meters away. And AI Fan left a burn mark on his chest. California got up from a distance, moved his wrist, and stared at AI Fan with penetrating eyes. The destructive power of my punch is comparable to that of a cannonball, plus the ability to impact fruit. Kid, your heart should have been cracked by the impact. With tears in his eyes, the second lieutenant looked at AI Fan's little back and choked. AI Fan suddenly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood with blood clots, and the corners of his mouth curled up and said, "That's right. The destructive power of this punch is really terrifying." Pirates. Second lieutenant was pleasantly surprised and said with joy, AI Fan. Evan. Brother, can you say something else? Chapter 25 Blast. Recommended collection. Cliff stood not far away and said solemnly, "Are you also a Navy kid?" "What do you think?" Evan asked back. "Haha, it's rare to see such a young Navy as you." Cliff laughed. "Besides, your willpower is so good, your heart must have been shattered in ordinary people's words, but you actually endured it." The corners of AI Fan's mouth twitched. Just now, he really almost broke his heart. If he hadn't learned to return his life and forced his heart to shift a bit, AI Fan was certain that he was already dead at this moment. The corners of his mouth twitched, and AI Fan said softly, "Actually, I also want to thank you." "Thank me? How to thank me for not killing me?" "Ha ha ha." Cliff laughed. "No. But thank you for letting me see the weakness of iron and giving me the opportunity to cultivate this weakness," AI Fan said with a smile. The shock just now made Wang Ju understand that the iron block can only defend against superficial attacks, but the shock iron block attached to this pirate fruit ability cannot defend against it. The inside of his body is still very fragile, and his punch made AI Fan see the direction of surpassing the ultimate iron block in the future, which is to cultivate the iron block into the internal organs. Let your body truly become a god-level iron block. Cliff grinned. "Do you think I'll give you a chance to escape, young Navy?" "Haha, a strong man like you is the favorite slave of those rich people, not to mention that you are so young. If we catch you, it's a good price." AI Fan said coldly, "Then I want you to catch me." "Revo, keep the second lieutenant away from here. And you should also hide away." "It's useless. Even if you hide in the sky, you can't escape our pursuit. Our crew has already surrounded the entire island." Cliff laughed. AI Fan said with a smile, "You said those crumbs, they were cleaned up by us before we arrived." "Traffickers." "Those idiots," Cliff exclaimed. "If you say that, you are quite strong, young Navy." Air shock. Boom. The transparent air condensed into a shockwave and quickly hit AI Fan. AI Fan clenched his fists and hammered down hard. Iron block, heavy hammer. Boom. With a loud bang, the shockwave from Cliff was actually smashed by AI Fan. "Oh, the strength is really good." Cliff grinned. "Eat my move, the sword of impact." The shockwave gathered into a long sword and charged straight towards AI Fan. AI Fan opened one hand, in the shape of a knife, and he slashed sideways. Iron block, break, clang. The blade formed by the shockwave was cut off by AI Fan with one hand. "You take my trick too." AI Fan broke out suddenly. A huge force was placed on the iron block, and a ruthless punch was suddenly thrown out. Train impact. Like a fast-moving train, Ivan charged towards Cliff violently. Cliff spread his hands. Shock barrier. Click. Like broken glass, the transparent barrier was knocked open by AI Fan. Cliff's eyes shrank like needle points, and he was surprised. Is this person not afraid of shocks? But it was just a thought. AI Fan slammed into his stomach with a violent punch. Bang! Cliff's body flew upside down and landed on the big boat not far away. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and just now, He almost punched his intestines out. Shock jump. Cliff jumped back to the beach in an instant. "You piss me off, Navy." The corners of AI Fan's mouth twitched and said, "It should be said that you annoyed me, pirate." Biggest wheel. High-pressure shock. Cliff's fists were smoking. The air around the fists was vaguely deformed, and his fists were rapidly approaching AI Fan. AI Fan shouted, "Iron block, the ultimate drain shock." Boom. The fists of the two slammed together fiercely, and the huge shock wave overflowed, and the two turned out to be deadlocked. "Navy, your body will be shattered by the direct impact of the shock wave." Cliff attacked with all his strength. AI Fan's fist did not let go. Blood surged, and his fist even swelled a lot. "I can't be defeated by a nameless person like you," AI Fan shouted angrily. Other hand clenched. "Ultimate, train shock." Cliff sneered, and the other fist also swung out. High temperature shock. Boom. The fists of the two went directly wrong. Cliff was surprised. This kid wants to die? But he is also a man who has experienced hundreds of battles, and he is fierce and powerful. The speed of his fist did not decrease at all, and he slammed into AI Fan's head fiercely. And AI Fan's arm suddenly grew a point, and he just punched Cliff's heart before Cliff hit him. PFFT. With this blow, Ivan's fist directly penetrated Cliff's heart, and his fist stopped when it was only 1 centimeter away from AI Fan's head, and finally fell slowly. How could it be possible with endless unwillingness? Cliff fell directly to the ground. According to his calculations, his fist should be the first to arrive. It is a pity that he would not have thought that AI Fan, who is proficient in life return, can change the bone shape of his arm. That is, the distance of this centimeter has sealed AI Fan's victory. Cliff's body fell, and the breath of life dissipated in an instant. On the pirate ship, several figures suddenly jumped out, and the terrifying aura seemed to be stronger than that of Cliff just now. AI Fan expressionlessly restored his temporarily transformed body to its original state, which was very painful. But AI Fan endured it without changing his face. AI Fan would be seriously injured every day when he was cultivating iron blocks. He was already used to this kind of pain. In the town, a mysterious gas condensed, and a yellow fruit with a strange pattern was formed on the fruit placed somewhere on the beach. Looking at Cliff's icy body, Colby said angrily, "You bastard, how dare you kill my beloved subordinate? I'm going to smash you to pieces." Bang bang. The three behind him fired at the same time, and the bullets poured down like rain. "Iron, fly back." The moment the bullet hit AI Fan, it was bounced off, and the impact was scattered in all directions. A bullet that just happened to hit him with his sword. "Is it a double shot, Navy? However, that's it for you." Shoot. Boom. A cannonball came quickly, and AI Fan, who couldn't dodge in time, was directly hit. Thick smoke rose, and Lovell rushed over with a loud roar. "You bastards, how dare you give AI Fan to?" Lovell rushed to Colby's side, but was knocked off the bone crusher by the opponent's sword, and even flew with his tall body. Lovell's body fell to the ground, and a huge wound appeared on his body, but his eyes were looking at the place where AI Fan was standing, with sadness in his eyes. "Damn, it's all my fault that I'm too weak to let AI Fan know." Chapter 26 arrived. Recommended collection. AI Fan's voice came from the smoke. "Hey, I'm not dead yet, don't curse me." Revo was surprised, Colby and others were surprised. AI Fan. Levo struggled to his feet and ran to AI Fan's side. The smoke cleared, and AI Fan's body was revealed. He was standing in a pit, with only half of his trousers hanging on his body. There is blood flowing out of AI Fan's forehead, and this is the only place where he bleeds. "Revo, run father," Ivan said with the corners of his mouth twitching. After the long howl, AI Fan attacked violently. "Ultimate, train impact." Colby sneered and motioned the people behind him not to do it. He slammed his fist out and collided with AI Fan's fist. Clang. Like steel colliding, AI Fan only felt pain in his bones, and when a strong force came out, AI Fan was thrown far away by the impact. How is it possible? That person is obviously not in the state of learning iron. AI Fan flew into the distance, with disbelief in his eyes. Colby sneered and said, "You kid, don't you know what domineering is? Use ordinary fists to smash armed arrogance, kid. Should I say you are brave or stupid?" Domineering. AI Fan knew that domineering was strong, but he didn't expect domineering to be so strong. Colby's combat effectiveness was beyond imagination. Colby raised the long knife in his hand. "I'm a big pirate with a bounty of 120 million, Busan Colby." AI Fan stood up, and his arm was even broken. Although the return of life helped him relieve a lot, the injury of a broken bone is definitely not something that can be cured in the wild. Could it be that my virgin is about to be born here? There was a little regret in AI Fan's eyes. Although he is only a clone here, who knows what will happen when the clone dies? What if it can't be recalled in the future? What if this avatar dies forever? More importantly, if you die, what will the residents of this island do? Could it be that these pirates are allowed to plunder and sell them, so that their supposedly happy lives will go to the most tragic fate? No, I won't die. I will stop them until the reinforcements arrive. AI Fans will has never been so firm. "What's the matter, kid? Are you scared?" Colby grinned. "As long as you obediently admit defeat and get through my crotch, how about I kindly let you die?" AI Fan's heart is like a mirror, but his face is surprise. "Can you let me go?" Colby laughed. "Of course, I'll do it." But he sneered in his heart, "Fool, I will humiliate you in every possible way, and finally hack you to death with one knife at a time. Ha ha, at that time you begged me with desperate A's, TSK. It's a perfect treat." AI Fan walked very slowly, walking towards Colby step by step. Laveau shouted loudly behind AI Fan, "AI Fan, don't." In the end, he threw himself on AI Fan at once, and hugged AI Fan's legs with both hands, never letting go. AI Fan broke free, kicked him far away, and then walked towards Colby step by step. "Ha ha, come on, boy, get ready to be one of us," Colby said, spreading his legs. When the distance between the two was only 5 meters, AI Fan bent over, as if to kneel. Colby looked expectant, and at this moment, he was extremely excited. Boom! What awaits is not AI Fan's kneeling, but AI Fan's full-strength explosion. One of the unfamiliar 6 styles, shaved, was used by AI Fan, and AI Fan's fist appeared in front of Colby in an instant. Ultimate Drain Blast. Boom! AI Fan was overjoyed. This punch hit right in front of Colby. Colby, however, only leaned back. His face was pitch black. Bang! Grabbing AI Fan's neck with one hand, Colby's face darkened, and blood dripped from his nose. But that's all. Boy, domineering isn't just for attacking. AI Fan, who was under the iron block, was pinched by Colby and was a little breathless. There was shock in his eyes. This kind of power was indeed beyond his imagination. Colby suddenly threw AI Fan into the air, and the sword light flashed, instantly splitting AI Fan into the air. "Huh? This kid's body is very hard. He wasn't cut open?" Colby sneered. AI Fan's body was thrown far away, but he still wasn't dead. Under the control of the return of life, AI Fan's wound stopped bleeding. He struggled to get up, stood upright and looked at Colby proudly. A huge wound was revealed on his body. Although the blood had stopped flowing, it still looked extremely terrifying. AI Fan's eyes were calm, without any fear. Colby seemed to be irritated by AI Fan's eyes, and he roared, "Boy, what kind of eyes are you looking at?" AI Fan smiled contemptuously. "Contemptuous eyes," AI Fan said imposingly. "A pirate like you, you are nothing more than a nameless person. If you don't use it for a year, I will find you again, and you will be smashed to pieces by me." The domineering power shocked AI Fan, but he didn't have any arrogance. "Failure will never knock me down." Colby laughed wildly. "Ha ha, boy, are you crazy? A year? You can't even make it through today." AI Fan simply closed his eyes and didn't look at him. His physical strength was exhausted, and it was no longer easy to stand barely. He now wanted to choose a better posture for death. "Chest," AI Fan still said contemptuously. "A garbage trafficker who calls himself a pirate is an insult to pirates." The pirates in AI Fan's heart are pirates who love freedom and stick to their dreams. This rubbish trafficker is not on this list. You said what? Colby was angry. He jumped high and stabbed AI Fan with a sword. AI Fan has been looking directly at Colby. Even when the blade is only a few centimeters away from him, he is still looking directly at him. Death is just. I am not afraid. It's a pity that Colby's blade can only stay a few centimeters away. A tall shadow appears next to AI Fan, and his purple hair shows his identity. Zephyr. What do you want to do to my students? Pirates? Zephyr's voice will always give himself a sense of security, and it will also give the enemy a terrifying pressure. And in the dark, hiding in the shadows, the figure sitting in the wheelchair also put away the kitchen knife in his hand. Holding the wheelchair with one hand, his shadow disappeared into the darkness. Zephyr's eyes moved slightly, as if he was looking at the figure leaving in the dark. Colby's arm was held by Zephyr, and he tried his best but couldn't break free. Although Zephyr has retired, his name still echoes on the Great Route! He is still the Navy known as Do Not Kill, the great pirate Colby, scared. His other hand rolled, and a short knife suddenly appeared and stabbed towards Zephyr's throat. The short knife was stopped directly, and even Zephyr's neck was not cut, and he did not use domineering. Zephyr said solemnly, your use of domineering is just like that. With his fists clenched, Zephyr punched Colby hard on the head. Chapter 27 Destroy the Group. Recommended collection. Colby was instantly knocked out hundreds of meters, hitting a coconut tree heavily and bouncing to the ground. PFFT. Colby, who was half kneeling, spat out a large mouthful of blood, and looked at Zephyr with obvious fear. He himself is good at physical arts, but these seem to not work in front of people who are better than him. Moreover, he saw an even more astonishing scene, only to see 9 identical AI Fan jumped onto the beach from the warship that came from a distance. One of them explained to him very kindly, this is 1/10 of my clone, I'm the clone of the clone fruit, and the fight with you just now was probably only about 1/10 of my strongest strength. PFFT. Colby spit out another mouthful of blood. AI Fan's words were so irritating to him. 1/10 of his strength. He actually killed his right-hand man, and forced himself to use domineering to win? What kind of monster is this kid? Recall, AI Fan's body and avatars were sealed at the same time, and the avatars all turned into rays of light and disappeared. AI Fan shook his head. Although the memory of the clone was already known after he approached him for 500 meters, the pain caused by the clone still stimulated him. The nutrients stored in AI Fan's body disappeared, and the clone was summoned again, and the damage suffered by the clone just now disappeared. This is the advantage of the clone. Although AI Fan doesn't know what will happen after the clone dies, as long as the clone still breathes, then he can repair the injury of the clone at the moment of recalling the clone. What is consumed is only the nutrients stored in the body. If the nutrition is not enough, it will consume life force, but AI Fan, including his body, has accumulated a lot of energy, and this is also the benefit of the return of life. Usually, the body accumulates a lot of energy, whether it is fighting or returning life to treat injuries. These energy will come in great use. If it weren't for the fact that the body had accumulated a lot of energy today, AI Fan would have fallen down many times. Woo, whoa. Whoa. AI Fan whistled with a relaxed expression on his face. The strength of the former Navy general is not a joke, not to mention, there are 5 warships in total, more than 900 people who came to support. Zephyr smiled, and there were only a few cadres left in the pirate group on the opposite side, and the rest were all down. This scene, Zephyr had already sensed it before going to the island. This guy, AI Fan, may really become the strongest navy in the future. His attention returned. Zephyr looked down at several pirate officials and said, are you surrendering on your own initiative, or will I beat you to surrender? What a joke. I'm Colby. Colby charged with anger. Zephyr clenched his fists and said, pirates who don't know whether to live or die. Boom. The battle on the beach was doomed, and AI fan took Revel to a safe place and brought in a military doctor to bandage his wounds. This guy's physique is very strong, and his vitality is the same as Xiaoqiang's. He also found a trick to stop the blood from the huge wound he just cut out. It can be said that with a little training, Revo is a natural warrior. The military doctor's technique is very clever. He controlled Lovell's injury with 3 strokes and 5 divisions. The rapid suture did not use anesthesia, and Lovell just groaned and stopped making a sound, which is enough to show his tenacity. The military doctor sewed up Lovell's wound and put medicine on it and left quickly. He threw a roll of gauze to Ivan to signal him to bandage Lovell, while he himself was involved in the treatment of other wounded. On the beach, there are not a few seriously injured Navy AI fans. 9 clones are busy saving people, while his main body is with Livo. Livo was a little silent, and kept his head down. AI fan bandaged his wound and seemed to ask questions. Do you want to be such a pirate? There are countless such pirates in the world. Do you still think it is the best to be a pirate? Lovell looked at the Navy wounded everywhere. Their painful whispers stimulated his mind, and finally, Lovell said in a low voice, "What I want to do is to help my father fulfill his dream. I wouldn't do such a thing." Evan shook his head and said, "As long as you become a pirate, you will definitely do such a thing. Maybe you won't take their lives in your beliefs, but can you guarantee that your future crew won't?" "I can." Lavo looked directly at Ivan. AI fan said contemptuously, "You can't, neither can One Piece. You know, what pirates yearn for is freedom. Since it's freedom, it can't be restricted by others." AI fan, "What should I do?" Livo was a little confused. "Think about it for yourself. In this era of pirates, whatever you do is your freedom. After I become the strongest navy, I may also be a wandering pirate. But before that, there were many evils in the world. The pirates have not been dealt with. I have justice in my heart, not the navy, not the pirates. And I have a justice in my heart that belongs to me." AI fan's voice was unusually loud. In the distance, Zephyr released Colby, who was in a coma just like his Carter's. With a smile, Zephyr seemed to sigh and said, "My own justice." This little brat, AI fan, is really incomprehensible. In fact, everything was done by AI fan to get Lovell to join the Navy. I tried to persuade him, just to find a reliable inner response for myself. This guy's head is born with a tendon, and he has a good physique in cultivation. He is the ideal candidate for him. As for AI fan's righteous words, all of them are true. Born in the world of One Piece, if you don't become a pirate, you are wasting your chance to live a lifetime. Although I feel sorry for a Garp Sengoku and the Crane who has always loved me, I also want to become a pirate after becoming the strongest navy. That would give them some comfort, wouldn't it? At the top of the war, he must save Ace, and how much worse is the result of the Ake Ainu shot and the betrayal of the Navy? In AI fan's heart, he was already prepared. Before that, everything should be aimed at improving strength. The internal layout of the Navy should not have too much influence on the world of pirates. Moreover, the situation of the Whitebeard pirates is definitely not something that I can influence now. With a touch of sadness, Lavo followed Ivan to the town. AI fan said that his pajamas were left there, and the fruit was afraid of being eaten by others. Lavo's thick nerves also changed a bit after the attack. He was thinking, would he really become such a pirate? If it weren't for today's Ivan and the Navy, wouldn't my town become a hell on earth? Thinking of the screams of the Navy, Lovell finally made up his mind. AI fan, I have decided to become a Navy. Then, like you, become the strongest Navy and then become a free pirate. Chapter 28 New Shocker, Recommended Collection. My goodness! AI fan suddenly exclaimed. Not because Revo said he wanted to join the Navy, but because he found his own pajama wrap and fruit. Finding it is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there is a devil fruit on his fruit. The round fruits have strange patterns, shining with mysterious colors. AI fan was surprised. What happened? Why does the devil fruit appear here? Could it be that someone sent me this because of my extraordinary talent? Evan thought happily. However, he quickly came back to his senses and put away the fruit. Who cares who he is? The devil fruit is a good thing. It is right to put it away first. About this, I remember who said that it takes 50 years for the fruit to be reborn. However, from the events of Ace and Burning Island, the fruit should be reborn immediately after the death of the capable person, so I wrote it like this. Everyone knows. You can tell me the information. Revo, what did you just say? Asked AI fan, who had recovered from his excitement. Revo reluctantly said again, I'm going to join the Navy. Okay, AI fan seemed to be still a little out of shape. Revo sighed. Why did he immediately go back after making this decision? Revo knew when he saw AI fan's smirking face. Because the future is bleak. The Colby pirates were wiped out, and Revo embarked on a journey with Ivan after saying goodbye to his father. I also appreciate this young Zephyr who has the courage to fight against pirates, although the other party's body is almost the same as his own. The ship set off 2 hours later, and all the plundered people on the Colby pirates were released and boarded the battleships of the Navy. Soon they will be sent to their respective hometowns by warships. The people who were used as slaves by the pirates in the cabin were basically ragged and smelly, and after being released, they all knelt on the ground and cried loudly. This scene deeply touched Lovell's nerve. After seeing these people locked in the pirate cabin, Lovell strengthened his beliefs even more. Kill all those nasty pirates. Be the freest pirate by yourself, and go where your father wants to go. Standing on the deck of the warship, Lovell felt a little sad. Although I said goodbye to my father, it is a pity that my father never came out to see him off. Zephyr stood beside the two of them, looking at the island in the distance and smiling without saying a word. There is a very strong person there. AI fan, you did a great job today. Zephyr praised rarely. He was usually very serious, and AI fan had hardly seen him compliment others, but now he suddenly gave himself a slap in the face, and AI fan felt a little flattered. Suddenly remembering something, AI fan took out the devil fruit that appeared in his fruit basket that he picked up, raised it in his hand and asked, Teacher Zephyr, do you know this fruit? Devil fruit? Is this a very rare thing? Zephyr was slightly surprised. AI fan asked, does Teacher Zephyr know what department this is? Zephyr said nothing, took out a thick book from behind and flipped through it for a while before saying, Superhuman abilities, impact fruit. If you eat it, you will become an impact person. AI fan was stunned. Could it be that the devil fruit will be reborn near him after he dies? That is to say, I have seen the fruits that appeared in One Piece before, and I have a chance to get them. Bearing the brunt, AI fan was the first to think of the thunder fruit. That kind of natural fruit is really worth eating when it becomes a landlubber, but if you think about it, Blackbeard's ability is also very powerful. Did you figure out a way to get it? Will this directly prevent the outbreak of the Top War? Alas, Evan sighed. What's the use of thinking so much that I haven't even learned the 6 forms yet? Or look at the moment and strive to improve yourself is the most important thing. Iron has a new understanding, and the way to improve AI fan is still under consideration. It's just that I have a new idea when I look at the devil fruit Ivan in my hand. Why can't the impact fruit be used for cultivation? Although you can't eat your own avatar, isn't there someone else? After the main body summons the clone, it will not become a landlubber. AI fan thinks that it is better not to eat the devil fruit on the main body. Revo, do you want to eat it? Devil fruit? Ivan asked after tossing the fruit up and down in his hand. Will it be strong after eating? Revo asked. AI fan replied, of course, there are many abilities to impact fruits. If you think about it from another angle, the last person with this ability really wasted such ability. Oh? As soon as these words came out, even Zephyr was a little curious. Do you have a different idea? Zephyr asked. The corners of AI fan's mouth twitched, and he seemed to say with emotion, shocking people, shocking force. If you think about it from another angle, shocking force is almost everywhere. Maybe it can wash away the pain in the human body with the help of the impact force. Maybe it can impact the enemy's body. Maybe it can impact other people's emotions. Maybe it can impact other people's IQ. Perhaps it is a certain kind of gas in the air instead of all the air, or it can also impact the enemy's touch, vision, taste, or directly impact other people's lives. Speaking of this, AI Fan felt that he was persuaded by himself. AI Fan thought in his heart, can he eat his own body and see? Okay, I'm starting. Lavo said without saying a word, grabbed the fruit with his hands and took a big mouthful. After eating the fruit in 3 or 2 bites, AI Fan asked softly, how do you feel? Lavo clenched his fists and said, I feel that my body is filled with endless power. Drink. With a punch, a wave suddenly splashed on the calm sea. The huge impact even directly blew the fish out of the sea. Although it's not as powerful as you said, I can impact the air now, Lavo said excitedly. Zephyr looked at Revo silently, similar to the shock wave of the Warring States period. This young man will be very powerful in the future. Zephyr looked at AI Fan on the side, and there was an indescribable taste in his heart. Such a young man is really unpredictable. Hey, but DS words have always been like this, AI Fan said to the excited Revo. Can you control the size and duration of the shock? Lavo thought for a while and said, you can try it. I saw his fingers move slightly, and a steady stream of weak shocks came out from his fingertips. AI Fan waved his hand happily and said, it's done. I have something that I have trained to become the strongest time block. Ha. Things? AI Fan, what do you mean? Even if Lavo was nervous, at this moment, he felt that something was wrong with AI Fan. Do you take me as something for cultivation? AI Fan quickly explained. No, it's me. You think of me as something for cultivation. The weak shock force of your cultivation shock waves should be very useful, right? It's like you manipulate the blood flow in other people's bodies. Impact? What are you kidding? I can't even control the impact of my own blood now. How can I control others? Revo was angry. Seeing the playful AI Fan and Lavo, Zephyr smiled. Such a young man is really full of energy, like my days at naval school with those guys from Garp! Chapter 29 Cultivation to God Iron Level. Back at the naval base and transporting the prisoners to the boat, Zephyr immediately called his group of students. Training can't stop. This field observation taught the students a good lesson, and Ryan, who was just 9 years old, even worshipped AI Fan as an idol. Although her ability can kill AI Fan in one blow, the premise is that she has to hit it. The newly arrived Lovell also caused a lot of shock to everyone, but the 15-year-old boy was 2 meters tall. How to say this is not common. Lovell's strength was already quite powerful, but after eating the impact fruit, it was even worse. One impact could bring down most of the teenagers in this group. You know, the aptitude of these young people is very high. Therefore, Zephyr gave AI Fan and reward the training method. Zephyr's training methods vary from person to person, which is probably why he can teach countless outstanding disciples. His eyes are very vicious, and he can always see the underlying problem at a glance. AI Fan wore a yellow checkered pajamas today. This pajamas is the latest style, very comfortable. AI Fan likes it very much. Lavo opened 10 fingers, pointing at 10 AI Fans to release shocks. The direction of the shock wave is random, so it is AI Fan who is actively looking for the shock wave for abuse. After a day of practice, it is often that AI Fan has not reached the limit yet. But Lovell is always tired and exhausted. But after persisting for a week, his progress was astonishing. The release of shock waves became more and more proficient, and the power could be further controlled. At the beginning, AI Fan was often injured because he couldn't control the force of the impact, but AI Fan did not complain. Smaller shock waves can use the power in them to slowly impact their internal organs and strengthen their internal organs. Larger shock waves will directly injure one's internal organs. At this time, AI Fan can quickly recover by returning his life and recalling his clone. However, he dared to use such a method. If he had changed it to someone else, he would have died a long time ago. I don't know how many times. When AI Fan returned to the base, he asked Zephyr about domineering, and Zephyr also said that domineering was not something that he came into contact with, which made AI Fan a little depressed. When can he come into contact with domineering? Zephyr gave him the answer. You can take the initiative to cultivate when you wake up and domineering, or you can talk about it after you have the conditions for awakening. As a result, AI Fan also began a long journey of penance. The awakening of domineering is a bit difficult. Don't you see Luffy, who is basically an overlord, who only awakened when he was 18 years old? His aptitude has been inherited to Roger, so how should he look like an overlord? AI Fan's ultimate Iron Nugget plan accelerated after a month of practice. The reason is that Lovell has mastered a new way of striking. Pressure shock. AI Fan also called this move a gravitational shock. It can only be used by Revo within a 5-meter range of himself, and AI Fan directly stays within that circle. And this also made his body receive shock waves all the time from the inside out. 2 people eat once a day, each time for 3,750 people. Revo eats 35 people each time, and the rest is AI Fans. Maintaining the shockwave is also a kind of practice for Lovell, and his combat effectiveness has improved significantly under such circumstances. Revo kept asking AI Fan when his practice would end, and he was almost suffocated by staying in the naval base. AI Fan always smiled and replied, "Wait until my iron blocks reach the level of divine iron." It has been a year and 2 months since AI Fan began to practice iron blocks. AI Fan is 5 years old, and Revo has grown to about 2 meters and 2. Except for a few times on the shocking warship, the rest of the 2 have gone out. The time has been spent in penance, and in this base, no one does not admire these 2 cultivators. AI Fan is a real cultivator. He likes the feeling that he can feel the improvement of his physical fitness, and Livo is because of his commitment to AI Fan. Because he said that he wanted to help AI Fan cultivate the iron block to the extreme. The 2 will have half a day to relax every week, and the relaxation project is to accept the challenges of other students who have left the Rhineland. At first it was the relaxation of 2 people, because the progress of the teenagers was huge, and later it became the relaxation of Revo alone, because his progress was faster. Many people wanted to challenge AI Fan, but when Livo personally said that AI Fan's all-out attack could not last for 3 seconds, everyone immediately gave up the decision. Training is training, and seeking abuse is not everyone's original intention. Not to mention that the opponent is still younger than himself. Revo is different. Revo is bigger than most of them. Everyone challenged AI Fan once, but never again, because everyone said in unison that the blow to self-confidence was too great. On this day, AI Fan entered Lovell's pressure circle as usual, but today was a little different. AI Fan felt that the usual pressure seemed to be gone. "What's going on, Livo? Haven't you eaten yet?" Ivan asked. Lovell rolled his eyes and did not speak, but raised the pressure to the limit. But AI Fan only felt that his body was a little heavier, and the impact of the pressure on his body completely disappeared. "AI Fan, you kid, do you think it was a success?" Lovell said in surprise. AI Fan nodded, because all this was running iron blocks unconsciously. AI Fan succeeded. The 10 AI Fans added up, plus the talent that surpassed the ordinary number, and for a whole year, AI Fan cultivated the iron block into a passive skill. If you were an ordinary person, even if you practiced hard every day, you wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level for decades. Moreover, AI Fan's iron state can also enter the active state, which is dozens of times stronger than the passive state. The feeling of success made AI Fan burst into tears. Finally successful. Because in AI Fan's sense, he is really an iron nugget who has been practicing continuously for 10 years. However, the effect is also powerful. As AI Fan said, he really cultivated the iron block to the level of divine iron. His body has no weaknesses since then, and as he grows older and has sufficient chi and blood, the strength of the iron will continue to grow. Iron Nugget has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, and AI Fan has also let Lovell run away. This guy is a person who likes to run around, and he has been holding him back for more than half a year. AI Fan really gave himself a day off. After the clones were all united, AI Fan went to discuss with Zephyr. Moreover, in the end, AI Fan forced Zephyr out of his domineering arrogance to fight with him, and the result was that the 2 fought for 4 or 5 hours. AI Fan knew that Zephyr was definitely not doing his best. This is a duel between master and apprentice, and there should be no winner or loser. Afterwards, Zephyr specially invited AI Fan to drink, saying that he was his most proud disciple. Aokiji and Akaino's physical skills are far worse than their own. AI Fan smiled and said nothing, just iron blocks. AI Fan thought that no one could be stronger than himself. Iron nuggets can be said to be the foundation of the 6 forms. Once you have mastered the iron nuggets, it will be much easier to practice the other 5 forms. Chapter 30 Very fast. Iron nuggets can be said to be the most quintessential of the 6 styles, and the rest of the 5 styles can basically be matched with iron nuggets for attack or defense. And AI Fan's iron block has been practiced to a peak that no one has reached. The other 5 styles have their own merits, and AI Fan will naturally practice asceticism. It can be seen from the war on the top that physical skills are definitely very important. Although I am not domineering, it does not mean that I will not be domineering all the time. Domineering can hurt the natural system, and physical art is the foundation of domineering. After all, the body is the capital that changes one's life against the sky. AI Fan's first paper painting practice, this means of avoiding enemy attacks, is also what AI Fan needs. With the passive iron block, AI Fan's survivability is not much enhanced. The pinnacle of paper painting practice is to control the body as easily as painting on paper, and to use it flexibly in battle to adapt to various situations. In fact, it is to sense where the opponent is attacking with the help of eyes and senses, and then avoid it in advance. Although it is a close call every time, this is almost the strongest evasion skill. AI Fan's way of practicing paper painting is very simple, and the avatars are separated. More than 20 naval siege semicircles shot themselves. AI Fan, who is the ultimate iron block, is not worried that he will die under the gun. AI Fan is not afraid of any gun. If he wants to kill himself, the destructive power of the gun is comparable to that of a laser. 10 AI Fans crowded together without interfering with each other. The Navy fired randomly, and AI Fan's initial training was the upper body. The lower body did not move, and the Navy only shot at the upper body. AI Fan, who was familiar with this rhythm, quickly increased the number to 30 people, and the shooting locations were random, and he was avoiding random bullets in the 2x2 battle between clones and clones. When no bullets hit AI Fan for a whole week, AI Fan's training difficulty was upgraded again. He blindfolded his eyes, and he relied on the moment when the bullet came to sense and then immediately avoided it. Later, AI Fan upgraded the difficulty again, and he was still dodging the incoming bullets in the battle between 2 clones, but this time he was blindfolded. It only took a month. Even if AI Fan closed his eyes and fought with the clone fiercely, he would not be shot by even 60 navies and hit him. The paper painting of practice went very smoothly, but AI Fan wanted to practice it to the extreme like iron blocks. But how to practice AI Fan in this way has been pondering for several days, and there is no sign, and he can't help but feel a little disappointed. I thought that the powerful cultivation difficulty and the sky-defying training could help him, but unfortunately, he couldn't improve even a little bit in Zihua. Seeing AI Fan's distress, Zephyr motioned him to rest for 2 days, join the training of ordinary students, and serve as an assistant for him. AI Fan was naturally excited to agree at first. But when the training started, AI Fan couldn't get excited anymore. His teaching assistant subject was very simple, helping the students practice shooting. And the target of the shooting is Evan himself. Zephyr made a promise that anyone who could shoot AI Fan would be rewarded with a day's rest. It also reduced the difficulty tenfold, allowing AI Fan to summon all 10 clones. And Zephyr himself said that anyone who can shoot AI Fan can get a day off at any time and anywhere. AI Fan vomited blood. Zephyr's training was too perverted. After he said that from Zephyr, AI Fan lives in the shadow of being assassinated every day. The bullets were replaced with special bullets that could not kill people. Although AI Fan didn't mind even if they were replaced with real bullets, they were replaced with ordinary bullets at Zephyr's request. Even if the artillery bombardment is difficult to injure AI Fan, but AI Fan has been tense these days. I was shot when I was eating, I was shot when I was sleeping, and the most hateful thing was that I was shot when I went to the toilet, and it was AI Fan's butt. AI Fan was furious, grabbed the person who fired the gun and beat him hard, because he would never forget the feeling of the bullet flying out against his little brother. This runaway shocked Zafar again. When he saw AI Fan's state, he didn't say much, just extended the deadline indefinitely, and replaced the bullets with real ones, and he didn't know where to go after that. Here AI Fan is suffering endless assassinations, and Sengoku at the naval headquarters was laughing out loud. He already knew the news of AI Fan's one-on-one battle against hundreds of pirates. After hearing that AI Fan also took the initiative to pull people into the Navy, the Warring States period was gratified for a long time. Little A Fan, he will definitely become the strongest Navy. Assassinated by Zafar every day was overjoyed. That guy Zafar is forcing the potential of little AI Fan. Assassination at any time. Hey, the easiest thing to wake up to is the domineering look. That guy Zafar. His eyes are really too vicious. AI Fan's temperament is free and idle. Even if the daily practice is very hard, AI Fan is still in a very relaxed mood. Zafar can naturally see the kind of leisure in AI Fan's bones. He really couldn't understand why people with this character would have the habit of liking extreme cultivation. However, he also has a way to deal with it. In his opinion, AI Fan's physical quality is enough. Although the armed sex domineering cannot be practiced now because of his age, it can be seen that the smell is different, and some extraordinary people are even born to see the sex domineering. And Zafar is forcing AI Fan's psychology, making AI Fan suppressed to the extreme and then erupting. As for whether AI Fan will collapse or not, Zafar doesn't care at all. Being assassinated is also a kind of cultivation. AI Fan can definitely persevere. After all, he has been cultivating iron blocks for more than a year without stopping. This kind of perseverance is not possessed by everyone, not to mention, AI Fan has never withdrawn his avatar, which means that he has found the key to this. In the naval headquarters, Sengoku called Garp again. Garp, wearing a dog hat, gorged on the donut and walked in, without knocking on the door. He pushed the door and entered. However, the happy Sengoku did not get angry, but handed the information in his hand to Garp. A few minutes later, Garp rushed out of Sengoku. AI Fan, I want to test whether my iron fist is hard or his self-proclaimed divine iron is hard. Warring States smiled. He knew that this was Garp's examination of AI Fan. What happened to AI Fan's strength? It is destined for AI Fan to become a navy in the future, and the Warring States period also knew that AI Fan said justice that belongs to him. But no matter what, get rid of the pirates. This is absolutely not wrong. Chapter 31 Wake Up. In his spare time, Zafar has been secretly observing AI Fan's cultivation. Not long after, Ivan's training escalated again. Your vision is too sharp, so you are relying on your vision to observe a lot of the time. Zafar covered AI Fan's eyes. It turned out that many naval soldiers had not had time to attack him, and Ivan discovered them through careful observation. And their sneak attack is even more difficult to succeed when AI Fan has already noticed it. Lovell has also joined the sneak attack on AI Fan these 2 days, because Zafar does not allow the Navy here to leave training at will. Lovell wants to get vacations other than regular rest days, and the only way to attack AI Fan is to go. AI Fan, who closed his eyes, was still sharp. He avoided the attack through the subtle impact of the wave generated by the upcoming attack on his body. This is also something that Zafar only has when he has reached an advanced level of practice. It only took AI Fan a short time to master it. That's why, whether it's a bullet or an attack from the soldiers, AI Fan can dodge at the last minute. Of course, on the first day of covering his eyes, AI Fan suffered a lot. There are too many attacks, and it is simply impossible for the body to make high-intensity evasion in that situation. At night, AI Fan gulps in the base, and sits opposite the recruits with bruised noses and bruised faces. This is also Zafar's training for them. AI Fan can fight back when they attack. AI Fan didn't use any special fists, but the normal punching was almost like hitting him with an iron rod. But the recruits didn't give up. Even if they were beaten by AI Fan, no one gave up. AI Fan, How does your practice feel today? Zephyr sat next to the recruits. Our AI fan savagely ate a big mouthful of sea king meat, swallowed it before replying, "It feels great. I can already present a vague sense of the picture in my mind. At least I won't be kicked by myself and tripped over a stone." Zephyr took a mouthful of hot soup and sighed slightly. "Have you reached the brink of awakening? You kid. This kind of cultivation speed is really terrifying." AI fan waved his hand and said, "How can I dare to practice in such a deadly way because I am not afraid of bullets, let alone 10 of me. This speed is still very ordinary." "Hey!" AI fan suddenly tilted his head, dodging a stone from behind his head. "Revo, do you want to be beaten?" AI fan called without looking back. Revo said horrified, "Hey, AI fan, do you have eyes on the back of your head?" "Hey!" AI fan smiled and said, "It's not true, I just keep turning on the perceptual color domineering. If I persist in this way, the effect will be very good." Zephyr suddenly said solemnly, "AI fan, doing this will consume a lot of money. You haven't fully awakened to seeing and hearing. You don't need to keep this state all the time." Cough cough. AI fan coughed softly and focused the attention of the recruits around him. Seeing everyone looking at him, AI fan got up and said, "If it is turned on all the time, even if it is a conversation between other people who are far apart, I can hear it clearly. Even if there is a room barrier, it will not work." Seeing the changes in everyone's faces, AI fan showed a terrifying smile and said, "So, if any of you dare to speak ill of me behind your back, I will train you all." "Ha ha ha, you kid." Zephyr laughed. On the second day, the training continued. AI fan separated and 10 AI fan were raided blindfolded in different parts of the training base. Suddenly, AI fan was stunned. In his perception, he no longer has to work hard to maintain the domineering of the sense of color, but he can easily perceive a faraway place, and everything in the domineering induction cannot escape his induction. It is the superposition of the domineering perception range of a clone, and AI fan immediately put the entire island in his ears. However, this situation continued for a while, and AI fan was immediately drowned out by countless voices. After awakening, the sense of domineering is too exaggerated, and there are too many things to know. AI fan, who has no precise control, now only feels a headache. 10 minutes later, AI fan's avatars merged into one, and his physical fitness suddenly improved a lot, and the sensing range of the domineering feeling did not become smaller at all. Zephyr personally came and explained to AI fan how to practice afterward. The mastery of domineering should not only sense the existence of the other party, but also sense the strength and weakness of the other party. You must deeply perceive the other party's breath. In this way, the domineering will be stronger, and you will also can catch up with things that are invisible to the naked eye. Something invisible to the naked eye? AI fan muttered to himself. "Yeah," Zephyr said solemnly, "for example, the speed of light, the speed of sound, and all the attacks that are invisible to the naked eye can be clearly sensed. At that time, you can also predict these attacks and react in advance." AI fan pondered and replied, "I know. Seeing and hearing domineering is equivalent to strengthening paper painting, relying on early detection of the opponent's attack direction, strength, and range, so as to quickly dodge or counterattack." "That's right. The presence of domineering is the only thing that can make people resist the devil fruit ability, and it is something that every strong person must learn," Zephyr explained. AI fan questioned, "What about those two who are both domineering and domineering?" "Ha ha." Zephyr laughed and said, "It depends on the fighting ability of these two people. Although seeing and hearing colors are very versatile, they cannot directly improve a person's attack power and physical fitness. Therefore, even if it is a known attack, if you don't have a corresponding body to support it, it's useless." "Okay, I thought that if I fully grasped the sense of sight, I could easily dodge the attack." AI fan sighed. "That's impossible. Even though the knowledge color is strong, there is a limit. If the melee attack is strong enough, the knowledge color is useless. You can only resist it," Zephyr said with a serious expression. "Oh, by the way, Teacher Zephyr, When will I be able to cultivate the domineering power of the armed color? That kind of power is very powerful, AI fan suddenly said excitedly. The fight with Colby opened up a new world for AI fan. The power of the armament and domineering made AI fan deeply realize that he needed 10 times more effort. If he could use this kind of power, AI fan felt that his strength will increase dozens of times. Boom! AI fan was unprepared and was sent flying by Zephyr. Boom! A large rock in the distance was directly smashed by AI fan. Ha ha ha! Zephyr laughed loudly. Boy, don't even think about armed sex if you don't even have a good grasp of the knowledge. You are too young. At least you should be in your teens. AI fan stood up with his head covered, rubbed his aching forehead and said, "Don't worry. I won't be attacked by you next time. When I master the armament, the first thing is to kill you and Garp." Defeat Ho. Chapter 32 Familiarity. The confidence in AI fan's eyes moved Zephyr, and the faint hint of a strong heart also made Zephyr's mouth curl up unconsciously. Boy, I'm waiting for that day to come, but don't make me wait too long. AI fan gave a thumbs up and said, "Relax. I will defeat you, a former admiral, before you step into the grave." No, defeat a current admiral. Ha ha, you bastard. Zephyr laughed. The laughter stopped, and suddenly he threw a punch. Hey! The air made a sharp sound, showing the power of Zephyr's punch. Swish! The punch went past AI fan, but it didn't hurt him at all. The corners of AI fan's mouth twitched. I said, I won't be hit by your fist. Boom! Boom! AI fan was kicked into the stone again. Zephyr withdrew his long legs and said, "Boy, you are still far behind." AI fan didn't say a word, he simply got stuck in the stone and slept. It was summer and it was just cool. The snoring sounded. Zephyr shook his head and laughed. This kid and Garp have exactly the same temperament. If he says he falls asleep, he falls asleep. Everyone, hurry up and rest. Tomorrow's training is very hard. Oh! The surrounding recruits responded together. No one went back to the dormitory, because going back to the dormitory would mean that there would be 2 minutes less time to eat tomorrow morning. The next day, as the sun rose, everyone resumed training. AI fan's training difficulty has increased a lot, but the effect of training 10 clones together is powerful, and the speed at which he masters domineering surprises Zephyr. After the morning training, the recruits ran into the dining hall to eat frantically. AI fan was standing in the training ground, and opposite him stood a man with a dog-headed hat. It was Garp. "Hey, old man, what are you doing here?" Ivan was a little surprised by Garp's arrival. "Wow, haha, I heard that you have become an iron nugget, and you have also trained the iron nugget to the level of divine iron." Garp strode forward. "Hey." AI fan raised his head and smiled. "Of course, I have practiced together for more than a year, and iron blocks are such a trivial thing." Ha! Garp punched out suddenly. Ha! The fist flew past AI fan's cheek, and AI fan said with a sarcastic smile, "I expected you to use this move, old man." Huh? Garp glared at Ivan. Iron fist of love. Clang! As if 2 pieces of steel collided, Garp's punch hit AI fan directly. The two separated. With tears in AI fan's eyes, he covered the forehead hit by Garp and said, "Hey, old man, are you trying to kill me?" "You actually use domineering." Garp was taken aback for a moment, looked at his fist, and then looked at AI fan, and suddenly said, "You kid, have you mastered the domineering and domineering?" AI fan's chin was about to fall to the ground, and he complained loudly, "You only reacted here." Ha ha! Garp laughed embarrassedly. Garp suddenly said in shock again, "When did your kid's head get so hard?" Dozens of Marines suddenly appeared behind Garp and complained together, "You just reacted." Finally, Garp returned to normal after eating a few donuts, and then he communicated with AI fan normally. "Evan, what's wrong with your iron block?" Garp expressed incomprehension. AI fan smiled and said, "That's it." After a lengthy explanation, Garp nodded and said, "It turns out that it is a way that others can't practice." "It really deserves to be my grandson." Ha ha ha! AI fan sat cross-legged on the grass and said seriously, "You will change your mind in the future." "Change?" Garp wondered. AI fan's mouth curled into an arc and said, "Change your mouth." Others will say it when they see you in the future. Look, isn't that AI Fan's grandfather? Wow, yes, a legendary character like AI Fan actually has such a grandfather. Yes, AI Fan's grandfather is a vice admiral. Haha, he really deserves to be my AI Fan's grandpa. AI Fan expressed these words with a smile, which made Garp laugh. Boy, if you want to surpass me, come back after cultivating for 100 years. AI Fan raised his finger and said, no, don't forget, I have an avatar, 10 years more than you are enough. Ha! Garp suddenly attacked. The blow was violent, and AI Fan escaped with the fist wind. There is no time to fight back, and AI Fan is left with all he can to dodge. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Garp's attack formed a violent gust of wind, while AI Fan was at ease in the gust of wind, and Garp's attack did not hit him at all. His perception color can be expanded to a maximum of 5 kilometers, but now that he is familiar with it, he can suppress the released perception to 100 meters, which will reduce the distraction and improve the relative perception. Garp didn't seem to know he was tired, and he kept attacking AI Fan for more than 2 hours. Although he didn't hit AI Fan with a single punch, in the process, his punching speed was more than 3 times faster, and AI Fan's use of the arrogance of seeing and hearing is also a lot stronger all of a sudden. Finally, Garp withdrew his fist, and without a trace of tiredness, he turned around with a smile and left. AI Fan took a breath and said, Grandpa, when will you come next time? Garp waved his hand and said, I won't come. Come to me when you succeed in your 6 forms cultivation. Then you should be able to become a qualified naval soldier. The corners of AI Fan's mouth were slightly raised, and he lay down and rested directly. Continuous dodging is similar to continuous ultra-high-intensity exercise. These 2 hours are equivalent to AI Fan's training with a strength that exceeds the limit. After his body and spirit are relaxed, he looks very tired. If it weren't for the fact that he had accumulated a lot of nutrients in his body because he was proficient in such moves as Life Return, AI Fan would probably not be able to hold on for more than 10 minutes of this kind of movement beyond the limit. When Mai woke up, AI Fan only felt refreshed. The basics of seeing, hearing, and coloring have already started, and the only thing left is to be familiar with it and keep practicing. Eating the prepared breakfast, AI Fan thought, what would be his next move? Finger gun, land feet, or shave or moon step? AI Fan didn't have a decision when he ran out of time to eat, because these tricks were very practical, and AI Fan decided to ask Zephyr's opinion. The other party is a big instructor, and he should be very experienced in learning the 6 styles successively. Finding Zephyr, AI Fan directly said his problem. Teacher Zephyr, what do you think I should study next? Have you successfully cultivated your knowledge and color? Zephyr questioned. Yes, yesterday the old man came to give me an ultra-extreme special training. When I woke up, I found that I basically mastered what I saw. AI Fan laughed. It's true, it's not affected by other people's breath and voice at all. Does this guy Garp know your grandson well, and he has always just grasped your limit? Zephyr laughed. Chapter 33 Test Tricks, Recommended Collection. AI Fan said sternly, I see that the domineering can be practiced together with the other 6 forms of cultivation. I want to ask, which style is better for me to practice next? Zephyr smiled and asked, what do you think? Looking at Zephyr's smiling face, AI Fan really wanted to punch him, if he hadn't been able to beat him. Do I need to ask you if I know? With a sigh in his heart, AI Fan said, how about Lan Jiao? Zephyr smiled and said, then you'll be fine. Hey, aren't you going to teach me some lessons? AI Fan complained. Haha. Zephyr clasped his fists with both hands and said, the choice of Lan's feet is very correct. This move can exercise your steps and legs, making it much easier for you to learn moon steps and shave. Evan Feelings asked for nothing. What he said was almost the same as what he considered. However, this also proves that there is no problem with my own thoughts. The little genius of cultivation is me, Lord AI Fan. It is said that the strength of the leg is 3 to 5 times that of the arm, and the strength of the leg can be said to be the most important thing for a person. If the strength of the legs is properly developed, it will burst out attacks that are much stronger than those of the hands. It can be seen from the 6 poses that shaving, moon steps, and Lanjiao all require strong leg strength as the foundation. AI Fan's leg training is different from others, and his thinking is also different from others. He already knows the skills of the 6 forms, and now he just wants to carry out the corresponding cultivation and use it more. AI Fan tied a heavy iron block to his leg, spread his arms, and hung a heavy steel vertically on his 10 fingers. He is going to practice finger guns and iron blocks together. AI Fan's palm is facing down, and the fingers must always be forced to be vertical. The weight-bearing practice routine has begun. AI Fan's bed was replaced with a special iron bed, because the other beds couldn't bear the weight that he didn't even take off to sleep. The effect of this kind of training is not obvious, because no matter how much weight, not only affects the movement, but also has side effects on AI Fan's improvement. Therefore, after only 3 days of daily routine, AI Fan went to find Zafar again. Zafar gave Ivan a new training ground after mocking him for making his own decisions. There were only AI Fan and 3 other capable people in the big room. Ryan, Pins, and Livo and Ivan, the 4 of them practiced together in this room. In addition to the usual seat training, the training of capable people is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. AI Fan's 6-style practice set sail again. He tied characteristic springs behind his legs, as did the 10 fingers of his hands. Every time he makes a shot, AI Fan needs to exert a lot of strength to do it. Moreover, when retracting, because of the relationship of the spring, AI Fan needs to pay more force. Otherwise, it will carry itself back due to the spring force. AI Fan was trying to hit his feet and finger guns under such a heavy load. Moreover, AI Fan has even more surprising ideas. The Lanjiao relies on its rapid footing to generate a vacuum in the air to form a powerful slash. Then, can I change my mind and use shock instead of slashing? The damage of the impact can go directly to the internal organs, and the destructive power is stronger than that of the slash. What about the fingers? Can you use your fingers to blast out a function similar to Lan's feet? Ideas are beautiful. Reality is cruel. This kind of overweight training has been practiced for 3 months, and during this period, AI Fan has not slashed a single slash under the load, let alone the impact he imagined. At the end of another day of training, AI Fan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. There seems to be no progress in the training of Lanjiao and Finger Spear. Unlike the practice of iron blocks, I can experience progress every day. Am I being too demanding? AI Fan thought in his heart. However, this idea was immediately thrown out of his mind. There is nothing difficult in the world. I am afraid that if you have the heart, as long as you put your heart into it, where can there be something that cannot be done? AI Fan was resolute, and he decided to test the results of his 3-month cultivation. AI Fan recalled all the clones, feeling the tenfold increase in strength. AI Fan clenched his fists, feeling that even a warship in front of him could smash him. Land feet. Call out. The blue blade of light flew out. Boom. As AI Fan swung out, the tree not far away broke off, and deep traces appeared on the ground behind the tree. This level of slashing is also within AI Fan's expectations. After all, he has trained for 3 months. Although he has not achieved his goal, the equivalent of 30 months of other people's training is not to be underestimated. What? Moonstep. AI Fan stepped into the air and jumped into the sky. Shaved. AI Fan's figure suddenly disappeared from the sky and suddenly appeared next to the wall of the base. Finger gun. Whoa. In an instant, dozens of holes appeared in the wall in front of him. Woo. I don't know how long it took to vent. AI Fan looked at the navy surrounding him and let out a deep breath. The chi in my heart is almost vented, and sure enough, if there is anger in your heart, you can't hold it back, it's better to vent it. The surrounding navy looked at AI Fan in the center silently. The surrounding ground and walls seemed to have been blown up by cannons. Such attack power, such an age, was simply a monster. AI Fan, you kid. Why don't you sleep in the middle of the night? Zafar shouted aside. AI Fan said with a hee-hee smile, I am sorry, The problems in practice are stuck in my heart. I want to find someone to fight and I can't find it, so I have to come out and try the tricks. Bastard boy, are you experimenting with tricks? You are tearing down this base. Zephyr was angry. Sorry, AI fan laughed. You kid. Seeing AI fan's apologetic laugh, Zephyr was also a little bit dumbfounded, and finally said to AI fan like a lesson. The bounty for the pirate you killed a few days ago is 44 million Bailey, because you are not yet in the establishment of the Navy, so I applied for the bounty for you. Oh really? AI fan said in surprise. But Zephyr's voice changed, because of the conditions you promised me. The return of your life and the study of the 6 forms, I will consider you 13 million Baileys, and the maintenance fee for destroying this place will be about 500 yuan. 1 Bailey. Then you can give me the remaining 25 million, AI fan said with a satisfied smile. Haha, brother, you don't have to worry about it in the future. With these Baileys, the first thing is to buy a factory for yourself, and then specialize in producing your favorite pajamas. Yes, exactly. AI fan looked at Zephyr with cute eyes. The corner of Zephyr's mouth was slightly raised, and he looked at AI fan with playful eyes and said, in view of your performance, the money should be used to replenish the ingredients of the naval base. I do the math, it's basically the same as the Bailey you have eaten for a few months. As for the rest, let's forget it first. Hey, do you have to pay for meals in the Navy? Zephyr smiled and said, others don't need it, but you need it because you are too good to eat. AI fan left dejectedly, and glanced at Zephyr resentfully before leaving. I didn't know you were such a Zephyr. Chapter 34 Forget Lost, Recommended Collection. Bailey didn't fall, but luckily all the troubles in his practice were vented out. AI fan also felt that it was impossible for him to train hard like this. Simple training was too boring, and his heart could not overcome such boring. The progress of cultivating iron blocks made him forget the boring, but now this kind of cultivation has not made him feel any progress. Therefore, AI fan, who has only persisted for a few months, can't stand it. I woke up from a sleep, but AI fan didn't want to get up. However, his self-control is strong, and although he is unwilling, he still gets up on time to come to the training place. Oh? AI fan was stunned. It turned out that Zephyr had been standing there at some point. Teacher Zephyr. AI fan greeted. Zephyr didn't look back, but when AI fan came behind him, he suddenly turned around and punched. Bang! AI fan was hit against the wall by the punch, and it took 2 seconds to slide down. Cough cough. AI fan stood up clutching his chest, looking at Zephyr with puzzled eyes. AI fan, your mood is messed up. A real powerhouse shouldn't be like this, Zephyr said solemnly. Haha. AI fan gave a wry smile and said helplessly, Teacher Zephyr, I haven't felt my progress for a long time, and my strength has actually declined. Boy, did this little setback knock you down? Didn't you claim to be defeating the Admiral? Zephyr's voice was solemn. AI fan stood up, patted the pajamas on his body, and looked at Zephyr seriously. I wasn't knocked down, but the long training session didn't work. I wondered if there was something wrong with the training. There is no problem with training. This is the method that countless people have summed up and tested. The problem is your own thinking. AI fan, Zephyr said with emotion. Your will is very strong. When you believe in something, you may change that period into what you expect because of your will, and if you suspect that there is a problem with your training, your will is passive. Let your training go wrong. AI fan, Zephyr stepped forward and said loudly, don't you understand? It's because of your own disbelief that you can't do it yourself. If you want to be a hero, you have to believe in yourself in any situation. You can only do it if you believe in yourself. If you don't even believe in your own abilities, what will you do? Zephyr's voice sounded like thunder and wanted to be in AI fan's ear. AI fan lowered his head and silently looked at his fist. Believe in yourself. AI fan, you have to remember that even if you want to climb the highest mountain, you can only take one step down to earth at a time. Zephyr's figure disappeared at the door, and AI fan inside the door raised his head again. That feeling is called believing in yourself. That emotion is called never giving up. Very good, double the training today. Want to be the strongest and freest monkey even in the world. Outside the door, Zephyr was standing beside the wall with a smile on his face. After facing setbacks and failures, he can regain his strength so quickly. AI fan, he really has a person full of self-confidence, optimism and bravery. The training continued day by day, although it seemed that there was no special effect, but AI fan was always full of self-confidence. The feeling that the body is getting stronger day by day reappeared, but this time, AI fan will never be confused by the skyrocketing power again. The days of training are hard. Today is AI fan's 7th birthday. Garp didn't come. AI fan knew that this old man should be looking for Ace. He spends very little time with himself every year, but in comparison, he spends less time with Ace. On his birthday, AI fan finished all the 6 forms of practice. His practice has reached the pinnacle. In the future, he only needs to practice every day in the growing days to get a daily growth effect. This is something that other people can't understand. Although a person's daily growth is very weak, with 10 AI fans together, the daily growth is very strong. The 6 moves were thoroughly mastered by AI fan, and he developed his own moves. Today is the day of AI fan's graduation. He will be personally tested by Zephyr, and as long as he passes, then AI fan will create the record of the smallest sergeant of the Navy headquarters, Shankau. This is also because AI fan has a record of defeating the officers of the Colby pirates and many crew members during the training period. Otherwise, he can only be a corporal after going out here in Zephyr. In the naval school grounds, thousands of people from the naval base came to watch the game. Because Zephyr said that as long as AI fan passes his test, he can be a teaching assistant here for 1 year, and he will leave this training base as a warrant officer after a year. The two looked at each other on the school grounds, and AI fan put his fists together and said, "Old man, don't be beaten and cry by me for a while." Ha ha. Zephyr laughed loudly. AI fan, dare to call this old man an old man? My fist is no softer than Garp's. Hee hee. AI fan suddenly scratched his head and smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Zephyr, I took you as a close person in a moment of excitement. Now we are rivals. Oh, the surrounding navies cheered together, and they expressed their contempt for AI fan's behavior of apologizing before the war started. Ha ha, family? Zephyr laughed loudly. It doesn't matter, to me, you recruits are equivalent to the old man's beloved family. Wow, Zephyr, Zephyr, Zephyr. The surrounding navy roared, shouting Zephyr's name together. Many people were even moved to tears because of Zephyr's words. The corner of AI fan's mouth twitched. His grey robe pajamas were thrown up, and his body disappeared instantly. Shave. Evan and Zephyr used shave at the same time. Bang! The fists of the two collided, and then their bodies disappeared at the same time. However, the sharp-eyed person did follow the shave track and watched the battle image that occasionally flashed in the air. Mobile version, 6 King's gun. The two figures stopped at the same time, and AI fan's fists were clenched, facing each other up and down, and Zephyr was tightly attached to AI fan. Boom! The violent impact came out, causing a large amount of smoke and dust, and the Navy hooked their heads and just wanted to quickly see the battle situation. After the smoke cleared, neither AI fan nor Zephyr moved, but Zephyr had 2 fist marks on his exposed abdomen. Mr. Zephyr, I beat you so aggressively, AI fan said with a smile on his lips. You bastard, this trick can only be used with 10 times your physical fitness. The moving 6 King's spear. AI fan, your consumption is very high, Zephyr said with a big mouth. Chapter 35 Battleship falling from the sky. Ha ha. AI fan laughed loudly, withdrew his hands, and pointed his fist at the sky with one hand. My body has already accumulated a lot of energy in advance. Teacher Zephyr. Little devil, watch the fist, Zephyr shouted. His fists turned black, and he punched down hard. The locomotive. AI fan's fist retreated, and a ruthless punch hit Zephyr's fist head-on. Weird steam came out of his fist, and there seemed to be a phantom of a locomotive on his fist. Boom! The locomotive collided with Zephyr's fist, but it suddenly turned into a substantive existence. There was a little gap between the two's fists, and this was caused by the locomotive shot by AI fan. Boom! Violent strength radiated out, and the ground was cracked, but the two in the middle did not retreat half a step. The locomotive, Evan, your attack is very interesting, Zephyr exclaimed. AI fan grinned and said, of course, the impact evolved through the Lan Jiao. I gave up the slashing ability of the Lan Jiao, and turned into a more powerful impact. It is stronger than the previous Lan Jiao. A lot. Lan Jiao? Zephyr laughed loudly. Can you easily use your arm to strike a Lan Jiao-like attack? Of course, AI fan said to himself. Then, let me, the teacher, test it out. Zephyr roared loudly. AI fan suddenly retreated, making the distance between the two of them more than 20 meters, and his right arm moved up and down. What's wrong, AI fan? Are you afraid that I won't be able to stop me at close range? Zephyr said solemnly. AI fan laughed loudly. Of course not. I'm afraid that the distance is too close to be able to show all the power. Look at me, the ultimate, train shock. Bang! The air was blasted open, and AI fan leaned back and threw a punch all over his body. Boom! A blue train rushed out from AI fan's fist, more than 3 meters high and nearly 2 meters wide. Just like a real train, with a body of more than 10 meters from AI fan's fist. Run out. Huh? Zephyr's pupils shrunk to the tip of a needle, covering his entire body with a domineering look. Armed color, powerful blow. Boom. Boom. As if it were the most opposed to the high-speed train, Zephyr punched out, smashing the train in front of him one by one. Boom. As the last train was blasted into the sky by Zephyr, AI fan's next move was also ready. Ultimate, high-speed train shock. Steam erupted from AI fan's left arm, and the silver-white 10-meter train flew out suddenly, like a bullet-like head, less than 2 meters high, and a streamlined carriage. What a fast speed! Zephyr exclaimed. Of course, AI fan said with a smile showing his mouth full of white teeth. The attack of the left arm is faster and more complete, but the strength is slightly lacking. Ah! Zephyr shouted loudly, stomped into the ground with one leg, and kicked out the moment the train hit. Bang! The train was kicked up and flew towards the wall not far away. Boom! The wall was pierced all at once, staring blankly at the navy who sat 3 to 5 meters beside the wall. The navy next to him suddenly reacted, his eyes and tongues glaring out. What kind of attack power is this? Did we almost go to hell just now? A navy said through tears. AI fan. Did you just want to kill this old man? Zephyr roared. AI fan clasped his nostrils with one hand and said, how is it possible, Mr. Zephyr? You haven't even used 1/3 of your power. Oh, Zephyr smiled and said, it seems that AI fan's knowledgeable practice has not fallen behind. Of course, but these 2 moves are the strongest attacks I can make with my arms. Now my hands are so tired that I have to return my life to dig my nostrils. AI fan's hands fell weakly, and his face was full freehand. Stinky brat, you have so much energy accumulated in your body. It won't even take a minute to recover. Zephyr directly broke AI fan's intentional showing of weakness. Ah, I've been seen through. AI fan scratched his head crying. Stinky brat, look at me. Armed color, heavy punch. Zephyr's fist turned black, and he used shave to appear in front of AI fan all at once. Hey! The corners of AI fan's mouth were raised. The muscles on his body tightened, and his legs were slightly bent. Iron Nugget, Ultimate God Iron Mode. Clang! Zephyr's fist slammed into AI fan's chest, and a white steam emerged from the fist and chest. With a satisfied smile on Zephyr's face, your iron block has made great progress. You can actually resist domineering. After speaking, he slowly retracted his fist. AI fan opened his mouth, strange steam rose from his mouth, and a shallow fist mark appeared on his chest. Hey! AI fan rubbed his chest. Zephyr's teacher's fist is so heavy, I can't even fight back. Ha ha! Zephyr said with a big mouth. No, when you learn to be domineering, you should be able to fight back with this level of domineering. Now, I'm still taking advantage. Hey! AI fan raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, and said mysteriously, Are you ready, Teacher Zephyr? Oh? Zephyr questioned. Do you still have the strength to show it? Your strength now has passed my test. No, I still have more powerful moves that are useless. The strength of my legs is 3 to 5 times that of my hands. My legs are still full of attack power. AI fan smiled. Just let your eyes widen. My strongest attack. Moonstep. AI fan jumped up into the sky and finally stopped at a height of 100 meters. I saw him suddenly reversed, his legs curled up first, and then kicked out together. Battleship. Shock. Boom. A naval battleship appeared in the air, and AI fan disappeared into the battleship, leaving only a 100-meter tall battleship in the air. With the trend of falling meteors, AI fan fell violently. His whole person appeared at the bow of the ship, as if it were a real fallen battleship. Hey, this kid. Zephyr's mouth twitched. In the face of the battleship attacking from the front, he didn't have any idea of evasion, only to see his hands stretched out, facing the battleship. That AI fan fell from the sky. Boom. The battleship disappeared, and AI fan's 2 feet slammed into Zephyr's palm. Click. The ground under Zephyr's feet cracked, but he didn't take a step back. AI fan was shocked. Zephyr's hands that blocked his attack were useless. Domineering. Could it be that this is the true strength of the general? This kind of strength is simply a monster. AI fan. Zephyr waved his hand and gently waved AI fan to the side. You are really very good. There was only admiration in his eyes. Hey, AI fan said with a smile. It's just normal. At the cost of exhausting all the strength of the body, you can easily resist such an attack on Teacher Zephyr. I still have a long way to go. Chapter 36. I want to go to the promotion city. Recommended collection. Suddenly, the snoring sounded, and AI fan stood there and fell asleep. The strength he had accumulated in order to fight against Zephyr was exhausted by his several super strength attacks, which was also impossible. His body was only so big, and the strength he could accumulate was only so much to die. Zephyr looked at AI fan with a helpless smile. Are you doing your best? AI fan's future is very bright. Zephyr looked at the palm of his hand, and there were 2 deep footprints on it. Don't look, clean up the battlefield. Recruits are ready to train. Zephyr sighed and then shouted. Oh! Everyone started to act immediately, and they did what they had to do, and everything went on in an orderly manner. However, the eyes of everyone looking at AI fan have changed, including the eyes of everyone in this base looking at AI fan. The original AI fan was only considered to be a cultivator madman, and the iron block was very strong. But after today, AI fan's strength was revealed. Just one attack shattered the thick concrete wall, and the entire school ground was full of cracked ground. Although AI fan's last attack was easily blocked by Zephyr, anyone with sharp eyes could see that Zephyr used his true strength. Moreover, the power of the battleship that fell from the sky almost made them stop breathing, and the powerful attack power made them feel terrified. AI fan has won everyone's approval. The night was like water. AI fan woke up at once, and after a few activities full of energy, AI fan only felt that his exhaustion was swept away. Cuckoo. The stomach protested. AI fan laughed twice and ran towards the restaurant. The restaurants here are open 24 hours a day, because no one lets their guard down here, day or night. Yo, Evan. Entering the restaurant, AI fan felt a different atmosphere than usual. Everyone looked at him with a smile, and everyone greeted him with enthusiasm. AI fan trotted to AI fan's side, blinking at AI fan with big eyes. Hey, Ryan, what's wrong with everyone? AI fan asked his number 1 fan. Hey, Ryan put his finger on his mouth and said, don't you know Xiao A fan? You are already the youngest warrant officer in history. As long as you are here as a teaching assistant for 1 year, you will be able to serve in the Navy headquarters! Admiralty headquarters, warrant officer? AI fan's eyes widened. Didn't you say that it will be given after a year? Why did I become a warrant officer after only 1 sleep? Ryan smiled and said, of course it's because AI fan's strength has been recognized by everyone, but Mr. Zephyr directly talked to the Navy headquarters. Oh, that's what it is. AI fan nodded. Little Ryan, did you just finish training? Ryan said with a bitter expression. Yeah, because of the matter between the two of you in the morning. Mr. Zephyr specially strengthened our training. It's all because of you, AI fan. Oh, it hurts me. Lavo came out from behind with a face full of resentment. He looked very embarrassed, as if he had suffered some inhuman treatment. Haha, AI fan laughed loudly. Sorry, I will take special care of you when I'm working as a teaching assistant for you. Revo. Really? Lavo said with a smile on his face. That's great. I also practiced with Teacher Zephyr today, but Teacher Zephyr said that I have too many weaknesses, so he helped me to correct it. Oh, it hurts to death. AI fan lightly tapped the Wu King on Lavo's arm, causing the latter to cry out in pain. This scar was made by domineering, AI fan said softly. Ulwa glanced at AI fan resentfully. It's not you. Today I proposed to test the power of domineering, and I ended up being beaten like this. Haha, AI fan laughed. You brought it all on your own. During the conversation, the food had been carried up by the handyman. Considering AI fan's appetite, every time AI fan came to the restaurant, the food was brought up by two handymen together. The technique of multiple shadows. 10 AI fans appeared together, and eating like this was AI fan's favorite. Be more efficient and eat more, faster. After enjoying the delicious food, people who had been busy during the day fell asleep, and the soldiers on duty at night started patrolling that would last all night. Bang bang. Evan came to Zephyr's door and knocked on the door. Bang bang. Seeing that no one responded, AI fan knocked twice again. AI fan, what's the matter? Zephyr's voice came from behind AI fan. AI fan turned around and said, before I became a teaching assistant, I wanted to ask Teacher Zephyr for help. Zephyr pushed open the door, walked in and said, come in and talk. AI fan walked into the house. Without Zephyr saying anything, he sat down comfortably on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea in his hand, and poured a cup for Zephyr who had just sat down. Little devil, what's the matter? Zephyr said solemnly. Teacher, I want to go to Advance City. AI fan laughed. Advance City? Zephyr questioned. That's where some vicious pirates are imprisoned. What are you doing there? AI fan said with a serious face. I want to go in and defeat a person, the Colby from last time. I'm going to defeat him. Colby? Haha, Zephyr said with a smile. It looks like your kid is very confident. I can beat him. Evan said to himself. Zephyr nodded and said, if you think you can, try it out. It's a good thing to have confidence. But you can't go now. The first sentence AI fan was quite happy, but the latter sentence made AI fan grow his face. Why? My strength is very strong now. AI fan questioned. Advance City is a place where mortals are imprisoned. You definitely won't be able to see Colby in the name of challenging prisoners, but after a year, you can use the name of a visit to take a look inside and see if you can do what you want. It's up to you, Zephyr said with a smile. He is in the Navy, and it is absolutely forbidden for a fan to do things that violate the regulations of the Navy. However, if it is in other names and does not directly violate the regulations of the Navy, Zephyr is still willing to help a fan. That's it. Okay, I'll wait another year. AI fan nodded. Zephyr said solemnly, okay, you can go back, and don't turn on the experience at night in the general's living area. AI fan said dumbly, I didn't turn it on. Well, rest early. Tomorrow is your day as a teaching assistant. Don't be ashamed. Zephyr sent AI fan away with a smile. AI fan was walking on the road and murmured, do you think I am willing to turn it on? Many of the general's family lived here, and at night, they would always hear some indescribable voices. And turning on the experience is equivalent to opening a feast in front of AI fan. AI fan felt that he was still young, and doing so would have an indescribable impact on his young mind. What's more important is that many generals can see and hear, and if they open it, they can sense each other, so as to prevent embarrassment. Everyone will not open it. Chapter 37 Teaching Assistant's Daily Life. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. This training base on the Great Route starts a new day full of energy. The current era is the era of the great pirates, and all kinds of pirates emerge in an endless stream on the Great Route. But this naval base will never be discovered, because there are machines made by Vegapunk, and all record pointers will bypass this island. And the island Whale of Olives has become the best place for pirates to rest. However, after the last incident, the navy on the island has tripled, and there are often some pirates who land and conflict with the navy. Except for a small number of pirates who can obtain supplies and leave there, most of the pirates smashed their halberds and sank in the sand, and were eventually locked up in the Push City. Today is AI Fan's first day as a teaching assistant. He got up early, put on his favorite pajamas printed with hundreds of kinds of fruits, picked up the Hyalu stone specially made 10 hands that he had not used for a long time, put it on his shoulders, and stood behind Zephyr with great temperament. All aboard. Zephyr waved, and all the recruits boarded the warship together. AI Fan separated his clones and stood in 2 columns to maintain order. There were very few things he needed to do, and more often he just had to watch. After everyone assembled on the boat, Zephyr stood in front of everyone and said, "Today you will have a small test." Everyone looked at Zephyr quietly. His mouth widened and he said solemnly, "Your mission is very simple. Go and defeat a small sea king together. Remember, be careful not to die." Everyone is still quiet, and they all have a little bit of juju in their hearts. They know the hugeness of the Sea Kings. Can they defeat the Sea Kings only by virtue of their physique that they have trained for more than a year? Even small Sea Kings are difficult. You can use all the artillery and weapons on the warship. This is what you have learned. It should be no problem to use it. Zephyr stood on the bow and said solemnly, "Today's mission is successful, and you will be qualified for a real battle." Ooh, the recruits are all excited. This is the qualification for actual combat. Doesn't that mean that they will fight against the pirates? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Lavaux clenched his fists tightly, with excitement on his face. Have you finally reached this point? Actual combat. The sailing of the warship is very fast. They are not far from the windless belt, so it only took a few hours of sailing to reach the edge of the windless belt. Zephyr turned his head and said, "AI Fan, after your clone is summoned, you won't be afraid of water, right?" AI Fan was stunned. "That's right, it's just..." Before he could finish speaking, Zephyr interrupted, "That's good. The teaching assistant's task today is to attract a small sea king to the recruits. Be careful, don't be eaten." "Ha ha." AI Fan confidently threw his fist, jumped on the bow and said, "Don't worry, watch my performance. Come on, little AI Fan. Little AI Fan, find us a nice one." Puff. AI Fan himself jumped into the sea. Swimming was like an instinct for AI Fan. When he was 2 years old, he could swim to great distances by himself. The world under the sea is magnificent and colorful small creatures live only a dozen meters away from the sea. Then there is a dark depth. If there is a sound of wow entering AI Fan's ears, it seems like a gentle whisper into his mind, making people unable to help relax. AI Fan couldn't help but feel sleepy, but in the next instant, a fatal sense of crisis struck. Clang! AI Fan turned around abruptly, opened his hands up and down, and held a sharp sword tooth in each palm. AI Fan opened his senses to be domineering, and a huge influence emerged in his mind. A huge head like a dinosaur, 2 rows of sharp fangs with thousands of fangs, and dark skin, like a dinosaur whose limbs have been replaced by fins. When the real living Sea Kings appeared in front of AI Fan, AI Fan felt his insignificance for the first time. Hey, such a huge body is really terrifying. AI Fan tightly grasped the upper and lower fangs of this Sea King, feeling the powerful strength of the opponent. He was really excited, and his arms were shaking with this overwhelming force. But he is not afraid. This sense of crisis makes him excited. Water train impact. AI Fan leaned back on one leg, and then kicked out suddenly. Boom! The seawater condensed into a train, and with an unstoppable momentum, it slammed into the big mouth of this Sea King. Bang! Roar! The sea train shattered, and the Sea King let out a miserable howl. However, its vitality is strong, and after the miserable howl, it immediately rushed towards AI Fan, who swam far away. Hey, it's really difficult to use the shave plus moon step in the sea. AI Fan moved at high speed in the water. The Sea Kings are huge and fast, and AI Fan is also running with all his strength to avoid being bitten. Bang! AI Fan broke out of the water and suspended in the air with the help of the moon step, and under his feet, a huge shadow emerged. Let's go! The prepared recruits stood on both sides of the ship, AI Yin commanded, and the artillery was ready to go. Boom! Accompanied by a huge splash, this Sea King rushed out of the sea. Its huge body immediately occupied everyone's attention, and the attack that had been practiced early was not sent out immediately. In the end, it was Zane who reacted at once, standing on the bow and shouting loudly, "Cannon! Cannon!" Oh, the people who reacted hurriedly fired, and while the Sea King's sight was still on AI Fan, more than a dozen cannons on the side of the ship fired at the same time. Boom, boom. The cannon exploded on the body of the Sea Kings, causing everyone to cheer. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, there were no scars from the shelling on the bodies of the Sea Kings. Is this a Sea King, a real monster? The recruits were a little shocked. Look at me, air shock. Laveau stood on the deck, clenched his fists, and threw out a fierce fist. Boom! There was a depression on the body of the Neptune that was beaten, but it returned to normal after a little stagger. Roar! It roared loudly and bit down on the warship where everyone was. Crowded, overgrown. The dense vines entangled it, but the Sea Kings broke the vines in the next instant. Binz looked terrified. He knew the tenacity of his vines, but such a thing was broken in one fell swoop. Go back! AI Yin shot. A beam of light hit the Sea King class, and its body began to shrink violently, and finally it became less than 1/10 the size of a warship. Laveau rushed out and punched with a smile. Lethal shock. In this move, the impact on the opponent's heart will disappear, and the consequence is that the opponent will stop the flow of blood in the whole body within 3 seconds and die. Chapter 38 The Daily Life of a Teaching Assistant, 2. However, Lovell's hopeful blow didn't work. He didn't hit the Neptune's heart. Although he stopped the blood flow in the place where the Neptune was hit, he couldn't control it after the opponent's heart beat twice. Laveau was a little disappointed. He thought he could kill this Sea King in one shot. Go! The recruits roared and jumped off the boat. They held a long knife in their hands and slashed down at the Sea Kings who looked a little painful on the water. Revo was not to be outdone, and it was another violent shock. Aine was excited, and another light flew out of her hand, and the light hit the Sea King. The people who were rushing towards the Sea Kings suddenly rushed into the air. The Sea Kings disappeared all of a sudden. What's the situation? Everyone was stunned. At this moment, even the calm Shu Zephyr was a little surprised. In his senses, the Sea King has been wiped out, and its breath has completely disappeared. AI Yin, is your ability already able to achieve this level? Laveau said blankly looking at AI Yin. AI Yin smiled and said, yes, I am the one with the ability to regress the fruit. Anything that is touched by my ability will be reversed by 12 years. This Sea King is less than 24 years old, and I touched it for 2 years. It just disappeared. After that, AI Fan was completely stunned. He fell from the sky and came to Aine's side. AI Yin, how powerful are you? In the past, AI Yin always looked like an enthusiastic fan, but in today's battle, AI Fan suddenly realized the level of AI Yin's ability against the sky. Even the body of the creature will be turned back. Does that mean that as long as you let Aine touch it every few years, you can stay young forever? Aine crossed his hands and said, no, my abilities are useless to me, and as long as my spirit relaxes, except for those things that have disappeared, other things that have been regressed will return to their original state. Yes, relaxed? AI Fan asked in confusion. Yeah, once you're frightened or unconscious, there's nothing you can do. Well, it seems that I think too much. AI Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Laveau came to AI Fan and said, what's the matter, AI Fan, are you disappointed? No, don't you think Ryan's ability is cool? Go back in time. As long as we want, we can let Ryan keep us young all the time. AI Fan said seriously. This ability will fail as long as it is soaked in seawater for a while, and maybe there will be side effects that Aine doesn't even know about. AI Fan, I advise you not to try it, Zephyr said solemnly beside him. Haha, I'm not even 12 years old now. How could I have such thoughts? AI Fan shook his head. The recruits climbed onto the warship one by one, and the Sea Kings disappeared. They basically didn't help other than firing cannons, and they themselves didn't know if it was a mission completed. Zephyr stood in front of everyone. Today's task is considered to be completed by you. But the future training will change the subject. The original actual combat plan has been cancelled, and the mere Sea King class will make you unable to react when you are prepared. It's too bad. Zephyr reprimanded and embarrassed what everyone said. The warship returned to voyage, and everyone's training subjects became actual combat drills. It's up to AI Fan to fight against everyone. Everything is based on actual combat. You can't intentionally disable your teammates, and the rest is optional. This is wild training. Everyone beat AI Fan, and everyone except AI Yin went up. The crowd fought for a few hours, and when Revo fell under AI Fan's fist and could no longer stand up, everyone returned to the naval training base. At 10 minutes at night, Ain, Pins, Ivan and Livo sat around the dining table, and on the other side were dozens of recruits with bruised noses and bruised faces. The poor performers didn't have dinner, and Pins and Revo performed well, so they sat at the dining table with bruised faces. At the dinner table, AI Yin and AI Fan were fine. AI Yin did not participate in the battle, because Zephyr was afraid that she would accidentally use her ability! Revo, don't always study your abilities. A strong body is your capital. Ivan taught Revo a lesson with meat in his mouth. The impact fruit is very useful. The ability development of the impact fruit you mentioned still has a lot of abilities. I haven't even touched one edge. Livo explained. AI Fan shook his head and said, that's all you need to think about. You must first strengthen your own strength, at least learn the ability to be domineering and then fully study the fruit. But Livo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the arrival of Zephyr. AI Fan is right. The ability of fruit is not all. Only your own ability is really strong. Any fruit has weaknesses or shortcomings, and relying on the ability of fruit will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Okay, I will do my best to improve my power. Livo has an advantage, that is, he will listen to the teachings of anyone stronger than him. But he also has a disadvantage. Anyone weaker than him will basically force others to listen to him. Okay, your punishment ends here. Come and eat together. Zephyr waved at the drooling recruits. Oh, long live Teacher Zephyr. The recruits cheered. It's so sad to watch other people eat too much when you're hungry. AI Fan, I have a question for you. AI Yin hesitated for a long time and finally whispered in AI Fan's ear. AI Fan turned his head and said, what's wrong? AI Yin pressed his lower lip. Why is AI Fan always wearing pajamas? Oh, this. AI Fan pulled down his fruit pajamas and said, it's very comfortable to wear this. Is it gone? Ain was stunned. Wearing pajamas 24 hours a day just because it's comfortable? And it's beautiful, don't you think? AI Fan said seriously. AI Yin thought about it for a while and said, speaking of which is also true, although wearing pajamas is very comfortable, but wearing only pajamas all day long is it not? I fell asleep. AI Yin was speechless. AI Fan fell asleep before finishing a sentence! The snoring sounded, indicating that AI Fan fell asleep at once. Ain complained, you must be wearing pajamas because you can fall asleep anytime, anywhere. The night at the base was quiet, and AI Fan, who was sleeping in the restaurant, didn't care about anyone. This kind of thing happens so often that everyone is used to it. At night, Zephyr crouched down at the table and frowned. The recent surge in pirates on the Great Route has been too serious. There have even appeared pirates that even the government can't handle. The Revolutionary Army is also just around the corner, and the new world is changing with each passing day. Alas, Zephyr sighed. Let's leave this to Kongyu to worry about it. My task is to teach the recruits. The future world should be no problem for him. Zephyr's eyes looked in the direction of the restaurant. Chapter 39 Ainstating Battle. The next morning, people poured into the restaurant. AI Fan also woke up with a start, but he didn't even move, because the handyman had already brought over a large amount of food. Teacher AI Fan, this is your breakfast. The two handymen wiped the sweat from their foreheads. AI Fan smiled and said, thanks a lot, but can you help me get another piece of fruit? The two handymen looked at each other and said, still the same weight as usual? Thank you, AI fan said inarticulately. His mouth was already full of delicious food. Little AI fan, guess who I am? AI Yin covered his eyes from behind AI fan. AI fan grabbed AI Yin's gloved right hand and pretended to be suspicious. Xiao Hua Xiao, or Xiao AI? Nothing. Ain's cheeks bulged. I mean, saying that, he sat down beside AI fan angrily. AI fan snickered, hearing the voice. He knew it was AI Yin, but he deliberately teased the other party when he thought it was interesting. Little AI fan, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. AI Yin was a little gloomy, and handed the bento box in his hand to AI fan from the small backpack. AI fan took it and opened it. The food inside was placed into a heart, and the pink lunchbox showed AI Yin's girlish feelings. Hey, this girl Tildu. AI fan smiled. This girl doesn't like herself, right? Or, do you admire yourself? Forget it, a stinky little girl with a hazy sense of attachment. Our AI fan ate the bento in 3 or 2 bites and said to AI Yin, thank you, it's delicious. AI Yin was surprised and said, really? Then, little AI fan, can I bring you every day? Okay. AI fan, who ate meat, agreed without hesitation. AI Yin's face was slightly red, and she covered her face with her hands, not knowing what she was thinking. The breakfast time was short and pleasant, and AI Yin went out with AI fan. When approaching the training place, Ain finally gathered up his courage and said, AI fan, when will you go to Go's Island? AI fan thought for a moment and said, the next time the warship goes out to purchase. The owner of the clothing store said that new pajamas will arrive around this time. That's right. AI Yin entangled her hands together. Then next time we go together, I'm going to buy something too. Okay, I'll take you to try the ramen there, it's delicious. AI fan responded. Very good, great. AI Yin waved his fist in his heart. Am I dating AI fan? Thinking of this, Ain couldn't help blushing. The training continued, and AI Yin, who was wearing gloves, also joined the actual combat training. However, although she persisted for a whole day, her state was always a bit wrong, which made AI fan always be careful. AI Yin's ability was too much for her. Dangerous. If you are not careful, you will disappear directly. At dinner time, AI Yin brought a bento to AI fan again. This move was noticed by Revo. AI Yin, why only his and not mine? Revo pointed to AI fan and asked. Humphrey. AI Yin snorted coldly. Do you want to be a baby? Lovell was speechless. He experienced it once when he was 3 years old, and now he feels a little scared when he thinks about it. Okay, you're amazing. Livo shed tears silently in his heart. Why didn't I get a bento by a girl? Exclamation mark. After AI fan finished eating the lunch, he glanced up and down at Revo, and suddenly laughed. A burly man like you can only be seen by blind people. Lovell looks more and more burly, and AI fan thinks that this thing will definitely grow to 3 meters in the future. 3 meters. It seems that admirals are basically this height. Time is always passing by inadvertently. But this is not the case for Ain. The weekly purchases are so long in the eyes of she has been looking forward to going to Go's Island with Ivan these days. And she can implement her plan and fight against Xiao AI fan's date. Let's get off the boat first, walk together, and then go to sell clothes with AI fan. By the way, I will also buy a nice one, and then let AI fan help me look at it, and then we will go to dinner together. Hee, I do everything with AI fan. AI Yin's cheeks were red, and she always felt that her thoughts would make her so shy. The warship set off, and Ivan went to Go's Island alone with Ain. On the island, the sailors divided into batches to buy different supplies, while AI fan and AI Yin went straight to the ramen restaurant. Clinging to AI fan tightly, AI Yin couldn't help but think again. AI fan, will he hold my hand? Should I refuse it? AI Yin was confused. Look out, there's a cow going mad. AI fan looked up and saw a black cow on the street not far away that was rampaging. Suddenly, it saw the red clothes on Ain's body, with white hair from its nose, and it rushed straight at it. Huh? AI fan was stunned for a moment. AI Yin, who was beside him, didn't move at all. He was dumbfounded and didn't know what he was thinking. Be careful. At the critical moment, AI Fan grabbed Ain's hand and pulled her aside. AI Yin, what's the matter with you? Why are you suddenly in a daze? You were almost knocked out just now. AI Yin? AI Yin returned to his senses, but suddenly found that his hand was pulled by AI Fan, and AI Fan was staring at himself, as if he was saying something. However, it's so cute, little AI Fan. AI Fan was helpless, looking at AI Yin, who seemed to be in an info, a little speechless. It felt terrible to be trapped in her own situation and unable to extricate herself. Moo. The black bull turned his head and bumped again. AI Fan threw a punch with one hand. The locomotive impact. The blue locomotive appeared and collided with the black's bull. Bang! The black bull was knocked over a dozen meters away, and the train kept its momentum and slammed straight into the private houses and shops on the side. Not good, AI Fan exclaimed. Too much power is used. Clang! The locomotive seemed to hit something, stopped and then slowly dissipated. Only the deep ravine on the road proved the strength of AI Fan's blow. AI Fan's expression was condensed, and he was able to block an attack of this level without his knowledge. He seemed to be a very powerful character. However, let's forget it. In the current world, as long as you don't do things like burning, killing, and looting, you just happen to see it, then why are you doing so much nosy business? Or look at the fool in front of you. AI Yin, let's have a good talk, AI Fan said sternly. As he said that, he dragged Ain to the ramen shop next to him. During this period, Ain's face was always red. AI Fan, did he just say he wanted to fall in love with me? Then what should I say? Yin wanted to entangle his hands again, but suddenly I found that my other hand was still held by AI Fan. Chapter 48 Years. AI Yin blinked with big eyes, only to feel so comfortable being pulled by AI Fan. AI Yin, why are you defenseless? AI Fan said seriously. He was a little worried about Ain, because he had never seen Ain in one piece in his previous life, and such a heaven-defying ability had never appeared before. In addition to the current performance of Ryan, AI Fan was a little worried that Ryan would not live too long. Unprepared, AI Yin bit her finger and said, why don't you keep pulling me, so I'm more at ease? Besides, I'll take care of a calf of that level in one fell swoop. You can destroy it with your abilities. Okay, let's eat noodles. AI Fan waved. Boss, put ramen for 100 people in a big bowl. Ramen shop owner. After the perfect meal, AI Fan and Ryan went to buy some clothes, and AI Fan naturally bought some new pajamas. However, in the end, he couldn't beat AI Yin. She bought AI Fan a t-shirt, and AI Fan returned and bought some trendy clothes for Ryan. During this period, AI Yin's face was always red, and AI Fan looked at it with a lot of laughter. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart. AI Yin seemed to really like himself. But I'm only 7 years old this year. Is it really good to want to fall in love so early? Although he could see AI Yin's thoughts, AI Fan was thinking about how to deal with this situation. It is certain that he will be removed from the Navy in the future. Everyone regards Roger's blood as the blood of the devil, and his identity will be exposed in the future. At that time, he will definitely not be a Navy. If he still has Ain as a tie, it will be even more troublesome to deal with. The reason for the trouble is to look at each other's feelings. If the other party is just ignorantly attached, then this feeling will fade away as long as they separate. If it is true, AI Fan feels that he only needs to knock AI out and take him away. That's it. Having figured it out, AI Fan decided to explain it directly to AI Yin. AI Yin, I feel the need to talk to you. Huh? AI Yin, who was immersed in her beautiful imagination, came back to her senses. We are still too young, and I will report to the naval headquarters in another year, and it is estimated that your talent will take 9 years to train under Teacher Zephyr before you graduate, but we will not be able to meet for 8 years. Oh, if you think there will be a relationship between us, then make a vow that we will be together after 8 years. Because the timeline in One Piece is too messy, so there are some changes. Everyone knows it when you watch it. The general plot of the main line will not change. but it will be a little different because of the addition of AI fan. AI fan, you mean, can we? Ain didn't seem to hear the point. AI fan said helplessly, 8 years later, if you are still like this, then let's be together. Ryan paused and said with a firm expression, okay, when you leave here, the 8-year contract will begin. AI fan nodded, and everything went smoothly after that. The two walked around the street for a long time, but there was not much that could be done between the two children, so the two returned to the warship directly. The warship returned to voyage, carrying the agreement of the two of AI fan. Ain and Goss Island looked a little different from a distance. There is a smile in AI fan's eyes. There is a very powerful character on Goss Island, and that person lives in the shop originally opened by Lovell. With him around, ordinary pirates probably wouldn't have the chance to harass the residents of the island. Back at the base, the 9 AI fans who were training in the base were stunned for a moment at the same time. The clone brought back the information, and AI fan also smiled. The biggest difference between the clone and the main body is that the main body can recall the clone. Therefore, the decision made by the clone will not make any difference depending on the main body. The 8-year covenant is just one aspect. As for AI fan, when he thought about his punch, his power exploded a little, which would cause a lot of unnecessary consumption and easily hurt others. The power of the 6th form is huge, and AI fan feels that his control over the 6th form is still a little weak, and more precise control requires more assiduous practice. However, AI fan has confidence in himself and has more detailed control. This is how a new round of hard training began, and AI fan went to ask Zephyr how to precisely control every bit of his strength. Zephyr said cheerfully, this kind of thing has to be explored by yourself, and it is up to you to learn such finer things by others, and others can't help you. AI fan was helpless, so he had no choice but to work as a teaching assistant while practicing small power moves to precisely control every ounce of his strength. Although the return of life can control every inch of one's skin, it has no effect on the attack of life outside the body. After pondering for 3 months, AI fan finally mastered a bit of the doorway. This is quite a subtle feeling. AI fan sees everything more clearly, and the ability to perceive color domineering is also greatly enhanced. The most important thing is that his control of power is easier. Compared with 3 months ago, if he could hit 2 ultimate drain impact, his arms would temporarily lose the combat effectiveness due to exhaustion, but now, he can hit 10, and his moves and strength will be much stronger. This is the result of his meticulous training, and this is also the result of the first stage. AI fan believes that as long as he practices hard, his strength will definitely continue to grow stronger. AI fan also came up with the small power long-range attack, but these attacks only consume less, but the power is equivalent to a weakened version of his strongest attack. The destructive power is slightly insufficient, but it can be played continuously. In the world of One Piece, AI fan felt that it was unwise to fight in close quarters when the situation was unknown, just like Ain, who seemed to have no solution in close combat. If you don't know it at first, it's very likely that you will die immediately. Therefore, AI fan is very targeted at strengthening his long-range attack ability. The speed of shaving is not a panacea. AI fan felt that at the very least he had to make up for his shortcomings. Only in this way could he be able to face all crises and emergencies. The efficiency of 10 AI fans is terrifying, and AI fan quickly thought of his biggest weakness. Afraid of water, very afraid of water. But if you want to not be afraid of water, it means you have to give up the increase of 10 times the combat power. 10 AI fans separated and stacked together will have completely different effects. AI fan thought, did he train himself how not to be afraid of water? In other words, in some of the pictures I have seen, it seems that ninjas can fight on the water? Does that mean that someone who knows ninjutsu can also stand on the water? Chapter 41 Special Task. AI fan who has an idea is always quick to act. One AI fan stays as an assistant, and the other 9 practice the method of standing on the water together. As for how to cultivate AI fan, he doesn't know. He is just thinking about what to do now. AI fans is very high, and he quickly deduced the method. However, the mobilization of chakra energy AI fan has made difficulties. He can't do anything other than a ninjutsu that can summon 9 shadow clones. He has no clue about the mobilization of chakra. But fortunately, he has more time than others. After a month of hard groping and several avatars to mutilate his body, AI fan finally found the safest way to use chakra. And this is only limited to mobilizing chakra to all parts of his body. As for ninjutsu or something, AI fan will not even think about it. Thinking about a mobilization method is going to drive me crazy. If I think about other ninjutsu, AI fan feels that if he has this time to practice the 6 forms, it is probably more effective than that. It took AI fan a month to practice the ability to stand on the water, and he also learned the ability to stand on top of anything. After combining the 6 styles, AI fan learned the same skills as flying, and the consumption is only a small amount of chakra and physical strength. Moreover, the combination of the 6th form and chakra is very powerful. After combining chakra, his own attack almost turned into a substantive normal, and it can even exist for a long time, which is something AI fan did not expect. Time flies so fast. Half a year has passed for AI fan as a teaching assistant. During this time, most of his energy was on the combined attack of chakra and 6 forms, and his strength soared a lot because of this. When 10 AI fans ran freely on the sea, the navy on the warship always looked at AI fan with envy, and those who are more envious are those who are capable. At the end of the day's training, everyone returned to the base, but Zephyr called AI fan out alone. Garp is coming over tomorrow, saying he's taking you on a special mission. Special task? AI fan pondered. A special task for me? What is it? I don't know, but it is said that Garp is on vacation. He asked you to keep things secret. Are you going? Zephyr asked. AI fan smiled and said, of course I'm going. My strength is progressing fast. I'm just going out to try it out. Stinky boy, Zephyr scolded with a laugh. Don't underestimate any pirate. The strange abilities of devil fruits are endless, and they even have the ability to directly target the soul. That ability is impossible to fight until you have learned advanced domineering. Yes, okay, I know, Teacher Zephyr. I will always be vigilant. AI fan smiled. HMPH, that guy Garp is always unreliable, but his strength is still acceptable. There are also different things in him that are worth learning from, but don't relax, AI fan, Zephyr said with a dry cough, and seemed to realize that he was talking a little too much today, but he finally added, I will test you when I come back in a month, so don't let your strength go backwards. Don't worry, my strength improvement will surprise you. I have made great progress in the past 3 months. Of course. You don't know. AI fan smiled and flaming self-confidence. The next morning, AI fan just woke up, and when his perception color was turned on, he noticed a strong and infiltrating breath approaching here. Originally, he didn't feel that strong, but after the improvement of his perception of domineering, he became much more sensitive to the detection of some strong or weak auras. That aura seemed to be stronger than Zephyr, and AI fan knew clearly that Garp was here. Evan, go out with me on a mission today. Garp shouted loudly. He was wearing a casual suit today, much better than his usual navy suit. Old man, why did you call me out? AI fan asked. Garp should not call himself for no reason. Calling himself during this time period must have something to do. Garp, what are you doing for so much? Just come with me. Garp was always so direct. The two boarded the warship, and Aang said goodbye in tears on the island. When I think that little AI fan is going to leave me for a month, my heart aches. Aang choked at the thought. The warship sailed out of the windless zone, and the two descended directly on an island somewhere. Where is this place? AI fan has been to only a handful of places, and he is really lost in this kind of place. Don't worry, just follow me, Zephyr said solemnly. The two got on the boat by themselves and floated on the sea like this until night. Garp discerned the direction and said solemnly, AI fan, have you learned to walk on the moon? AI fan smiled. turned over and stood on the sea. I have more than enough skills. Outdated old man. Hey AI fan, when did you learn to stand on the sea? Garp was shocked. Hey AI fan raised his fist and said, old man, how long have you not paid attention to your grandson? I learnt it for several months and you still don't know? Garp looked surprised. I really don't know. But this is very good. You follow me. Let's go to another island. Saying that, he jumped out of the ship and started to advance rapidly in the air with moon steps. AI fan followed closely on the water, shouting, you haven't told me where this place is. Garp looked down at AI fan and said, Donghai. AI fan, East China Sea, this is the starting point of Ace and Luffy. What did Garp bring himself here? Ivan glanced at Garp's figure in the air, and he didn't understand why Garp brought himself to this place. AI fan responded slightly, I must have changed history, but I am trying my best to make up for it. Leaving Ace, making Ace grow into the Ace in my impression. Try not to interfere with Luffy, the absolute, the protagonist. But why did Cap bring himself here? Could it be that history is really about to change? AI fan didn't want to think about it, but he still made up his mind. If history really changed very seriously, AI fan knew exactly what role he would play. Still, all this was inconclusive until Garp stopped. Looking at Garp's fast-moving figure, AI fan secretly said in his heart, come on, let me see how the world has changed. At that time, old man, what kind of role should you play? All of this will only come to a conclusion after completing this special mission of Garp. Chapter 42 Pick out. Garp's speed is very fast, and he has been running in the air for nearly 2 hours without seeing any fatigue. AI fan had to sigh. The powerhouses in One Piece are really too strong. This kind of extreme physical strength AI fan is enviable. However, he is confident because his control of power has been improving. One day, AI fan feels that his control of power will surpass everyone else. When dawn came, Ivan kept running with Garp without stopping all night. Fortunately, with the assistance of chakra, it is not too difficult for Ivan to keep up with Garp. However, AI fan's stomach is already protesting. In a hurry, the body has not stored a lot of nutrients. After AI fan's clone was recalled, due to the superposition of power, AI fan's consumption was 10 times more than others. What's more, he was already hungry, and with 10 AI fans, he would be hungry even faster. Hey, old man, when will we arrive? Ivan shouted. Garp slowed down and said, why, can't you hold it? It's not like that. AI fan waved his fist and said, I still have a lot of energy left. But I'm hungry. Huh? Garp said in surprise. Where did you go to eat 100 people last night? You said that. AI fan looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head. I usually eat at most 500 servings. My body needs nourishment to grow, and when I grow up to 17 years old, I should be hungry and it will not be so fast. Now, 500 people? Garp almost fell from the sky. You brat. You eat more than the people on a warship combined. But Garp's expression changed and he continued, you kid has the style of my youth. At most, I can eat 1,000 people at one meal. You are still far behind. Okay, stinky old man, when exactly will we arrive? AI fan shouted. Call me grandpa, brat. Garp clenched his fists, the veins on his face bulging. Soon. Oh, see the shadow, let's speed up. Shadow? AI fan looked up. Obviously there was nothing. Moonstep. Ivan stepped into the sky and flashed to Garp's side, but he still didn't see the shadow. Garp said, huh? Garp suddenly pointed at Ivan's feet and said, how did you fly up without moving your feet? This? AI fan said with a smile, this is a move I realized, but it doesn't seem to move. In fact, there is a strong impact under my feet. Revo's impact fruit gave me a lot of inspiration. That's right. Garp suddenly realized. Cut. AI fan curled his lips. Actually, you definitely didn't want to understand. This is the advanced application of chakra combined body technique. I have practiced hard for half a year to achieve this step. It is impossible for an old man like you to understand. It is to use a kind of domineering energy to collide with the air to make your body lighter, so just move the soles of your feet a little to get airborne and even gain a strong movement speed. You are standing on the sea with this kind of energy. Come on, Garp said casually. Hey you old man, how could you see through it at a glance? Ivan's eyes widened. Garp could actually see chakra? Did you directly see through the moves you used? Wow, ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. Stinky boy, when your domineering is fully awakened and you reach my age, you can see through this kind of trick, but it seems that you have very little energy use, like the overlord color, is a very rare thing. That's right, AI fan pondered. But you don't have to worry, most people can't detect it, and it's useless even if you notice it. You can rest assured, kid. Garp explained that Ivan was a little worried. It's nothing, what I rely on most is my fist, and everything else exists to assist my fist. Old man, I will be the character who will defeat the general in the future. How can I be shaken by your words? Chakra and devil fruit are only auxiliary, fist is the last word. Old man, this is what you want to tell me, right? Evan smiled. His will not be shaken because he has a firmer heart than anyone else. Stinky boy, how confident, Garp said with a wide grin. Oh? AI fan's eyes suddenly narrowed and he said, I saw that shadow you mentioned. A shadow appeared at the end of AI fan's line of sight, the shadow of a small island. Old man, why is your line of sight so much farther than mine? AI fan wondered. Because you haven't fully grown yet, stinky boy. Wow, ha ha ha. Garp laughed directly mockingly. AI fan was silent, and Garp accepted this reason. What's the name of that island? Ivan asked. I forgot the name of the island, but the mountain above it is called Mount Golbo. Garp's expression was a little unclear. The keen AI fan immediately noticed Garp's abnormal mood, and he said directly, Grandpa, tell me, I know what you are struggling with now. No matter what you say next, I am prepared in my heart. Garp paused and did not speak. It was not until the two of them landed on the island from the sky that Garp said solemnly, Ivan, you have a younger brother named Ace. The two of you are one piece. Gordy Rogers' child. He asked me to take care of you before he died. You were a little different when you were young, so I separated you rays. Only I know your identity. Don't tell them in the Warring States period. According to the temperament of the Warring States period, he may kill you directly. Also, no matter what complaints you have, or anything else, I will tell you these words. AI fan, I hope you can become an excellent Navy. Even if your father is alive, you should be very relieved to know this news. After saying these words in one breath, Garp finally let out a long sigh of relief, and finally let out what he was holding back in his heart. AI fan let out a long sigh. This is Garp, a man who will never lie. And Garp made it clear here, one is because he wants to recognize Ace, and the other is to give AI fan a buffer time. If something goes wrong in the future, people like Warring States will probably investigate it. Are you finished? AI fan said expressionlessly. Yeah. Garp nodded heavily. Well, let's go meet my brother Ace. Ivan smiled. Huh? Garp's expression was very exciting. AI fan's reaction was too calm, and Garp couldn't understand it. He was thinking, did he say something wrong? Or did Ivan hear it wrong? I wish you all a happy new year, happiness and health. Chapter 43 Ace. On the mountain road in Golbo Mountain, Garp was screaming at Ivan with his eyes wide open. Hey, AI fan, are you not surprised at all? Are you not responding at all? Did you hear it wrong? I just said you. Shut up, stinky old man. AI fan blasted out a straight road. I heard, I am the son of One Piece, and I have a younger brother named Ace. I have known about these things for a long time. Hatilda Capra said in a long voice in shock. I knew it long ago. What's the matter with you, kid? Don't worry about this. I have known it for a long time, and I have known it for a long time. In other words, the female bandit Darden lives in the front, right? AI fan pointed to the tree house in the distance. Darden, you know too? Evan, what else do you know? Garp was shocked. That's all. Don't worry, old man, I will continue to be in the Navy. At least that person has not yet appeared, and I have no chance to share the halo of not dying. The Navy is my best choice now. As for the future, what to do, see if you're in a good mood. AI fan said these words, and finally seemed to think of something, and said to Garp, Relax, old man, until I become the strongest Navy, I will always be a Navy. Is that so, Ivan? I'm very optimistic about you. Garp laughed. Hey, I didn't notice the breath of a child. Isn't Ace here? AI fan turned on the knowledge, but did not perceive the breath of a child of the same age as himself. Ivan stopped Garp from screaming, and quietly came out of the treehouse. There were loud drinking and loud noises, and Ivan heard the words about Ace. Boss, that devil's son hasn't come back for days. Ace, what about him? He doesn't need us for a long time anyway. It's better if he died outside. We can tell Garp that the kid died in an accident. However, does it really matter? It doesn't matter. That kid has a tough life. It's not that easy to die. We'll just wait. There is a stench here all year round, and there are mountains of garbage piled up here. This is where the uncertain ends. The two teenagers were hiding at the top of a big tree with dozens of people hugging each other. Sabo, how much did you steal today? Ace asked Sabo, who was wearing a black top hat. A lot, but unfortunately, I don't have as many as you, and I lost to you again today. Sabo was a little annoyed. Never mind, we've been saving money for more than 2 years without knowing it, Ace said with a sigh. Sabo lifted a certain trunk above the big tree, which contained a lot of gold and silver treasures and Baileys. Okay, that's it for today, I'm going back. Ivan stepped down from the big tree and waved goodbye to Sabo. See you next time, let's go to town to get a vote, Sabo said with a big grin. Okay, but I'll have to go back to Darden, lest they get wiped out by other robbers or something, I don't know. Please, please spare us. In front of the treehouse, a bandit lying on the ground, a bandit knelt in front of AI fan and begged. Damn, you kid. Who is it? The bandit Darden yelled. AI fan said solemnly, it's nothing, just take good care of you when you take good care of my brother. Darden is not particularly hateful to Ace, but AI fan is a little uncomfortable listening to their words, and when he is upset, it is the best choice to teach them a lesson. Brother, you can't do it. Darden is not too fair when he is fat, and the thief is also blood on the knife. But Afwan's words have evoked her for several years. Previous memories. That devil child, what she said to her when she was a baby. Oh? AI fan smiled and said, remember who I am? Darden? AI fan. Dan trembled. Congratulations, you got the right answer. In fact, apart from the lighter spots on my face, I don't look much different from Ace. AI fan said, rubbing his cheek with one hand. Darden came back to his senses, looked at AI fan with some fear and said, Ace has a good life, everything is his own choice, he can be self-reliant very early, and he will send us things. After saying this, Darden looked at the thoughtful AI fan and whispered, I don't know where Ace went. He likes to go to some dangerous places, and we don't dare to go to those places. HMPH. AI fan snorted coldly. Don't worry, your little lives are worthless to me. What's more, I want you to accompany Ace to grow up, although this environment is not good, but that's the only way. It takes a tough environment to hone the future Ace. Darden and the others breathed a sigh of relief, only to see AI fan shouting to the jungle not far away, come out, old man. Ha ha, AI fan, you really have a set. Garp exclaimed. Then he glanced at Darden and the others, and it was just a look. Darden and the others almost fainted in fright. AI fan, Darden and the others were entrusted by me to take care of Ace, and I come to see Ace every year. He is fine, you don't have to worry too much. Garp comforted. Hey, Ace is back. AI fan was overjoyed, and then said, old man, can you give us 2 alone time to communicate? Come back at this time tomorrow. Stinky brats still need to communicate alone? You kid wouldn't want to take advantage of this time to run away secretly, right? Garp had some doubts at this time. Smelly old man, just follow you if you want, but be careful of my sneak attack. AI fan said with a fist. HMPH, who wants to listen to the conversation between the 2 brats? I'm going to sleep for a while and come over tomorrow morning. Garp turned and left. He looks expressionless, but his heart is very complicated. Even today's AI fan can't see through it. Garp sneered and said with a disdainful expression, It's just two stinky brats. Looking at Garp's disappearing figure, AI fan breathed a sigh of relief. Old man, if you hear some words, you should find a lot of unusual things based on your experience. I'm sorry, even you have to hide it. Sending Garp away, Ivan began to look forward to it. Ace, when you and I meet, what will be the scene? AI fan's eyes looked in one direction, where a breath was approaching. It's finally here, Ace. With a smile, AI fan stood here waiting for the upcoming Ace. Chapter 44. It is difficult to recognize each other. Those guys in Darden don't know what's going on. Ace dragged a wild boar behind him. Although the bandits seem to treat him very badly, they still take care of him in general. In such a chaotic situation on this island, good people will never live long. Although they can be said to be full of evil, no matter what they say, they are people who adopted themselves even though they knew that they were the sons of demons. Furthermore, Ace smiled unconsciously when he thought of the bandits who were often tricked by him. When approaching the tree house, Ace restrained his expression. Meeting with Darden must have been noisy again, so what's the matter with a smile? Hey, it's so quiet here today. Ace didn't hear the noise of the bandits, and for a while he had some doubts. Could it be that they all went out? Walking out of the jungle, Ace was stunned. The bandits fell to the ground and did not know whether they were alive or dead. At the front, a figure wrapped in a fruit cloak stood at the front. Ace's anger was ignited to the limit. Hey, did you make them like this? Ace asked angrily. AI fan turned back and saw Ace again in the shadow of the cloak. Familiar face, holding a steel pipe in his hand, and dragging a big wild boar behind him. Even their hideous face because of being too angry is so cute in AI fan's eyes. Forget it, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Bastard. AI fan was interrupted by the angry Ace before he could finish speaking. Hey. The steel pipe carried the violent wind noise, and AI fan sideways dodged with a smile on his face. Ace, calm down. Ace attacked violently, but the strength was too weak in AI fan's opinion. But thinking about it, he has a clone and has been systematically trained since he was a child. Ace, on the other hand, relies on himself to survive. It is also very good in terms of strength and speed, but it is much worse than AI fan. The existence of the evil duo has been a monster-like existence since childhood. AI fan is like this, and Ace is also like this. Bang! AI fan held the steel pipe with one hand. Ace tried hard with both hands, but couldn't pull it out. Hey! AI fan lifted the cap of the cloak, revealing his face. Ace was a little stunned. How similar this face is to himself. Who the hell are you? With a face similar to himself, and an age similar to himself, Ace suddenly remembered what Darden had said to himself a few years ago. Ace, you still have an older brother. He asked me to tell you the news. I can't say anything else. AI fan let go of the steel pipe and said to AIC, who was in deep thought, why, I remember what Darden told you. AIC. Ace took 2 steps back and said incredulously, are you? AI fan stretched out his arms, revealing his figure, and said, yes, I'm your brother. AI fan. How is it possible? You. Ace's eyes widened, and he didn't know what to say. Darden didn't lie to me. Do I really have a brother? AI fan laughed, pulled AI fan into the wooden house, closed the door, and sat opposite Ace. Come on, if you have any questions, I will tell you. Aston took a moment and sneered, why should I believe you? Living in a violent environment, little Ace has long learned to be cautious. AI fan smiled and said, Cap will come over tomorrow morning to prove everything. I am indeed your brother, Ace. Cap? Is the old man here again? Ace muttered. However, so what? I don't believe you. Who should recognize the brothers who came out for no reason? Ace was full of anger. Ace, are you blaming me for not growing up with you? Ivan asked. Why? Do you really think you are my brother? Even if we look alike, but there are many people in the world who look alike, why would I believe you? Do you know my identity? Said around the mouth, Ace shouted like a roar. Ivan sighed and explained softly, our mother is Porgas de la Jew, and our father is Goldie Roger. Both of them have passed away. Ace, this you should know. I don't have that bastard father, and your brother who came out for no reason. My name is Porgas. My name is Porgas D. Ace. I don't care where you get my news from, but if you dare to kill Darden and the others, I will never let you go." Ace was still furious. Ha. AI fan suddenly laughed. No wonder Ace couldn't control his emotions. It turned out that the problem was with Dan and the others. Although Darden and the others are not good to Ace, but after all, they took care of Ace to such a large extent. Compared with themselves and others, Darden and the others are more like Ace's relatives. Don't worry, Ace. Darden and the others were just frightened into a coma. None of them died. Ace was stunned, rushed out the door to take a closer look, and found that everyone was still breathing. How? I didn't lie. Ace. Ivan stood at the door and said to Ace's back. So what? You are still a stranger to me. The only woman I respect in my heart is that woman named Porgas Delaju, and I will never admit that I have the blood of that man. Ace's voice was cold. AI fan is helpless. What should I do? Ace's character is rebellious, and Garp can't change it. Now that he has encountered such a problem, how to deal with it? AI fan himself is also in trouble. In the previous life, AI fan has seen limited things, and has limited knowledge of the development of the plot after One Piece, but he knows a lot of information. The burning of the life card in One Piece represents the passing of Ace. There is nothing wrong with this. Ace was a problem child when he was a child. After meeting Luffy, he formed a friendship. After he went to sea, he really grew up. Whitebeard was Ace's life mentor, but now he left Ace to AI fan. AI fan really doesn't know how to deal with it. Ace, no matter what, you and I are brothers of the same mother. AI fan couldn't think of a good way, so he could only resort to brown sugar. No matter what you are, we're brothers that will not change. AI fan decided to tell Ace everything except for the time travel, and wanted to try to see if Ace would stop rejecting him. HMPH, what if you're my brother? What are you coming to see me for now? AI fan smiled and said, of course, to tell you that you are not alone, you have my family, and your biological brother is still here. Chapter 45. Hard to recognize. Ace clenched his fists and was silent for a while. AI fan could see that Ace's heart was fighting fiercely. After the silence, Ace wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shinyin. Oh, it hurts to death. Darden woke up from the coma. Dan, you're alright. Ace glanced at AI fan, and immediately turned to Dan's side. Oh? Darden barely saw the figure in front of him. Ace, you're back. Dan, what the hell is going on? Ace said solemnly. Darden struggled to look around and saw AI fan standing at the door. AI fan glanced at her lightly, and made her tremble. It's okay, I'm okay, Ace. That person is your brother. Darden pointed at AI fan with some trembling. Ace said silently, I see. Can you still act? It's all right. It's all skin injuries. It will heal in a few days. Darden said. Ace sighed, let go of Darden, and walked towards the distance. Ivan followed, and he saw that Ace seemed to have something to say. Ace's footsteps were fast, and he walked on some rough roads. He also accelerated his pace and deliberately made a lot of noise. Roar! A big tiger appeared where Ace had just passed by. The tiger was huge, comparable to some small boats. AI fan laughed dumbly. Is Ace making trouble for himself? The big tiger opened its mouth and bit towards AI fan. AI fan moved and punched with one hand. Boom! The blue locomotive appeared and slammed into the big tiger fiercely. With just one click, the tiger screamed and fell directly into the distance. Ace was shocked and froze when he saw AI fan's punch. What is this? Ace said blankly. My move. The weakened version of the locomotive impact. The locomotive impact. With AI fan's explanation, the locomotive knocked over a big tree and disappeared. Ace looked at the broken tree, gritted his teeth, jumped up suddenly, and walked further away. The two walked for a long time, crossed the single plank bridge, and then climbed over a mountain. In front of AI fan's eyes, there were heaps of garbage piled up like mountains, and the stench that filled the air. Is this where you grew up? Ace glanced at Ivan and walked towards somewhere. As the sun went down, Ace shouted at a big tree, Sabo, A hat with sunglasses first appeared on the canopy, and a round face appeared in front of AI Fan. "What's the matter, Ace? Come back so soon?" "Hey, why did you bring outsiders here?" Ace didn't speak, but his eyes started to wander. Sabo, who was also his partner, understood it in an instant. He first stepped back, and then jumped out of the tree with a steel pipe. "Drink." With Chang Xiao, the two rushed towards AI Fan at the same time. Boom! With two muffled groans, Sabo and Ace were knocked to the ground by Ivan at the same time. "In comparison, you are still too weak." AI Fan smiled. He suddenly knew the reason why Garp brought him here, to inspire Ace, or to stimulate him to join the Navy. He has the unique ability to clone fruit, but Ace is only a 7.5-year-old boy. Although he lives in a difficult environment every day, he is still too weak compared to AI Fan, who has professional training. When they became stronger the fastest, they should have contacted Luffy at the age of 10. Now, they are still too weak. AI Fan smiled and tied Sabo and Ace, carrying one in each hand, and headed back to the way he came. The two were tied tightly, staring at each other, unable to speak. Moonstep. AI Fan jumped up the sky and moved forward quickly, but after a few strokes, he had to fall. Although there are chakra assistants, it is too reluctant to walk in the sky with two people. No way. AI Fan had to walk back slowly again. Although they encountered beasts on the road, most of them were sent flying by AI Fan, and when they encountered too strong, AI Fan also relied on speed to forcefully escape. "Remember, I will kill you when I recover." AI Fan finally got rid of a huge rhinoceros and shouted at the back with Ace and AI Fan. "Moo!" The roar came from far away, and AI Fan turned around and left quickly. Not having enough to eat and carrying two people in his hands, AI Fan didn't want Ace to be accidentally affected by the battle between him and the beast. Back in the treehouse, he pushed open the wooden door, and inside was a room full of bandages wrapped in gauze. Looking at AI Fan, who was carrying two people, the bandits were a little stunned. "I need a room." AI Fan smiled. Boom! As soon as the bandits rushed out, they didn't care about their own injuries, but they understood AI Fan's strength. Now that he had a request, the bandits immediately gave up the room. After confirming that the two of Ace would not riot after they were released, AI Fan released the rope that tied them. "What on earth are you trying to do?" "Kidnap." "HMPH, I've cut ties with my parents. It's useless even if you kidnap me," Sabo said immediately after the rope on his mouth was loosened. "Haha." AI Fan laughed loudly. "Kidnapping you? I'm not that interested." "Let me introduce myself. My name is AI Fan, Ace's brother." Hey! Sabo suddenly looked at Ace, who seemed to be angry, and then at AI Fan, who was smiling. Sabo was silent when he saw that the two were very similar. "Ace, do you really have a big brother?" Ace shouted. "Nonsense, I don't have such a big brother." "But, you two look so similar." "His name is AI Fan, your name is Ace." "You two." "Shut up." Ivan suddenly overthrew Sabo and rode on him. "Didn't I say, I don't have such a big brother?" Ace. Sabo was surprised. He had never seen Ace like this. Seeing this, AI Fan was also very helpless. He did not expect that Ace, who was only 7 years old, was already like this. Living in a depressing environment all the time, thinking of himself as the son of the devil, listening to the curse of others, Ace is reluctant to admit that he is Roger's son. So, how should I resolve the hatred in Ace's heart? What AI Fan lacks is the care of his family, so he is particularly sensitive to this kind of thing. In addition, because he is a descendant of Roger who started the era of the great pirates, he has been cursed by countless people. In the long run, his heart has accumulated lots of bad stuff. This is also the reason why Ace did not dare to recognize AI Fan. He was afraid and confused. Family was what he had always longed for. When a real family appeared in front of Ace, he subconsciously wanted to escape. The trouble with AI Fan is that Ace has been avoiding him and escaping the problem of his own blood. He is unwilling to admit it himself, and he does not want the curse of others to be said to himself. Therefore, Ace is unwilling to communicate with him. However, if everything is explained, AI Fan is sure that Ace will recognize his brother. However, Seeing Ace's angry expression, AI fan knew that he had a long way to go. Chapter 46. Finally, inside the treehouse. Ace, calm down, AI fan said solemnly. What the hell are you trying to do? When AI fan persuaded, Ace broke out completely. I never had you in my memory, but now you suddenly jumped out and said it was my brother. What do you want to do? Ace shouted. AI fan said sternly, of course I met you, Ace. Listen carefully to what I say next. If you still have grievances, then there is nothing I can do. Ace's expression was excited, as if he wanted to explode, but suddenly he thought that he didn't seem to have a reason to explode. He started to get angry because Darden and the others were injured, and because AI fan suddenly confessed that he couldn't bear it, but now, Ace has regained some sense, and he wanted to see what AI fan was going to say. AI fan's voice was deep, although it sounded immature. It had a charm in it. It all started before we were born. The man put us in Garp's care. Our mother was pregnant with us for 20 months. After birth, AI fan told a lot of things he knew and inferred, but Ace was completely silent after hearing it. Sabo has always been in a sluggish state, because Ivan's words are too shocking. After 10 minutes or silence, Ace finally spoke slowly. Mother, what does she look like? AI fan smiled, took out a pair of rolled drawing paper from the small backpack and handed it to Ace. Spreading out the drawing paper, a young woman appeared with a smile. Her blonde hair fluttered, and some spots on her face made her even more beautiful. A few minutes passed. Tick. Ace, who looked down at the painting, cried silently. Tears dripped onto the painting, and his whole body began to tremble. Ace, cry. It doesn't matter, you will feel much better when you cry. AI fan comforted. Wow wow tilde r. AI fan's voice became the last straw that overwhelmed Ace. Holding the portrait in his hand, Ace finally burst into tears. I don't know how long it took, but Ace stopped crying and said in a hoarse voice, we are the sons of a devil, can you accept such an identity? Ha ha. AI fan laughed, causing Ace to be in a daze. Son of the devil, it's just a lie made up by the world government. All this is because they are afraid of the man who once conquered the sea and has everything. He knew the truth of the world, and the world government was afraid of him and called him a devil. Ace, what we have to do is not to hate him, but to follow the path he walked, go to the last island together, and find the truth of history. Declare to the world that we are the freest people, and when we rule the world, the so-called son of the devil is just a joke. The world may fear us, but so what? We have our own world. Free people don't care about other people's opinions. Ace, is other people's opinions really that important? Our most important things are our family and friends. Family, friends. Ace looked down at his hands. For a long time, when I looked up again, the haze in Ace's eyes was swept away. What about the son of the devil? What about the curse of the world, where I live? As long as I have family and friends, it is enough. What other people say does not matter. Big deal. Ace clenched his fists. The big deal is that I will conquer the sea again, become the One Piece that everyone yearns for, and get the big secret treasure that everyone wants. The big deal, become the new One Piece. AI fan smiled. This is really good, although I don't know what impact it will have on history, but it broke the haze in Ace's heart and made him no longer feel inferior because of being a descendant of Roger. Anyway, this is good news for Ace. AI fan, are you really my brother? Ace said quietly. If it's fake. AI fan grinned and said, my biological brother, Ace. That's it, Ace said with a longing look on his face. Then let's set off together when we grow up. Let's form a pirate group and sail together. AI fan was silent for a moment and said, not yet. I promised Garp to become the most powerful navy. Navy? You? Ace's expression changed, and he thought of a lot of things precociously. Ha ha. AI fan then laughed and said, but I'm very strong. After satisfying the old man's wishes, I will basically be free. No one dares to stop me wherever I want to go. At that time, I'll go to you, and we'll sail together. HMPH. Ace snorted coldly. I already found the big secret treasure at that time, so you can slowly mix in the navy. Ha ha, okay, I hope so. AI fan laughed. Hey, Ace, You won't forget me, haven't we agreed to go to sea together? Sabo shouted beside him. You, Ace said in a deep voice. I will be the captain and you will be the vice captain, and then let's go sailing together. Sabo shouted. I want to be the captain, but my strength is not lower than yours at all. Che, it's obviously me who is more powerful. Ace shouted. Hee hee. AI fan smiled. Although Ace's mental age was very mature, he was still only a child. He was almost 30 years old when combined with his mental age. AI fan, are you really not going to sea with me? We want to go to sea together at the age of 17. Ace asked. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Maybe 10 years from now, I'll already be an admiral of the Navy. Ivan laughed. General? It will take 10 years. AI fan, you are too weak. I need 9 years. No, I can have the strength of a general in 8 years. Ace shouted. AI fan smiled, and Ace looked better with something removed. Hey, Garp is here. Ace looked somewhere. In less than half a minute, Garp pushed the door and entered. Evan, what are you saying inside? The roar came in before Garp opened the door. After entering, Garp was stunned, because there were 3 young people sitting cross-legged inside. Old man, you can talk about it now. The reason why you brought me here, AI fan said with a smile. You, the 2 of you. Garp had some doubts. There was something wrong with the atmosphere in the room. Even if Garp was sluggish, he reacted. I've already met Ace. Old man, you haven't said why you brought me here. Ivan cried. Garp can't hang on. Things are a bit beyond his original direction, but he has always had only one solution to this kind of thing, the iron fist of love. Hey! A punch hit the air, and AI fan, who was proficient in perception colors, easily escaped. It's amazing, Ace exclaimed. He never escaped Garp's fist, but AI fan easily escaped. Iron fist. With one punch in the air, Garp's other punch was several times faster, and this time even AI fan didn't dodge it. Boom! Ivan, who was hit by Garp in the front, knocked out a big hole in the wooden house, and he flew out very far. AI fan tilde. Ace shouted. He was a little scared, afraid that Garp would kill the big brother he just met with one punch. Chapter 47 Special Training. Ace and Sabo looked through the hole that Ivan smashed, and Ivan happened to stand up under a tree with his head covered. Hey, old man, you used domineering to hit me. Are you trying to kill me? Ivan yelled, pointing at Garp in the treehouse. Even if I'm strong, you can't fight like this. Ha, your kid's head is hard. Even if you use domineering, it won't matter much. Garp laughed. Who made you fight? That hurts too, stinky old man. AI fan shook his fist. Ace breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that AI fan was not only okay but still yelling. Ace suddenly felt that having an extra brother was actually not bad. A few people came down, and Dan's group didn't know where to hide for a long time. Old man, you asked me to come here. What exactly do you want to do? AI fan said solemnly when he came to the side of several people. Now it's time to tell me the purpose. Garp smiled and said, special training. I heard that you did a good job as an assistant at Zephyr's, so I want to bring you over to train Esther. He will become the strongest naval soldier in the future. Yes, your special training may have a different effect. AI fan said meaningfully, touching his chin. Old man, I want to be a pirate, not a navy. Ace said stubbornly. Although a lot of haze was cleared away in his heart, many things did not disappear at once. Obsession with being a pirate is a manifestation of this aspect. No, you're going to be a navy. Garp objected flatly. Pirates, navy. Where's Evan? Sabo suddenly exclaimed. AI fan next to him disappeared for some time. Huh? The quarreling two also came back to their senses. Ace looked around, and couldn't find AI fan's shadow everywhere. Cap paused and said, he went over there, as if looking for something. Garp pointed his finger in a certain direction, but Ace and Sabo understood why Ivan went over there. Hey! Big Rhino AI fan appeared in the forest, standing not far from a huge rhinoceros, smiled and hooked his fingers. Moo! The rhino shouted, stroking his hoof twice, and dashed straight towards AI fan. AI fan's eyes narrowed, he clenched his fist tightly, and punched with all the strength of his body. Ultimate, Train impact. Boom. The soil splashed, the ground cracked, and the rhino collided with the blue train head-on, and it flew out with a scream. AI fan raised one leg and kicked it fiercely. Battleship impact. Boom. The rhino, which has not yet landed, was hit by a warship of dozens of meters. Like a meteor, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and the rhino in the center died directly. AI fan let out a breath. This guy is quite durable. I didn't break my body after eating my 2 onslaughts, but that's fine. I just went back to eat. By the moonlight, AI fan carried the rhino and walked towards the wooden house. 3 belly sounds came out at the same time, and Ace sat in a row with a look of helplessness on their faces. When will AI fan come back? Rubbing his growling stomach, Ace looked at the jungle road. It should be soon, Garp replied weakly. The moonlight is like water, sprinkled on the 3 people who are waiting for AI fan, but the 3 of them are hungry and don't want to talk. Click. It seemed to be the sound of trees falling to the ground. The 3 of them were startled, and Garp looked at the direction Ivan left and said, "I am back." Rumbling. A thunderous sound sounded, and as the bushes were blasted away, AI fan's shadow also appeared. He was carrying an oversized rhino on his back and looked tired. Boom. Throwing down the rhino, causing a puff of smoke, AI fan laughed loudly. "The road in here is too difficult to walk, and you have to clear the way with this big guy on your back. No wonder it doesn't come this way. Is it because of the trees blocking it?" Ace and Sabo looked towards the direction Ivan came from. There was a straight road, and all the obstacles on it were flattened, and Ace couldn't see the edge at a glance. AI fan. He blasted out a path. Gudong. Ace and Sabo swallowed and looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This big brother is so powerful. I'm starving to death. Old man, rhinoceros for you. Hurry up and cook. AI fan sat on the ground and laughed loudly. After wiping off a handful of sweat, AI fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The journey was a bit long, not to mention the fact that he had to drag a big rhino, and his physical strength was a bit overdrawn. Whole rhinos are on fire, which Garp is pretty good at. At the end of the moon, in the middle of the night, the whole rhino has turned into a skeleton in one place. The 4 of AI fan were lying on the ground, their stomachs were all bulging high, and the fire next to them made a crackling sound, and the 4 of them had their stomachs bulging high, and no one wanted to move. Today is a very fulfilling day. The next day, with the first rays of sunlight, AI fan woke up on time. I randomly found some seasonings and other things from the treehouse, and AI fan roasted the wild boar that Ace caught yesterday. The 3 of them didn't know what was going on yesterday. The wild boar that could be seen a few steps away was stunned. Even Ace, the captor, forgot. Soon, the smell of barbecue awakened the 3 of Ace, and a new day began. AI fan, let you be Ace's opponent today. Let him see the strength of a navy, Garp said after eating up the meat in his hand. AI fan ignored Garp, but smiled at Ace and said, "You go with Sabo, use your full strength to attack, and if you can touch me, you will win." Drink. Suddenly, Sabo next to him hugged him. "Caught you," Sabo shouted, but he suddenly fluttered, and AI fan appeared not far away, leaving only an image in place. "Even if it was a sneak attack, your speed is too slow," AI fan said with a smile. "Very good, I'm up," Ace shouted, with blood, and the fighting will contained in his instinct was immediately aroused. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Ace jumped to AI fan's side, waving his fists like the wind. Swoosh! The fist was almost producing an afterimage, and AI fan seemed to be standing still, but Ace's attack did not touch AI fan. "Many of your movements are too messy, and there will even be resistance to your next punch." AI fan's calm voice came out, and he didn't even breathe. "Ha!" AI fan jumped up suddenly, dodging Sabo's sneak attack. The movement of a sneak attack was too loud, the intention was too obvious, and the breathing was still disordered at the moment of the sneak attack. For the shortcomings of the 2, AI fan pointed out directly. "The time with Zephyr is not short, and AI fan's eyesight has become much stronger. At the very least, when I was a teaching assistant, I heard Zephyr instruct others and point out the shortcomings of others, but AI Fan saw it all without any hesitation. Ace and Sabo made rapid progress, and they corrected it immediately after Ivan proposed it. But in AI Fan's view, their progress is still quite slow. After all, not everyone has 10 times the speed of cultivation. Starting today, the month-long special training begins. AI Fan said with a smile. Hey, we're not going to lose, Sabo said to himself. Ace's eyes were fiery. Those are the eyes of yearning for power. Then come on, big brother. I'm not the one who won't admit defeat. Chapter 48. Leave. Ace and Sabo's progress is very rapid, or even if Ivan doesn't teach them, the kind of aptitude they have will bring them to this level sooner or later. Get along day and night. Ace finally accepted AI Fan. Although the training has been very hard, but Ace and the others always laughed and laughed. After more than 20 days of AI Fan's company, Ace finally got out of the haze of hatred. He no longer hated Roger, their father, but Ace still has his own ideas. He is still called Porgas D. Ace, and he wants to use this name to find the big secret treasure. AI Fan didn't say anything to interfere with Ace and let Ace travel freely and grow. As for the changes that will occur in the future, AI Fan also has his own ideas. He doesn't want to interfere with Ace's freedom. Even if he gets on Whitebeard's boat in the future, Ace's freedom is still Ace's freedom. AI Fan really likes Whitebeard, a real man. Ace can learn a lot from him. Although Ace will encounter great setbacks in the future trip to the New World, at that time, Evan thought that he would definitely be able to walk anywhere. This is his confidence. He wanted to watch Ace after he went to sea, at least until he was safely on Whitebeard's boat. AI Fan has a rough consideration for the long-term future. Maybe as long as you have enough strength, you can really change the future. At that time, can I make a deal with Whitebeard? For example, if you directly say that you need a dark fruit, then, will all this change? The short month soon ended, and it was time for AI Fan to leave. Ace, you have to practice well in the future. I will come back this time next year. AI Fan said seriously. Yeah, I will. Sabo and I are working hard to save up to buy a pirate ship. Ace smiled. AI Fan wanted to say something, but if history changed, would Ace still get on Whitebeard's boat? If not, will the death catastrophe of the Top War still happen? If it doesn't happen, what advantage do you have? I'm sorry, Sabo. With an apology in his heart, AI Fan turned and left. For this boy who will grow up with Luffy Sabo, it is absolutely impossible for the author to arrange for him to die halfway. AI Fan believes that one day, Sabo will appear again. Although AI Fan didn't say anything about Sabo's future catastrophe, he had his own thoughts. Perhaps, he could save Sabo when he was attacked by Tanlong people. After leaving Ace, Ivan and Garp boarded a small boat and rowed into the distance in Ace's eyes. Old man, how long do we have to row? Asked AI Fan, who had rowed all morning. I don't know. Wait until the warship comes to pick us up. Garp said. Warship? AI Fan thought for a moment and said, I don't remember that you have contact with the warship. Ah, am I not in touch? Garp had a stunned expression on his face. Why can't I remember it? AI Fan angrily threw the oar. Old man, do you have Alzheimer's disease? Authored with me this morning for nothing? Blue cloth armor. While the two were arguing, Garp's phone rang. Garp connected directly, and the angry voice of Warring States came out. Cap, where have you gone, you bastard? The 1-month vacation is over. Why haven't you come to the headquarters to report? Garp scratched his head, grinned and said, Warring States, I just want to contact you. I'm almost in the windless zone. You send a warship to pick me up. Warring States. The two had just rowed the boat to the windless zone for less than 10 minutes when the shadow of the warship appeared at the end of their line of sight. After a tossing, the two finally got on the warship. Many of the Navy's warships are foreign ships, because only in this way can the warships travel quickly in the windless belt. Only the Navy strictly controls the production and use of sea tower stones, because this is the best way to get ships safely through the windless zone. The warship returned to the voyage and successfully reached the Great Route. The magnetic field on the Great Route changes a lot, and the navies rely on permanent pointers to navigate. AI Fan on the warship was eating and drinking, So was Garp. Because they all follow the same principle, they eat as hard as they can. The navies on the ship are crazy. The two of them are too edible. The navies need to help catch the prey from the sea to ensure that they are supplied. Most of the food stored on the warship was eaten up a few hours after AI Fan and the two got on the ship, and the navies who came to respond were stunned. Boom. The two of AI Fan, who were competing for food, suddenly stopped at the same time. There was a commotion outside. AI Fan turned on his knowledge and heard the news of a pirate attack outside. Walking out of the cabin, AI Fan saw a pirate ship not far away firing guns here. Counterattack. All counterattack. The opposite is the Klaus pirates. The captain is the so-called guillotine Stolt Klaus. The bounty is 45 million Bailey. Everyone be careful. Klaus stood on the bow, holding a machete with a blade that was 2 meters long in his hand, blonde shawl, covered with scars, and waving the long knife. Klaus shouted, "Little ones, prepare for the battle. This warship is ours." Oh, the dozens of pirates behind him shouted together. The cannons were fired, and waves were set off on the sea. Clang! Klaus shot a cannonball flying towards him with a knife, and all the younger brothers behind him shouted. Suddenly, one of Klaus's younger brothers shouted, "Captain, is a person flying over from the opposite warship?" "Idiot, how could someone be able to fly?" "That's the skill of the Navy. It's called the sixth form." "Idiot." Klaus looked carefully, and sure enough, he saw a person flying towards him in the sky. "There is no air shock unique to the moon step." "Is that person with the ability of devil fruit like me?" Klaus murmured. "Captain, what shall we do?" Klaus laughed loudly and said, "What about him? Whoever he is, if he encounters my ability, he will die. We are here waiting for him to come over." As a devil fruit capable user, Klaus knows very well how powerful the devil fruit is. Therefore, Klaus felt that it would be better to let the other party come here to die, and he would solve him first, and then deal with the Navy on the warship. AI Fan jumped onto the pirate ship, but it caused the pirates to burst into laughter. "Wow, ha ha!" Klaus laughed as tears almost came out. "Are the navies crazy? They actually sent a child here." "Captain, let me come. I can solve this kid with one knife." One of Klaus's men volunteered. "Just a little kid." "Very well, it's up to you." Klaus nodded in agreement. "Kid, die." The pirate slashed over with a long knife. Bang! With a muffled sound, the pirate just got close to AI Fan. The long knife was still in the air, and AI Fan punched the pirate ship and fell into the sea with a thud. AI Fan smiled. "Underestimate my price, but you will die." Klaus said with a smile, "You're very good, boy, but that's it for you." "Little ones, let's go together." "Oh." Dozens of pirates responded, raised their long knives, waved them and rushed over. AI Fan smiled and loosened his bones. "It's time to relax." Chapter 49 Kneeling Fruit. The pirates roared and swarmed up, and AI Fan smiled. These minions were just testing their little tricks. Holding up his index and middle fingers, AI Fan smiled and looked at the pirates charging towards him. Ultra-compact locomotive. Only a finger-sized light blue locomotive appeared from AI Fan's fingertips, and his arms moved up and down with a speed like a bullet. Ha! The first locomotive collided with the pirates. Boom! The blue locomotive went straight through the pirate's chest. Wow! The pirate spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. After the locomotive penetrated the pirate, it dissipated directly. The pirates were terrified, but unfortunately it was too late. AI Fan's arms moved together, and the overwhelming locomotive surrounded them all. "Ah, help!" The screams came one after another, and dozens of pirates fell to the ground in an instant. AI Fan's attack is stronger than bullets, and most people can't find a way to resist the impact force, and the destructive force caused by the impact force is transmitted to the inside of the body. If it hits the key point, it is not impossible to kill the opponent at once. However, this is also for ordinary minions. Many people in this world are outrageously powerful, and people other than minions cannot use common sense at all. The captain of the pirate ship was still standing, and he just chopped off a lot of AI Fan's impact with the machete in his hand. It can be seen that this person's strength is extraordinary, and he can split AI Fan's attacks that are stronger than bullets. Looking at the fallen men, Klaus scolded, "A bunch of idiots who can't beat even a child." A lucky pirate still retained his consciousness. He heard Klaus's scolding and replied tremblingly, "Ship, Captain, that guy is too powerful." "I see, idiot." Klaus didn't even look at the man. "Navy, is your strength very good? But why haven't I heard about you?" "Ha ha," AI Fan said with a smile. "Are you surrendering yourself, or will I beat you to surrender?" "Wow, ha ha ha." Klaus laughed loudly. "Hey, Navy, don't think of me as a rubbish who was killed in seconds. The reason why our ship can get here is all because of my combat power." AI Fan said with some doubts, "Your aura is just average. Judging from the attack that splits me, you shouldn't be arrogant, let alone armed, and your strength is very weak. You didn't give it to me." A deadly sense of crisis. "So, where does your confidence come from?" Ivan's attitude made Klaus feel humiliated. He waved the machete in his hand, jumped up in anger, and shouted, It's Klaus." AI Fan laughed and swung back with one hand. The locomotive was about to burst out. "He is confident that this blow can directly knock Klaus into unconsciousness." Klaus sneered in the air, and Evan instinctively tightened, feeling a sense of crisis. But he couldn't find the source of the sense of crisis at all. "Kneel." AI Fan suddenly couldn't control his body. His knees bent and he knelt down with his back to Klaus. Klaus laughed loudly behind AI Fan. "I am a kneeling person who has eaten the fruit of kneeling and kneeling. Anyone who is within my sight, as long as I am willing, they will all be able to kneel with their backs to me in a tortured attitude!" Klaus took 2 steps forward, the machete in his hand raised high. "I rely on this ability to traverse the first half of the Great Route. No matter who it is, in this world, I only have 50 skilled good and fast knives and mine." In the face of ability, anyone should kneel down obediently and be beheaded by Lao Tzu. Clang! The machete fell, and Klaus was horrified. There was no scene of blood splattering in the past, and his big knife slashed on AI Fan's neck, but he didn't even cut the skin. On the warship not far away, Garp finally breathed a sigh of relief. "He almost shot just now." How is that possible?" Klaus took 2 steps back in horror, looked at AI Fan in front of him and said in horror, "You, who are you? Why can you even resist my guillotine?" AI Fan's face was gloomy, and a deep humiliation in his heart was on the verge of eruption. Kneeling on the boat, he was cut by the opponent without moving, and all he could do was to resist with the ultimate iron block. AI Fan's humiliation broke out, and he suddenly turned into endless anger. After being shocked, Klaus came back to his senses, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "What if you can resist the next blow? In front of me, no one can, only die obediently." "Drink." Klaus raised the machete and slashed continuously. The long knife slashed on AI Fan's neck with a clanging sound, and even sparks splashed around, and apart from some white marks on AI Fan's neck, nothing appeared. Klaus was sweating profusely. With his machete on the ground, he panted, "What kind of monster are you?" AI Fan's fingers were trembling, and then his whole body began to tremble. Klaus was stunned for a moment, looking at the trembling AI Fan, and said in shock, "How is it possible, within the sight of Lao Tzu, even the Admiral of the Navy can't move?" AI Fan trembled even more. He moved with difficulty on one leg and slowly turned into a half-kneeling posture. Klaus turned pale, and he shouted, "Kneel down to the fruit, kneel indefinitely." A powerful sense of power was pressing on AI Fan. AI Fan suddenly screamed, Invisible fluctuations spread from him, hitting the surrounding thousands of meters or even more. Garp's pupils on the warship in the distance shrank, and he looked at AI Fan, who stood up on the pirate ship, and said, "Is it Overlord?" AI Fan turned around. He was now under a powerful force. This force forced him to kneel. But AI Fan was unyielding. He awakened some kind of power. His footsteps were firm, and he walked step by step towards Klaus, who was pale and trembling all over. When Klaus saw Ivan approaching, he sat down on the ground in fright. "You, what kind of monster are you?" Hey! AI Fan raised an arc at the corner of his mouth. "The power of the devil fruit, the power of the devil, This power will never make me yield again. Because, you really pissed me off. AI fan shouted and punched hard. Bang! A punch hit Klaus's chest, and the powerful impact came out through the body. The whole ship was struck in two at once, and Klaus lost consciousness at once. Boom! The explosives in the cabin exploded, and AI fan's pupils shrank, but it was too late to dodge. Whoa! The sky-high fire swept across the sea, and that huge impact turned into wind pressure and blew the distant warships. Garp moved quickly along the impact, and in an instant he reached the place of the explosion. Evan! Garp shouted, tears in his eyes full of worry. But before he had time to regret it, he saw a figure walking out slowly in the firelight. He held a machete in his left hand and dragged a figure in his right hand, walking on the sea as if walking on the ground. Hey, old man, you really don't look like a master. Chapter 50. What's the situation? AI fan, you kid. The painful expression on Garp's face disappeared and suddenly turned into joy. Old man, have you forgotten what level of iron I have? It's hard for me to be injured by an explosion of this magnitude. AI fan walked out of the sea of fire and laughed. Garp landed on a plank that had been impacted by the explosion. You bastard. I forgot that your body is strong. AI fan laughed loudly. There were not a few pieces of clothes left on his body, only the few pieces of cloth that were still in the explosion of the earth in the anime were hung on him. Ivan raised Klaus in his hand. This guy still has a breath. Old man, put him in the push city. His fruit is very interesting. I want to keep it. Keep it? Brat, what the hell are you doing? Garp wondered. AI fan said with a smile, don't worry about this. With that said, AI fan looked at the machete in his hand. The back of the machete was pure black, and the blade was pure white. The most important thing was that he had cut so many knives without any curling blades. But thinking about it, it is a rare good and fast knife in the world. Although his iron is hard, it is still a human body. Weapons of this level are not so easily damaged. Garp muttered a few words, held Klaus in one hand, and appeared on the warship in a few flashes. AI fan jumped on the battleship, only to find the Navy on the deck unconscious. Old man, what's going on? Ivan asked while looking at the unconscious Navy. These Garp looked at Ivan with a smile and said, because of you. Because of me? AI fan frowned. In the battle with Klaus, he seemed to have inspired some kind of power, and this power gave him endless courage, making him stand up against the power of Klaus's kneeling fruit. Combining with the one piece he had seen, AI fan came back to his senses and stared. Could it be? Ha ha ha! Garp laughed 3 times. That's right, it's Overlord. AI fan was pleasantly surprised. I've awakened the Overlord to look domineering? No. Garp shook his head and said, it wasn't an awakening, but it was triggered because of stimulation. You have this kind of aptitude, and just now your aura exploded again, which led to the appearance of the Overlord. Is that so? Can I master this power? AI fan questioned. Garp said solemnly, now, although it is qualified, I do not recommend that you become familiar with this kind of power now. Your tempering is too little. Garp said seriously, AI fan, you still have a lot of time, and there is still a lot of room for growth in your spirit. Just wait until you can scare your opponent with just a glance, and you will be familiar with Overlord. Lust, that's the best time. You'll be stronger because of that too. That's right. AI fan pondered. Okay, what you said is quite reasonable. I'll ask Teacher Zephyr when I look back. If he also says it's okay, I'll do as you said. Garp clenched his fists and roared, stinky boy, I'm your grandfather. Don't you even believe me? AI fan waved his hand and said, I believe it, but you are a little unreliable. I think I should ask Teacher Zephyr to be more at ease. Garp was speechless, turned around and handcuffed Klaus with special handcuffs, ignoring Ivan, looking like he was sulking. AI fan laughed dumbly. This old man is still angry? AI fan laughed, separated himself, and began to think about the battle. This time he suffered a big loss. Fortunately, Klaus's own strength is not good. Otherwise, AI fan thinks that he must be miserable. This also reminded Ivan that the power of the devil fruit is too strong, and he is still too weak. If it wasn't for the awakening of the Overlord's color this time, He resisted the oppression of the devil fruit with his powerful aura and willpower, and withstood the oppression of some mysterious force with the powerful iron block of divine iron level. I feel like I'm really going to fall. However, AI Fan also thought deeply because of this. How did the power of the devil fruit come from? Cap also said that the ability like the kneeling fruit is too numerous to count, and there are more special abilities and more powerful devil fruits. How to fight against this kind of power? Zephyr said, only domineering. You can discover the power of all devil fruits with the knowledge color, and the armed color can resist the power of all devil fruits, even if it is the natural type or more special. So is the overlord color the kind of thing that can resist the power of the devil fruit? The human body contains infinite potential, but AI Fan can't think of more. When he is really in the world of One Piece, the endless mysteries are really fascinating. AI Fan sighed after thinking too much, but he immediately threw all the thoughts out of his head. What do you think so much about? As long as his body is strong enough, AI Fan is sure that he can defeat everyone. The devil fruit person seems to have obtained the ability of the devil, all kinds of strange, each with its own characteristics. And the human body is like the power of God. As long as you work hard, it is not impossible to defeat the devil. Domineering is like the power of God, the source of defeating all abilities. And the source of domineering is the human body. As long as the body is strong enough, then all opponents are no opponents. AI Fan, who has 10 times as much time as others, has this confidence. He has the confidence to become the strongest in the world. No matter what kind of devil fruit he is, domineering or something else, as long as he can use it for himself. Looking at the contemplative AI Fan, Garp smiled. With the strongest talent, coupled with the most hard-working personality, AI Fan will really surpass everyone in the future and become the strongest in the Navy. AI Fan, who was thinking, fell into a deep sleep. This battle was too tiring. The impact of the Overlord also made him feel a certain kind of fatigue. It didn't take long for AI Fan to fall asleep quickly. Looking at the sleeping Evan Garp, I don't know why I want to sleep. So, a ship of comatose people, plus 2 people who couldn't wake up from the thunder, floated on the sea of the Great Root with a warship. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the gale suddenly blew, and the warships without anchoring and hoisting their sails drifted with the wind. Strong winds were blowing, and within 10 minutes, the warship was blown into a storm with the current. The icy rain fell, and AI Fan suddenly woke up, as the swaying ships saw thunder, lightning and turbulent waves. The navies on the deck piled up together, and they couldn't even wake up after being hit by the Overlord. Garp sat cross-legged to sleep. The thunder and lightning and the storm did not wake him up. 10 AI Fans acted together. One went to call Garp, and the other quickly put away the sails. The wind and waves were not too big. If it was bigger, the boat would definitely capsize. Facing the storm, AI Fan shouted, "What kind of situation is this?"